This is Audible.
Gears of War, Jacintos' Remnant, by Karen Travis. Chapter 9. As all of Sera has learned, peace is fragile. This new ruthless enemy has rendered most of Sera's leaders either helpless or dead. This enemy believes Sera is finished. Some in the coalition of ordered governments also seem to believe Sera is finished, a sick, feeble animal waiting for slaughter. But today, citizens of Sera, we, Tyrus, the heart of the coalition, will take back our planet. To ensure your safety and cooperation, we are reinstating the Fortification Act. All of Sera will be under martial law. No one is exempt. Survivors should immediately start evacuating to Aphira. These unclean creatures, these locusts, are unable to penetrate Jacinto's granite base. Therefore, in Jacinto we are safe, for now. We won't let this rampage go further or surrender power. The Coalition will employ Sera's entire arsenal of orbital beam weapons to scorch all locust-infested areas. For those citizens who cannot make it to Jacinto, the Coalition appreciates your sacrifice. Please forgive us. This is the only way. Chairman Richard Prescott, 30th day of Bloom, 1 AE. Vehicle checkpoint, Aphira-Kinner Lake Highway, 30th day of Bloom, 1 AE, minutes after Chairman Prescott's announcement. There was no such thing as a good time or place to hear news like that. Dom wished that he hadn't been among civvies at the time. The squad had walked all night along the side of the highway, loaded with salvaged kit from the dead Dill, and now they'd reached the bridge over the Tyra River. It was paved with traffic at a complete standstill. Someone had a radio turned up to full volume. The sound spilling from the open door of a car stopped in the traffic. Dom was caught among people who expected Gears to know what was happening. They looked at him for answers. He had none to give. "Did we hear right?" a woman whispered. She put her hand on his arm and shook it gently, as if she thought his mind was elsewhere. "It's got to be a mistake, surely. They can't mean it. They'll kill people. What happens to our homes?" Dom had been leaning on the safety rail of a highway bridge, looking down onto the river when he heard the broadcast news conference. The words "entire arsenal of orbital beam weapons" hit him with their full force a minute or so after he heard them. He found himself staring at the glittering reflections of the sun on the water, and every starburst point of light was now etched into his memory. Things were bad, but he'd had no idea how bad. "I have to call Maria. I have to get to a phone. Ma'am, I don't know any more than you do." The woman had her hands cupped over her mouth as she looked up at him, shocked and helpless. How the hell could anyone take in what Prescott had just said? He couldn't. "It'll be okay. You're not far from Aphira now. You'll make it." "But I don't want to go to Aphira," she said. "I live in New Sheriff. What am I going to do about my son? He's in Soteroa." The South Sea Islands were on the other side of Sera. Unless the guy had a private aircraft, and that was a privilege even the richest on Sera had been forced to hand over to the war effort, then the poor bastard was weeks away by boat. If he can get passage at all. Shit. This is it. "Ma'am, it's going to be fine." Dom knew he was probably lying, but what the hell else could he say? That her son was screwed? They know what they're doing. If they didn't think people could get to Aphira, they wouldn't have given him advanced warning, would they? Dom looked around at the mass of people, scared, confused, unable to move. How the hell was everyone going to get to safety? He didn't even want to think about it. The enormity would paralyze him and take his mind off what he had to do. He had his orders. He also had his mental list, unnumbered, unplanned, but if forced to recite it, he probably could. Of people he would protect, whatever the cost. "Dom! Dom!" Marcus's voice got his attention. He was on the opposite side of the stationary traffic with Ty and Padrick talking to a transport sergeant. "Over here! Come on!" The bombshell dropped by the broadcast was now spreading ripples. Not everyone had heard it live. Not everyone had a radio with them. The news was being spread by word of mouth, car to car, truck to truck, person to person, and Dom had to wade through a sea of rising panic. At one point he looked across the bridge in the direction of the checkpoint and saw the gears there under siege from pedestrians who had now abandoned their vehicles and were trying to cross on foot. The traffic jam was now becoming a permanent 50-meter-thick barricade of buses, trucks, and cars. Fuel rationing hadn't stopped many from taking to the roads in the almost constant ebb and flow of refugees shifting from city to city after each locust attack. And now that Prescott had announced the decision to smash Sarah flat to stop the grubs, the refugee exodus to come would make today look like a minor inconvenience. "Marcus! Marcus, you heard the announcement? Have you heard the goddamn announcement?" Dom had to slide on his ass across the hood of a car stopped so close behind a bus that he couldn't squeeze through. He felt the edge of his holster scrape the paintwork. The driver yelled at him, just a muffled noise with a lot of F's in it, but scratched paint was going to be the last of anyone's problems. By the time Dom crossed 4 lanes of nose-to-tail vehicles, the transport sergeant was fending off pedestrians. He was right on the edge, poor bastard, and he looked as if he hadn't slept in days. The name tab on his shirt said Mendez. He seemed to be trying to talk to Marcus in one breath and carry on a radio conversation with Control in the next. And anyone in uniform was now a magnet for terrified, confused, angry civilians who'd heard the world was ending in 3 days. He was trying to keep a man at bay with one hand, but the guy had a baby in his arms, and he wanted answers right now. "I have to clear this frigging road, sir," Mendez kept saying. "We've already got a traffic jam 10 clicks north because the grubs have trashed Andius. Now the bridge is blocked. You'll have to wait. Don't leave your car, okay? Don't abandon it. I can't get the traffic moving if you dump cars on the bridge. Do you understand?" "What's going to happen?" The guy kept asking that over and over, not hearing a damn word Mendez said. "Where am I going to go in Ephyra? My wife doesn't know where I am." "Everyone on this road's got the same problem, sir." Mendez looked as if he wanted to manhandle him out of the way, but the guy had a baby, and that made everything awkward and emotional. "Look, go sit in your car. When the traffic starts moving again, you can drive straight into Ephyra." "Sir," Marcus said, "give me your wife's name and a number. I promise we'll get a call through." He held out his hand, and when Marcus made a suggestion, even civvies took it as an order. It was the gravel voice and the steady blue stare, Dom thought, the weird combination of looking like a hard bastard while sounding like a guy you could always rely on. The man fumbled for his wallet. Padrick helped him extract a business card and scribble details on it, then escorted him back to his car. Marcus watched, jaw muscle twitching. "You're good at fobbing them off," Mendez said. "You should do my job. Now, I gotta clear this bridge for military traffic, but you—" "I meant it." Marcus read the card, then slipped it inside his armor. "I'll call her. Now, what do you mean we have to wait for extraction? We got 4 pairs of willing hands here. What do you need done?" "I got my orders, Phoenix. Every crossing in VCP's been told to hold you for pickup. We haven't been tasked for a mission. We're just heading home. We can shift the abandoned vehicles." "Too late. I've flashed CIC and there's a KR inbound. You're going home, fast lane, Phoenix." "Whose idea was that?" "Hey, why ask me?" Marcus rocked his head slightly, as if he was weighing up something, then shrugged. "We can do something here. We have to clear this route, whether it's for convoys or refugees. Just tell us what needs doing." You could start driving vehicles or marshaling further back down the road, diverting vehicles onto the side roads, but you're not going to have time." Dom could already hear the Raven approaching. They were getting out. He wondered how the people stranded here would feel when they saw Gears leaving right after the chairman announced they had 3 days to get to safe ground before he fried the rest of Sarah. He wondered if they'd be seriously pissed off at the Gears' privilege for once, getting a lift home out of this chaos while they were trapped here. And Maria's stuck on her own right now. She watches the damn news channels all day. She's heard this shit, and she doesn't know where I am, and she'll be going crazy with worry. "My father's fixed this," Marcus said. "Why the hell doesn't he leave things alone?" "Hey, Marcus, it could be Hoffman. He might have a job for us. Wait and see." The Raven sat down on the other side of the checkpoint in a parking area. The crew chief jumped out and called to Mendez. "Where's Phoenix?" Mendez pointed. The crew chief beckoned. Pad and Dom squeezed through the gap, followed by Ty and Marcus, then ran at a crouch to avoid the rotors. "Whoa, no, we've got one space!" The crew chief held up both hands. Dom could see the Raven was loaded to the deckhead with Gears. "Move it, Sergeant! Chairman's request!" "Not without my squad." "Look, I'm running a shuttle here, and I've got a shitload of trips to cover with 0 downtime in the next 3 days. Make your mind up." Marcus was standing right under the crew bay. One of the Gears leaned down and said something Dom didn't catch, but Marcus shook his head. "Thanks, buddy, but I can't let you do that." Marcus turned to walk away. Dom had a choice, as everyone did at times like this. He could bleed for strangers whose problems he couldn't fix, or he could do something solid and real. He shoved Marcus hard so that he fell back on the deck of the Raven, struggling for a moment. "Go!" Dom yelled at the crew chief. "Get him out, now, or he'll never go!" The crew chief went to slap a safety line onto Marcus's belt, but he was already scrambling off the chopper, cursing a blue streak. "Fuck that!" Marcus said. "I don't leave my squad!" Dom tried to block him. "Go!" "You go. You've got a wife who needs you." "Just go. We'll be okay." Marcus looked around and made for the cars, ignoring him completely. Dom could see he was heading for the guy with the baby. The crew chief was yelling not to piss around and waste time, and Dom went after Marcus, grabbing at his arm. Marcus shook him off and hauled the father from the car. "Come on, get going." Marcus reached into the passenger side to grab the bassinet, complete with sleeping baby. "Forget the car, citizen. You got a ride." "Hey, thanks, Marcus just marched the man up to the Raven and handed the baby to the crew chief. "1 space, 1 passenger. Kids go free, right?" "My orders are to get you back, Sergeant." "And I'm pulling rank, Corporal. Civilian evac. Send my dad the bill." "Hey, buddy, you know who just saved your ass?" he said. "Phoenix, the war hero." Marcus ducked out of the Raven's downdraft and the helicopter lifted clear. If he'd heard the word hero, he didn't react. But Dom knew he hated the label. It didn't seem to matter to him that people meant it. Patrick just looked at him. "You're a fucking martyr, Sarge." "No, I'm a Gear." Marcus leaned into the first empty car in the line and felt around for the key. "Our job is saving civvies. Anyway, I didn't notice any of you jumping aboard either." "Shit! Dom, can you hotwire this wreck?" "Sure thing." Dom didn't feel so bad right then. The test of any man, his dad had told him, wasn't how he behaved when things were going fine, but how he handled himself when the shit was up to his neck and rising. Marcus passed the Eduardo Santiago test every time. Dom tried to. He felt he had today. They all had. "You're right, Dad. And I miss you so much." Dom fumbled under the dash and touched wires, and the car rumbled back to life. "Now all we have to do is make some space." You say that like it's going to be hard, Patrick said, sliding into the driver's seat. And Sarah was going to be razed to the ground. Every time Dom forgot that, tied up in the physical effort of shunting cars and yelling at drivers who just wouldn't follow the marshalling signals, it came back and slapped him, demanding attention. No, it couldn't be right. There had to be a mistake, a bluff. Some shit even Marcus couldn't guess at. Dom kept telling himself that, right up to the time he saw the first of the convoy trucks rumbling down the shoulder that he'd cleared. This time he'd earned that ride home. He climbed over the tailgate and held out his hand to haul Marcus inside. Victor Hoffman's apartment, Ephyra, later that night. Margaret never yelled. Hoffman had often wished she would, because then he would have been able to gauge just how far he'd fallen from grace with her. But perhaps her complete silence was his answer. She stood at her desk in the study, phone wedged between her ear and shoulder as she rummaged through the drawers. He stood in the doorway and tried to pick his moment. "Natalie, are you still there?" She was talking to her sister. "Damn, it's taken me all day to get you. No, I don't care. I know you've got casualties. Listen, Natty. Please, Natty, I'm serious. I'm coming down to Corin. Yes, I mean it. I'm coming to collect you. Stay at the hospital." Margaret laid the phone down again. She must have known he was behind her, but she just tidied the case folders on her desk, slipped them into the drawers, and locked them away. It took her a full 5 seconds to turn around and face him. "I'll get her on a cog transport," he said, wanting to die of shame. "You don't have to do this." "Oh, I do. Because I can't trust you any longer." "I'm sorry." He was. He regretted having to do it, so much that it hurt. "I am so sorry." She made an odd little strangled noise, as if she'd started to laugh and then lost the will to carry it through. "Sorry? Fuck you, Victor. Fuck you and all your secret little cabals, holed up in your bunkers while the rest of the world dies." He'd rarely heard her swear in their entire marriage. He understood why the news had devastated her. She wouldn't have been human if she'd taken it in stride. And he knew this fight was coming. He also knew that even if changing his mind could turn back the clock and make her respect him again, or even despise him a little less, that he'd still nod and say to Prescott that this had to be done. "Don't go down there, Margaret," he said. "Please. The roads are at a standstill. You won't get back in time, either of you. And Natty won't make it out otherwise, and you knew." Hoffman could have begged forgiveness, or told her that it was Prescott's decision, or that the best estimate now was that the Locust would reach Jacinto Plateau in 10 days, probably sooner, in numbers that the whole army couldn't stop. But there was no point. "Yes, of course I damn well knew," he snapped. "I've known for a week or more. And what would you have done if I told you?" "Oh, if this is going to be the public-spirited lecture on not spreading panic, Victor, why don't you switch on the goddamn TV and watch the panic now?" "You'd have told Natalie. Then she'd have told her colleagues. She'd have tried to move patients early, and the whole thing would have been 100 times worse, with numbers of refugees worldwide that we just couldn't handle, and the enemy guessing what was coming, or even knowing, and concentrating on Ephyra. Because once they take Ephyra, the human race is finished. Do you seriously think I would go along with this if I thought we weren't facing extinction?" Margaret held up her hands to shut him up. "I don't want to hear this bullshit," she said. "The longer I listen and try to believe the man I married might still be inside you, the later I'll be to save someone who actually matters a damn to me." "So what's it about, Margaret?" She couldn't possibly make him feel like a bigger pile of shit than he already did. "Me not treating us as special cases who need to be saved when every other bastard has to take their chances? Or destroying most of Sarah? Spit it out, honey. I don't quite know where the moral outrage is coming from."
"I don't have to justify my outrage to you."
She snatched up her jacket and walked straight at him. He thought of just grabbing her and pushing her back, but that only turned the tide of a fight in the movies. She wouldn't suddenly see how he'd done a necessary thing, weep for her sister, and fall into his arms. She'd just spit in his face. It had been a long time since she'd fallen into his arms at all. Hoffman stepped aside and followed her down the hall. "I can get her stopped at a checkpoint and turned around, or detained. And she'll curse and loathe me, but she won't get killed. And then she can get on with life without me if she wants." He had a plan, then. She wouldn't get far out of Ephyra anyway, even if all the traffic was heading into town. The intersections were blocked. She wouldn't get off the Jacinto ramp, let alone reach Corin. Kill it to save it. Kill Sarah, and humanity gets to survive. Kill our marriage, and she lives. Hoffman had traded one catastrophe against another all his army life. "If you want me to explain," he said, "it'll be all cliches. This really is the lesser of two evils. For once the numbers matter, because one of them is 0.
"No, you're all murderers," she said. "You must have known that millions wouldn't be able to reach Ephyra. Not in days, maybe not even in weeks."
"And I'll have more deaths on my conscience if we don't do this. In 10 days, more or less, the grubs will be here, in this house. I've got nothing left to stop them, and we all know it."
"Victor, shut up. Just shut up. You can't argue this with me. You disgust me. This isn't collateral damage, it's mass murder, and you kept it from me. How in the name of God did you think I'd react?"
Hoffman gave up at that point. It wasn't the bigger picture that was pissing her off. Whatever the bleeding hearts said about humanity and its suffering, the only pain they really felt, could feel, was for the faces they knew and would miss. Margaret had been lied to. He admitted it. And she wanted to save her sister. That was it. That was the level of distress he could understand. "Shit, woman. You expected me to blow your brains out if the bastards got here," he said. "And you've never once asked me how I feel when the body bags come back from the front line. And now you give me this shit when you don't have a single fucking option to put in its place."
"I'm going, Victor. I'm taking the car."
"Are you waiting for me to physically stop you? Prove what a loving husband I am?" Margaret stopped at the door. The hallway was long, high Tyron style, with a dado rail on each side, and an overmantel mirror above the console table on the right. She reached for the car keys without looking. For a moment her fingers tapped around on the polished table, groping for the key ring, but she wouldn't take her eyes off him to look down and locate it. It told him more about the state she was in than anything she'd said. She was completely terrified, disoriented, unable to cope. But she was Margaret, so she looked totally in control of the situation, except for that few seconds lapse.
"Would you stop the hammer strike?" she asked. "Can you?"
He couldn't make matters any worse, and the only lie he had ever told her in 20 years was by omission, keeping the destruction of Sarah to himself. "I can't," he said. "And I wouldn't."
"Fuck you, then,"
she said, and closed the door behind her. She didn't even slam it. Hoffman waited for a few minutes in case she came back, anger deflated, but he knew she wouldn't. She meant what she said about getting her sister out of Corin. Natalie was an emergency doctor. She was always busy, and the chances of her voluntarily evacuating now were slim. Margaret would flash her ID card at checkpoints, use his name to bypass the lines, work her contacts. Hoffman had his uses. "Shit," he said. "Shit!" There was nothing more he could do tonight except sleep so that he could function tomorrow. So he poured himself a drink, settled down in front of the TV, should he watch the news or not, and picked up the phone to CIC. "Control, I need a favor. Pass a message to all VCPs. My wife's gone looking for her sister. I want her stopped and turned back, escorted, arrested, whatever it takes. And tell them to ignore her angry lawyer bullshit. Just get her back into Afira." He hoped it didn't sound flippant, but it was better for everyone to think he was a callous bastard than to hear a man with a hammer command key break down and sob. Either way, the marriage would be over, but Afira would survive, and so would Margaret. Pomeroy Barracks, South Afira, Regimental HQ of the 26th Royal Tyrant Infantry, 0500 hours, 47 hours to hammer strikes. "The phones must be screwed," Dom said. "They have to be. She wouldn't just ignore it, not when I'm deployed." He kept dialing home, and Maria kept not answering. In the corridor outside, it might as well have been midday. The entire regiment was returning, a company at a time, filling the accommodation block with smells of breakfast, soap, and vehicle exhaust. The place hadn't felt this crowded in years. Marcus stood at the basin, shaving for what seemed like the third time in an hour, putting neat edges on the strip of beard down his chin. "Overloaded exchange," he said. "Everyone's trying to call everyone else." "Yeah, I think I worked that out, thanks." "Dom, it's 5 o'clock in the fucking morning. She probably took her meds and slept."
"But she doesn't know we've been recalled."
"Okay, enough." Marcus wiped his face carefully. "We're gonna go see her. Come on. I'll talk to the adjutant and beg a 10-hour pass. He owes me."
"Now we're on standby."
"Just do it, Dom, then you can get some sleep."
"What's the hammer strike going to be like? What will we see?"
"If you see it, Dom, you can kiss your ass goodbye."
"Your dad never talks about it, does he?"
"If you're asking if I already knew about this shit, I didn't. I never thought you did. I'd have told you if I had."
Marcus tapped his watch.
"Back in 10 minutes, stay put."
Dom tried again to take in the scale of the planned hammer strike and failed. It was too much to imagine. There was something completely unreal about the way it was being managed. That was the only word for it. A day and a time, a tidy schedule for what was going to be pretty well the end of the world. He had to repeat that a few times in his head, and then actually say it aloud before it started to make his stomach knot in the same way it did when he feared the worst for his family. Marcus reappeared in the doorway and held up a couple of small blue cards, absence permits.
"I've got a special way with adjutants."
"How are we getting there?"
"You've seen the traffic. Double time, quick march."
Even for a city so used to war, Afira felt on the edge of panic. People were stuck in traffic, waiting in line for besieged hotels, impatiently, Dom noticed, and arguing with law enforcement patrols about where they could and couldn't go. He'd never seen anyone get mouthy with a cop before, except outside the seedier bars. One guy was suddenly pounced on and hauled away to a nearby patrol car. He looked more shocked than angry. And none of these people looked like threadbare refugees. It was probably going to be worse at the temporary camps. "Shit. Is that what we're going to end up doing?" Dom asked. "Guarding refugee camps?"
"If Afira is all that's left in a couple of days, what else is there for us to do?"
Marcus began moving at a steady jog. In combat rig, gear could go anywhere and civilians would stand aside for them. Gears had a job to do. It was always urgent.
Gonna be hell to manage that kind of influx.
Most milling crowds parted for them. Locals, or at least Tyrans. Some didn't. Marcus had to stop and ask them to clear the way, and they seemed pissed off that he expected it.
Marcus, always rigidly polite with civvies, had an edge in his voice when he had to repeat himself. "Where the hell are we supposed to go?" The man who stopped Marcus had an accent Dom couldn't place. "How do we find—" "Ask the patrol officer, sir, over there." They had to be from across the border, not even from other regions of Tyrus, Dom thought. It just wasn't the COG way of doing things. COG citizens, no, Tyrans, that's who he meant, that was who he was, were disciplined and hardy, stoically accepting necessity. They understood that restrictions were there for a reason. It was the former Indie states, the Independence Alliance the COG had fought for so many decades, who thought orderly government just crimped their style. They were used to protesting in the streets. Tyrans just sucked it up and made the best of a bad job. "They're going to get a shock here," Dom said. "This isn't Pell's." Marcus just moved on through the crowd, leaning slowly against the press of bodies when people didn't get out of his way fast enough, and it worked. He was like a goddamn mounted patrol. Dom had seen horses trained to do that. For some reason, he found it unbearably funny. "What's the joke?" Marcus said. They were now on a relatively empty back street and heading for one of the bridges across the river. "I could... Shit, look at that." Dom caught up with him. From the approach to the bridge, he had a grandstand view of the southern side of Ephyra. The cityscape was a single mass of stationary lights stretching out to the horizon, each road picked out in vehicle headlights. "I didn't think there were still that many cars on the road," Dom said. Marcus shook his head, just a slight movement, as if he was talking to himself. "You won't see that again." It took another 15 minutes to jog to Dom's home. It was nearly 6 in the morning, close to sunrise, but lights were on in pretty well every house. Dom imagined families huddled around the TV or radio trying to make sense of it all. His house was still in darkness. He sprinted the rest of the way, almost dropped his keys in his hurry to unlock the door, and dashed upstairs 2 at a time. "Maria? Maria, baby, it's me. Are you awake?" He didn't want to sneak up on her and scare her. "We're back at base. I've been trying to call you." The bedroom was empty. Their bed hadn't been slept in. He checked each room, but she was gone. Marcus stood in the hall. "Dom, what's wrong?" "She's gone! Oh, shit! Shit!" The kitchen was tidy, as if she'd cleaned the place up before leaving. He ran back upstairs to check the closets. The suitcases were there, but an overnight bag was missing. He couldn't tell if she'd taken any clothes. "Shit! She's packed and gone! Where the hell would she go?" Marcus went into the dining room and picked up the phone. "Dom, take it easy. She can't have gone far." "It's not like we've got any family left. She won't be at my folks' place or hers. Will she?" Dom was really starting to panic now. Maria only went out for a walk every day. She didn't have friends to visit, and if she was out tonight in this chaos, what did she need to pack for? Shit! I hope she's not trying to get to Mercy and tend her folks' graves. Marcus stood with the phone to his ear, looking unmoved except for his rapid blinking. That told Dom the worst. Marcus was worried too. "Why would she go there?" he asked. "She'd have the sense to stay in Ephyra." "Marcus, she's not well. She does weird shit from time to time. Hell, totally normal people do things like that under stress, let alone... Oh, God!" Marcus held up his finger for silence, as if someone had answered. "Dad? Dad, it's Marcus. Look, I know it's early, but I need a favor. We're back at Dom's. Maria's not here, and I need to..." "Oh, God, really?" Marcus shut his eyes for a moment and blew out a slow breath. Dom's heart was close to hammering its way through his rib cage. "Well, Dom nearly shit himself, so a note would have been good. Okay, we're coming over. Okay." Yeah, no, I didn't. See you later." Marcus slammed down the receiver. Dom could hardly bear to hear what he had to say. "She's at our place. Panic over." Dom's legs were shaking. He felt like an idiot. "Shit, man!" Dad was worried about her hearing the news alone. He sent a car for her, and she's been there for a couple of days. Marcus had that tight-lipped look that said he was veering between pissed off and embarrassingly relieved. "Everything's okay. That nobody thought to leave a frigging message. You okay?" "Yeah." Dom just wanted to see Maria and forget everything outside of Fira's city limits for a while. "We better get going. It's a long way on foot." "He's sending transport." "How the hell is anything going to get to us? You've seen the jams." "He's Professor Adam Phoenix. He can make that kind of shit happen." And he did. A cog government car rolled up outside the house, light bar flashing. Dom felt like a complete asshole climbing into it when the rest of the world was going to hell in a handbasket. One of the neighbors watched from her doorstep, maybe thinking he had some urgent official business, or he was being arrested or something. She just nodded at him as the vehicle roared off. "So you turned down a Raven ride home, but you're okay with your old man diverting a car for me?" "I never said I was consistent." "I owe you, man." "Shit, you know you don't." "And I owe your dad." Dom didn't feel that the few minutes of utter pants-pissing fear for Maria mattered now. Marcus's father cared enough to look after her when he knew she would be worried out of her mind. "He's always been good to us." Marcus didn't comment. The driver broke every traffic regulation in the book, mounting sidewalks and ignoring one-way signs, to get to East Barricade. He didn't say a word, either. Dom could see the guy thinking that he had some VIP's son on board, wasting his time, and what an easy life someone with a name like Phoenix would have. Not true, buddy. The car rolled through the big main gates of the Phoenix estate and past formal gardens, greenhouses, and trees, scattering gravel along the drive. The house was a mansion. It wasn't a house at all as far as Dom was concerned, more an antique-filled and wood-paneled museum of a place that had scared him as a kid. He'd always been afraid of breaking something priceless when he visited. It was lavish, imposing, and breathed money. It was also cold and empty. To understand Marcus, you had to see that house. Adam Phoenix was already standing in the doorway. He managed to smile for Dom, but worry was written all over his face. "How did it go?" he asked. "Are you okay?" "Bayonet broke again," Marcus said casually. "We need something better to get through Grubhide. Maybe a powered saw of some kind." "I'll have to think about that." Professor Phoenix turned to Dom and shook his hand vigorously. "I'm sorry I worried you, Dom. I've been a little preoccupied lately." Preoccupied? Poor guy, the Hammer of Dawn was his project. And now he'd always be known as the man who made it possible to wipe out a world. Inside, the house opened up into an echoing marble hall with a film-set staircase and corridors leading off on all sides. Maria, sitting in the kitchen at a table big enough for a banquet, looked tired. The housekeeper was making breakfast. "Dom, I'm sorry." "Hey, doesn't matter, baby." He leaned over her chair from behind and hugged her as hard as he dared. How would I cope without her? What would my life be worth if she left? "You okay? I tried to get you. I wanted you to know we were coming home." "Isn't it lovely here? It's like living in an art gallery." Somehow, as all hell broke out beyond Ephyra, the high walls of the Phoenix estate shut out the real world, and they ate breakfast. A goddamn breakfast with all the trimmings, even small talk, while Sarah counted down to its own destruction, and the kindly, rather awkward man pouring more coffee for Maria had to help make it happen. Dom gave up trying to grasp it all and settled for holding Maria's hand so tightly that she had to ask him to let go so she could use her knife and fork. "Come on, Marcus." Professor Phoenix pushed back his chair and beckoned to Marcus to follow. "Got something to show you." Carlos had said that the Phoenixes never fought like regular families did. It wasn't the way that old money behaved. They just looked tense, or raised their eyebrows, or quietly disapproved with a tilt of the head. Sometimes they really lost it and expressed grave disappointment. It was no wonder they couldn't show enough affection. Bottling up all that stuff became a habit, a locked door that nothing could breach, not even the good things that needed saying and doing. Dom sat with his arm around Maria, listening to whispered voices. "It's such a shame," Maria said, looking slightly past Dom as if she was talking to herself. "Does Marcus realize how much his dad loves him?" If Marcus did, Dom thought, he would never say. After a while, Dom wandered out into the hall to look for them. It was a house you could get lost in, a house where you could hide and shut yourself away from the world, and realized they were sitting on the main stairs, talking. Dom could hear them. He shouldn't have stopped to listen, but he did. "I didn't take this decision lightly. I know, Dad. We just ran out of time. I've tried every damn way to find alternatives, but it's all that's left now. Dad, I'm out there. I see it. If we don't do it, nobody's going to survive. Forgive me. Nothing to forgive. Oh, there's a lot." Marcus didn't reply for a while. "Do what you have to do," he said at last. "That's the best any of us could manage." Dom felt terrible for Marcus, but then he often did. He found himself thinking that if Adam Phoenix was Eduardo Santiago, he would have done this or said that, right from the heart, with no holds barred. But that would have been all too much for Marcus. Whatever he felt, it was there all right, but you had to look hard to spot it. This wasn't the kind of family where people use the word love every day. It was probably wrenched out of them only on their deathbeds, if at all. Dom looked at his watch. They'd need to get back to HQ soon. Whatever was coming, there would be an aftershock of some kind to deal with. He crept back to the kitchen and sat down to rest his forehead against Maria's. For a minute or so, he thought they were savoring a quiet and intimate moment. But then he moved a little and could see she was somewhere else entirely, eyes focused on something he couldn't see. "You okay, baby?" he said. She took a few moments to drift back. "I need to go for a walk." "Not today. It's a madhouse out there." "I have to. I can't miss a day." "I think the exercise can wait a while." "No, I have to. I have to go look." Dom couldn't shrug that off as misunderstanding her. "Look at what? If I don't keep looking, I'll never find them." He braced himself for an answer he knew he wasn't ready to hear. "Who, baby? Benny and Sylvie? I know I saw them. Just once, but they're out there. And they'll be so scared. I have to go find them." Oh, God. He couldn't say it. He couldn't. "They're gone, baby. They're dead. It'll be okay." Shit. It can wait a little. He held her more tightly. Some days she seemed to go places in her mind where he couldn't follow, however hard he tried. Now he knew exactly where she went, in every sense of the word. We stick together however hard it gets. That's the marriage vow. We don't quit when it hurts. He'd been crazy about her since he was 11 years old. He couldn't imagine life without her. She was his life. He had to make sure she never forgot that. "Hey, baby," he said. "I haven't told you I love you today, have I?" Chapter 10. I can't tell you exactly how many citizens we have here, sir, or who they are, because I don't have a complete census of names yet. So I can't even tell you how many stranded have slipped in between evacuating Jacinto and today. We have a porous border, and a lot of people who look pretty rough to begin with. Royston Charles, Head of Emergency Management, briefing Chairman Prescott. KR-80, en route for Vectis Naval Base, 7 weeks after leaving Jacinto.
I never thought I'd envy men.
Bernie dragged herself through the cargo compartment hatch to squeeze between Baird and Marcus. Anya sat on the bench opposite, jammed between Cole and Dom. It was more diplomatic seating in a crowded Raven than cramming her up against Marcus.
This crate's sanitary arrangements leave a lot to be desired for us girls. I expected better with Gettner driving.
Cole guffawed and deafened everyone. He was a lot louder via radio earpiece.
All I want to know is why ladies spend so damn long in the bathroom. Sweetheart, 6 hours in the air is a long time.
She leaned forward and patted his knee.
Never take the traveling convenience of a dick for granted. If we had one, Baird and I certainly wouldn't, would we, Blondie?
Baird, arms folded tight across his chest, had taken refuge behind a fresh pair of goggles.
Don't mind Mataki, ma'am,
he said to Anya.
She's old. She rambles.
Bernie didn't actually expect any more than a bucket in a Raven, but she sorely needed to see some levity right then. Cole could always be relied upon to join in and steamroller over everyone's doubts. From time to time she caught him staring at her, frowning a little, and his unspoken question said that he knew she was agitated but wasn't sure why. He was a perceptive lad. He'd put 2 and 2 together sooner or later. She'd wanted to tell him. Shit, she hadn't even told Hoffman. And if there was anyone she felt she could confide in, it was him. Yes, I'd rather deal with grubs than stranded now. At least what you see is what you get. They never pretend to be human. Dom jerked his head at Cole to get his attention. Not sick yet? You got it corked or something? I'm picking my moment, baby. Gettner's voice cut in on the circuit.
Not in my friggin' bird you don't, Private. Bag it, then dump it, okay?
See, your position as Queen Ratbag's already been filled, Granny, Baird muttered. Gettner boomed again.
And I heard that too, Corporal Baird. You want a nice refreshing dip with the sonar buoy?
Bernie took it all as general relief and the gradual return of optimism. Mel Sirotki's Raven was following about 100 meters behind, carrying the underslung Dill and enough supplies to keep the recon party going if they decided it was safe for the fleet to start shipping in refugees. It felt like life was moving on for the first time in years. You ever been to Vectis, Bernie? Dom asked.
No, too far for most stranded, and big seas. Easier pickings on the smaller islands. Plus, the biohaz marker buoys didn't do much for its tourist trade.
You never thought of yourself as stranded.
Shit now!
Bernie wondered if Dom would ever really understand how much the idea appalled her. Baird seemed to, at least.
I was just taking longer than expected to get back to base.
She sometimes wondered if Dom believed her. But it was hard for anyone on the mainland to understand just how damn big and empty the world was, and how tough it was to get anywhere when there was nobody else around.
I don't know how you stood being on your own for that long, he said.
I left Galangi 9 years after E-Day. We didn't even know who else had survived the hammer strikes until then, remember? God,
Was it really that long? Had Mick been dead 9 years? Grief did lose its sharp edges eventually, for her at least. Maybe Dom's never did. So that's actually 5 years completely on my own, roughly. The rest was just being alone among people I knew. I could tell them. I could tell them all right now. I could get it over with. Explain what happened, what I did, why I did it. Cole wouldn't blame me. Anya and Baird wouldn't. Dom, not sure. But Marcus, no, he's got his rules. He'd think I was an animal. Marcus, eyes shut, arms folded across his chest, was definitely not asleep. The eye movement under his lids was all wrong, and she was jammed so close to him that she could feel the tension in his arms, as if he'd braced himself so that he didn't lean on her. She'd been cooped up in transports often enough to know that dead-weight sensation when the gear in the next seat finally nodded off and slumped against her. "Where did you commandeer a boat?" he asked, eyes still shut. "New Fortitude." No, Marcus never forgot a damn thing anyone told him. "I got fed up waiting for the ferry." For someone who's afraid of water, you don't let it hold you back. From anyone else, that might have been sarcasm, or even praise. From Marcus, though, it was a question. She just didn't feel up to answering it in front of everyone, when they had nowhere to run to avoid it. "Marcus, you know I hated amphibious training," she said. "I persuaded a trawler to drop me off on the mainland. It's not like I sailed around Syrah single-handed on a bloody raft. Well, not quite." Baird seemed to find that funny. "You hijacked a trawler? Classy. That's so you. There'd have to be dead edible things involved." "Hey, we can't laugh at them nautical types for their dumbass uniforms anymore." Cole held up a warning forefinger, diverting the other's attention. Yes, he knew something was troubling her. "The Navy's driving. We got to depend on them now, especially if we end up living on an island." "Okay, day trippers," Gettner cut in on the radio. "Unless there's been some unfortunate seismic activity on a Jacintos scale, we'll be at your destination in 30 minutes. Met records say it's windy most days." "Nice bracing breeze." Marcus gave Bernie a look that said he'd finally picked up on her apprehension, too. "I'll man the gun. Last disused cog base we visited had resident monsters." Anya, staring out the Raven's door, looked swamped by her body armor. She was too slight for the standard-issue plates, so she'd opted to try partial armor on the upper body. Plates took some getting used to. Anya wanted to start. Bernie still wondered if she'd done the right thing by encouraging her wish to be more front line. A woman needed to be able to look after herself in a world that was now a lot more uncertain for wholly different reasons. But Bernie wondered if she was just feeding Anya's need to live up to the larger-than-life image of Major Helena Stroud. Anya was surrounded by conspicuous valor wherever she turned. Her mother, Marcus, Dom, Carlos, and even Hoffman all had received the Embry Star. It was in danger of becoming her benchmark, a sign that she was somehow lacking. "If there's anyone on Vectis, then they probably haven't seen COG personnel in 15 years, Anya said. "That's going to be interesting. If that biohaz stuff got out of hand, they'll have 2 heads. Shit, man, you saw those things we found at New Hope. Whatever the hell they were." Baird eased his elbow out of Bernie's side and checked his Lancer. "Maybe we'll find Indy troops there who don't even know the Pendulum Wars are over." "I don't care if we've got pirates coming out the storm drains," Dom said. "Smell that air." Bernie could. It was the kind of scent that they just didn't get on the mainland, the promise of cleaner skies. Vectis loomed on the haze of the horizon.
Marcus squeezed through into the forward section and settled down at the port-side gun. "Okay, Major, ready when you are." Gettner took the Raven in a cautious loop around the island. It was a 70-kilometer crater, a long-dead volcano, and the coast was a hoop of granite cliffs that cradled fertile lowland in the bowl. On a chart, that was just data and contour lines. To the eye, it was another thing entirely. Despite the warning signs and hazard buoys, the solid buildings of the naval base looked almost welcoming and mostly intact. The old Navy certainly built things to last. The metal jetty structures had seen better days, and some of the dock basins housed rusting, half-submerged wrecks, as well as solid-looking vessels in dry dock. But there seemed to be so little overgrowth that Bernie wouldn't have been surprised to see lines of naval ratings drilling on the parade ground. "Good start," Gettner said. "Sirotki, we're heading inland now, but I think we've got our operating base identified." Vectis now didn't look at all like the frayed oval on the naval charts. The grid said it was around 5,000 square kilometers, and at this height Bernie could no longer see the sea. She could have been anywhere on the mainland continent in the pre-locust days. There was open country, forest, fields. Yes, fields with clear boundaries, obviously maintained, and a river. In the distance she could see granite highlands off to the west. It all looked solid and permanent, even comfortable. Not a wind-swept rock in the middle of an ocean at all. "Shit, rivers?" Cole pointed at the broad ribbon of water snaking beneath. "Man, this is going to be nice. I might take up fishing." This place could support Jacintos' Remnant just fine, Bernie decided. It was bigger than Galangi, and that was pretty comfortable. They could start planting crops right away in this climate. People would now see some end in sight for minimum rations. The higher-minded civvies might have been bleating about organizing city governance and councilmen, but average humans didn't give a shit about that. They wanted to eat and stay warm and not get killed by grubs. It wasn't much to ask at the end of a war. "Well, maybe we won't need to lynch Prescott after all," she said. "Good call, Chairman." "Up ahead," said Baird. "What?" "I said look up ahead." Gettner cut in. "Yeah, I see it. House." "They'd have needed living quarters here," Anya said, sticking to the past tense, when all Bernie could see now was an island where someone was still maintaining things. Not just for the naval personnel, either. They'd have needed to be self-sufficient for long periods because resupply wouldn't have been easy. "You mean like that?" Marcus said. He was staring down the sights of the door gun. "Nice tidy furrows." Gettner banked the Raven. Fields didn't plow themselves, and as they passed over, a man in overalls straightened up from a power tiller, watched the Raven for a few seconds, and then began jogging in the direction of the house. "Confirmed. Still inhabited," Gettner said. "So you want to say hi, Lieutenant, or do a covert recon, seeing as how they know we're here?" Anya straightened up in her seat. Gettner was taking her front-line familiarization seriously, too. Bernie waited. "Come on, Anya. You make life-or-death calls every day. It's no different on the ground, except that you're in the line of fire, too." "Look for some obvious center of population," Anya said, sounding more confident. "If we go covert now, it could look hostile. Try raising them on the radio. They probably don't get too many visitors." "That's our Anya. Good going, kid." Anya was in her 30s, but she would always be Major Stroud's kid. Bernie didn't see that as a bad thing. Gettner seemed to cut her a hell of a lot more slack than normal, too. She was even talking her through the procedure, and doing an unusually diplomatic job of it for a woman who could etch glass with her insults. "Better not buzz their quaint homesteads." Gettner took the Raven higher. "Nothing like low-flying gunships to upset the natives." The occasional single-story home below became ones and twos, still small scattered farmhouses. But then the horizon resolved into something more familiar, a man-made landscape of roofs. It was nothing like Jacinto, no towers or domes or skyscrapers, but it was recognizably a village. The Raven climbed higher. "Phoenix, what are you seeing down there?" Gettner asked. "No anti-air batteries, but watch out for assholes with rifles." "Try the more strategic analysis, Sergeant." "Low technology level, judging by the roads, low-rise buildings. Sweep the whole area and I'll give you a better estimate." "Okay, let's see if anyone's home." Gettner started repeating the radio contact litany. "This is COG KR80 inbound from Port Farrell, calling Vectis ATC. This is COG KR80 calling Vectis ATC." Cole peered below. It was fascinating to watch him forget to feel sick when he had something that completely distracted him. "Cows! When'd you last see a cow in a field?" "Steak." Baird nodded to himself, evidently satisfied. "Cream. I'm in." "Farmers," Bernie said pointedly. She couldn't imagine them being keen to share this with a city load of strangers. "If I had a place like this, living on what I could grow and raise, and interlopers showed up, I'd need some serious smoothing over." "We'll be suitably non-threatening," Anya said. "Well, at least we can bang out fast if all goes wrong." "How many other human enclaves are there going to be in the rest of Sarah, do you think? Not just Stranded?" Anya seemed to think of the Stranded as being voluntary outcasts too, then. People who couldn't relocate. "There'll always be some." And they'd all be small, all isolated, all running by their own rules. Bernie was prepared to hope that some would have retained a semblance of civilization, but so far she hadn't seen much to encourage her. "No radio response," Gettner said. "Maybe they don't have the tech." Baird shrugged. "Maybe they're pretending they're not in." This didn't look like any Stranded settlement Bernie had ever passed through. Maybe the Navy had never really left. Life in uniform meant accepting that you'd never be told the full story, even in the senior ranks. But Hoffman vented his frustration off-duty with more foul language than Bernie had ever heard him use, even in his NCO days. All she had to do was nod when he paused for breath. It seemed to do him some good. "Poor Vic. You used to be so much happier." That was nearly 40 years ago. A lot of shit had slid down the sewer since then. What a nice, tidy little place. The settlement beneath them now looked like a fishing port. Small boats bobbed inside a breakwater, riding a noticeable swell even in the sheltered harbor. The buildings nearest the shore were older and more haphazard, but the ones further back looked more carefully planned, newer, painted with chalk wash, more civilized. People were visible, looking up, hands shielding their eyes against the sun, some running back toward the town, some with kids. Stranded? Governance by the most violent for the most violent. Can't tell until you get down there. "I'm setting down on that cliff," Gettner said. There was a promontory north of the inlet, an inviting expanse of lush green turf. "High ground, good visibility, unimpeded takeoff. Okay, boys and girls, try not to found a cargo cult, will you? But I doubt they'll think you're visiting gods." "Ma'am," Cole said, "just wait till they see my best moves." Bernie caught a glimpse of more people moving onto the shoreline. The town was turning out to watch the show. The Raven descended, flattening a circle of short grass with its downdraft, then settled on its wheels. "I'll go on ahead." Marcus jumped out. "Delta, stay back. Wedge contact formation, and low key. Bernie, Anya, on me. Women can diffuse situations. You look less threatening. Usually." They walked slowly down the slight incline, weapons conspicuously slung and hands well clear. But Bernie could imagine what the locals would notice first. Not a gray-haired old woman and a slight blonde girl, or the familiar and welcome uniform of a protection force, but a big, surly, scarred, heavily armed man who'd just jumped out of a helicopter gunship. Gears would scare the shit out of anyone, whether their lancers were aimed or not. They were physically incapable of looking like they'd dropped by to have a nice chat. Had the locals even seen a chainsaw bayonet before? Not if they'd been cut off since E-Day. Somehow it looked a whole lot more menacing than the old lancer she'd been used to. A path of small rocks and pebbles, crushed into the soil, led down to the shorefront buildings. Ahead, 2 men with shotguns, backed up by a crowd of about 30, had formed a roadblock of bodies. "Easy, Delta," Marcus said. "If we're moving in, might as well show what good neighbors we can be." That was the way to do it. Even though they'd just stepped out of a long, dehumanizing war, Gears could snap straight back into being civilized, disciplined, law-abiding, everything the cog stood for, everything Bernie had come back to find again. She'd been like that once. And then... crack! The shot was either very badly aimed or meant to go over Marcus's head. Vectis shorefront. "Hold your fire. Delta, stand down." As soon as the first shot cracked and the insect whine of a round passed over their heads, Dom knew that diplomacy here was going to be basic. His automatic reaction to coming under fire was to drop down and return it. It was hard to override something that had been so hard drilled in him for nearly 20 years that it was now instinct. "Delta, maybe you should withdraw." Gettner's voice didn't sound agitated, but Dom could understand why a pilot sitting in a Raven with extra fuel tanks was a little nervous around weapons discharged by strangers. "Barber's covering you." "Stand by, Major," Marcus said. "They just don't know how lovable we are yet." Baird muttered something under his breath and pulled his goggles over his eyes. Dom took a few cautious steps forward so he could see better. Marcus seemed to put an awful lot of faith in psychology, but all Dom could think was that even a stranded asshole who couldn't shoot straight was capable of a headshot at that range, and Marcus never wore a helmet. That do-rag wasn't going to save him. Dom had to strain to hear what the civvies were saying, but everyone else was loud and clear on the radio. "Hey, I'm not shooting, citizen," Marcus said. The man out front, 45, 50, sandy hair, still had his shotgun leveled. "Who the hell are you?" "Sergeant Marcus Phoenix, Coalition of Ordered Governments." "Why don't we put down the weapons and talk? All kinds of vermin can get hold of cog armor these days. Prove who you are." He definitely had Marcus here. A cog tag wouldn't prove a thing. The crowd was getting bigger. "If I give you my earpiece," Marcus said carefully, "I can probably get Chairman Prescott himself to talk to you." That usually didn't cut much ice with Stranded. Dom prepared to open fire if anyone's finger so much as moved on the trigger again, and waited for the frozen pause to turn into the usual abuse about fascist assholes. But the guy with the shotgun seemed taken aback. "Damn. After all these years, I'm Marcus." Yeah, he had this crowd control thing down pat. No ranks now, just people. "And this is Anya Stroud and Bernadette Mataki." You want to catch up on the news?" The guy lowered his shotgun, although the other man just angled his down 45 degrees. "Gavriel," he said. "Louis Gavriel, head of maintenance at the naval base. Been here since before the COG decommissioned it. More than 20 years. Marcus held out his hand for shaking. It always surprised Dom that he could switch back instantly to the well-mannered heir to a big estate, who knew the right titles to call people and how to read a wine list. "Nice place you got here," Marcus said. "We used to call it Toxin Town, and we knew how to keep the lids sealed." Gavriel motioned to the other guy to lower his weapon. "That's all gone now. Are you planning to bring the rest of your men?" Marcus turned to wave the squad forward. Baird trotted down the slope, but Marcus held out his arm to halt him. "Goggles off." He only had to give Baird the 2-second ice-cold stare these days to get him to do as he was told. Easier to communicate when the other guy can see your eyes. Well, it always worked for Marcus. Baird parked his goggles on his head again without a word. Gettner's voice filled Dom's earpiece. "We'll sit this out. Call if you run into problems. Sirotki and Mitchell are going to prep the dill." Dom took the eye contact thing seriously. The growing crowd was made up of all kinds of healthy-looking people, including a lot of kids. Many people here, maybe most, hadn't seen a gear in full rig before, that was clear. One small boy, 7 or 8, trotted alongside Dom, staring at his boots. They seemed to fascinate the kid more than the Lancer. "Why do you need those big boots?" the kid asked. Dom missed being a dad. He hadn't been a dad often enough, not when he added up all the days he'd actually been home with his kids. "To stomp big grubs." "I never seen one." "You keep it that way. You wouldn't like 'em." A man's voice from behind him made him look over his shoulder. "Hey, don't I know you?" The guy was talking to Cole, keeping pace and craning his neck to look him in the eye. "Yeah, you're Augustus Cole. Damn it, you're the Cole train. What are you doing in uniform?" Shit. Have they been totally cut off from the war? How much are we going to have to tell them? Cole chuckled. "Got to spread the pain to a different game, baby. I saw you play in the final for the Eagles, the last season before you joined the Cougars. Man, you were good." "I know," Cole said, grinning. "But that was just training for the really big game, know what I mean? Hey, you guys play thrash ball here? Want a game? I promise I'll be gentle." By the time the weird procession reached the center of the town, Cole had fallen back a long way, surrounded by people who remembered him when he was a thrash ball star, signing autographs. Dom had almost forgotten that world existed. It must have been strange for Cole, too. He looked happy enough. They almost always did. But it had to feel weird to be reminded of the life he once had. Bernie, standing off to one side, watched the crowd with an expression that wasn't curiosity or wonder, but suspicion. She was shadowing Anya, close enough to be a bodyguard. She was also trying to keep an eye on Cole, and she couldn't do both. Shit. She really didn't trust anyone who wasn't a gear. But this place could have been a small town in southern Tyrus decades ago, and the people in it didn't seem like stranded. It felt more like a COG outpost that had been waiting for the government to finally show up and tell them what was going on. Dom scanned each street and checked each roofline as he passed, more out of habit ground in by urban patrols than fear. That was when he saw it. A frayed and much-repaired banner fluttering from a polished brass pole, the white, cog-shaped symbol still clear on a black background that had faded to charcoal gray. Hell, That was exactly what this place was. Not an abandoned site colonized by passing stranded, but a community that was still part of the coalition of ordered governments. It was probably going to take a while for Bernie to realize that. "Where are we, anyway?" Dom asked. "Does this place have a name?" Baird nodded silently in the direction of a painted sign on a nearby wall. It read, Pelruin Town Hall. Dom was sure that was where they were heading, but Gavriel went into what looked like the local bar instead. He seemed to be pretty friendly, warning shots aside. Whether he'd still be so sociable when he heard what Marcus had to say was another matter. He stopped everyone at the door, including the guy who was reluctant to lower his weapon. "Come on, Will. You can see who they are." Gavriel sounded placatory. "We don't need protection from our own people." "Hey, Dom. Company man," Baird whispered. "We lucked out. Finally. Check out the banner, Baird. It's home." Home turf or not, it was pretty hard to sit around in a deserted bar looking casual in armor. Dom tried. He shook hands the way his father had always insisted, just hard enough to make an honest impression, not break anything, and watched Marcus and Anya sit down opposite Gavriel at a small table. Dom felt a vague and nagging sense of guilt that he couldn't place. He was one big tangled ball of guilt now, and working out the particular thing that triggered it each time was getting harder. "Phoenix," Gavriel said, still on the small talk. "I don't suppose you're related to Adam Phoenix, are you? He came here a few times. Always a big VIP visit when he showed up. My father." Marcus's jaw muscles twitched. "And he died a few years ago. Oh, I'm sorry." Anya cut in. She could always time it right. "How long since you had news of the mainland, Louis? You know about the locust." "Shit, if they don't. We had long-range comms until the hammer strike. After that, we lost day-to-day contact, but we know that it's bad out there. We hear things occasionally." "But you've survived okay since then." "We've always had to be a self-sufficient community. The town was here for the naval base. Mutual dependence. The town might as well be the base." "Couldn't you get to Ephyra? You heard about the recall." "Yes, but how could you relocate a town in the middle of the ocean in 3 days, or even 3 months? And I thought the government would need to reactivate the base sooner or later, so, well, my team decided that if the locals stayed, we all stayed. Then, as time went on, we'd get short-range radio contact from passing boats, or an island, or the occasional refugee would show up, and we pieced the news together." "Did the government realize you were still out here?" Marcus asked. "No idea. Obviously, we didn't get a hammer strike. But whether anyone realized we hadn't evacuated..." Gavriel changed tack. Dom felt pissed off on his behalf. "The locusts are destroying everything, aren't they? Well, they haven't reached us yet. Is that why you're here? Is the COG starting up the biochem programs again?" Anya was good at breaking awkward news. Marcus seemed to have taken an invisible step back, arms folded, to let her tackle it. "The war's all but over," she said. "We finally wiped them out. Most of them, anyway. We still get stragglers, and that's a problem. But we need to consolidate what we have left before we deal with that once and for all." Gavriel's lips parted for a moment, as if he had a million questions, and they were all jamming the exit trying to get out. "It's pretty damn strange to know there's been something terrible going on for so long, and we've known next to nothing about it, except from the stranded." He didn't sound as if he was about to celebrate. Dom supposed that it was all just too weird, sudden, and disorienting for anyone to take in. So what happens now?
Louis, everything's gone. Even Aphira.
He blinked a few times. What do you mean, gone?
We even had to destroy Jacinto to stop the locust. We flooded the whole city to drown them in their tunnels.
Anya's shoulders rose a little, as if she'd taken a deep breath to blurt it out all in one go.
That was the last place we held, so we had to evacuate the survivors to Port Farrell, and that's been derelict for years. The majority of the human race is now in a single refugee camp. At least 99% of the population of Syrah died in the years after E-Day.
Gavriel seemed like a calm sort of guy. Dom thought that was probably an essential quality for a man whose job once had been to look after some of the most lethal weapons in the cog. But there was calm quiet, and there was paralyzed by shock quiet, and this was the latter variety. Oh. My God. Anya nodded, as if she was reassured that he'd started to understand just how serious the crisis was.
We have to rebuild Syrah from scratch. We're starting over with the few we saved.
Shit. The scale of destruction was too much even for most gears to grasp. How could Dom expect people like this to take in a 15-year war with no TV or radio from Jacinto, just occasional stranded passing through? Even Bernie said she hadn't ventured this far. Dom could hear everyone's breath, each tense swallow. That was how quiet things were right then. I suppose you want us to come back, then, Gavriel said at last. I can see why. Some won't want to go, I can tell you that right now, but, well, this is desperate. He shrugged. I rather like it here. Here it comes. Oh, boy, this is going to sting.
Louis.
Anya leaned in a little and put her hand on top of his. Only Anya could have done that right then. She was just the person to tell you the very worst and make it hurt less, because she had that calming CIC voice honed by years of talking gears through tight situations.
Nobody's asking you to leave. The mainland's going to be no place for anyone for a while. We want to bring what's left of Jacinto here before we lose everybody.
Gavriel definitely wasn't taking it in now. Dom could see that he wasn't focusing on Anya, and his lips kept moving as if he was trying to spit out an insect he'd inhaled. But he pulled himself back on track. Sorry, how can we feed a city? I mean, this is thousands of people we're talking about, isn't it? We're a small community, about 3,000 here. And then there's the other settlement, anywhere up to 1,000 stranded. We avoid them for the most part. There was a definite dividing line then, just like Baird's. Regular humans and stranded.
We've got our own supplies,
Anya said. Well, not quite, but some. But Dom understood why she said that. The locals would be worried that the newcomers were going to leave them starving.
It was a managed evacuation. If we can set down here, we can rebuild our own camp. Look, you know the Vectis base better than anyone. Is it habitable? Can we make use of it?
Mothballed, he said. Hydroelectric power, run of river. One of the reasons this site was chosen was sustainability. We had to be able to keep going if the worst happened. Well, that definitely came to pass, didn't it?
That sounds like a plan.
I'm only the mayor here, Gavriel said. I have to put it to the vote. Marcus just gave her a slow, careful look. Dom wasn't sure if she saw it, or if she was even meant to, but she paused for a moment.
"I don't want to overstate the case," she said, "but Vectis can save humankind. You can save it. We have nowhere else to go."
Gavriel licked his lips for a moment, staring at the table, then nodded. But Dom knew damn well that he didn't know what he was nodding about. He glanced sideways to catch Bernie staring at her clasped hands. "I feel very bad not offering you some refreshment," he said. "Would you? You're very kind." Marcus had taken over again. He had something on his mind. "I'd like to go check out the naval base first. You probably need to do some explaining to your people in the meantime. You'll need Will to show you around then." "We've got the plans," Marcus said. He seemed in a real rush to get out. "We just need to get the feel of the place. Any operational defenses?" "They've been dismantled, but they could be restored." "And how much trouble are the stranded?" "Sporadic raids. I'm armed for a reason. People have been killed here. The stranded know the deal. If they set foot in the town, we shoot on sight now. They haven't been around for a while."
"Understood,"
Bernie murmured. Dom kept right behind Marcus all the way back to the Ravens, doing his best to look reassuring, the kind of gear who had come to make things better. Cole was glad-handing enough for the whole cog. He was turning out to be quite a distraction, and that was a big help right then. Marcus was pissed off about something, and that didn't help him look more friendly. The civvies stared. No, they'd never seen gears quite like this before. But then they hadn't seen grubs either. That would have made everything a lot clearer for them. The Dill was now parked between the two Ravens, while the flight crews lounged on the grass, helmets by their sides, chewing ration bars like they were on a picnic. "Okay, it's Vectis Base," Marcus grunted. "Who's driving?" "Why, yes, I'd be delighted to transport you, Sergeant Phoenix." Sirotki got to his feet and did a curtsy. He seemed to be enjoying himself. "Your ill-articulated wish is my command." Marcus didn't react. "Thanks, Lieutenant." He turned away to stare out to sea while they waited for Will to show up. Dom saw Bernie roll her head slightly, as if she'd resigned herself to doing something, then start the slow stroll toward Marcus to talk to him. Dom decided that was his job. He shook his head at Bernie to divert her and moved in. "Hey, Marcus, what's the problem?" Marcus didn't turn around. "No problem." "Bullshit." "I said no problem." "And I said bullshit." Marcus did his slow head turn. "You want to know?" "Yeah." "Okay. The cog's going to roll in here and take over this island. We ought to spell that out, because there's sweet fuck all the guy can do about it anyway. But instead we start with a lie, by a mission, but that's as bad. Poor reward for a loyal cog servant who stayed at his post waiting for orders for 15 frigging years, and because he has, we can ship in refugees a little easier. Hey, Marcus, I'd have done the same, okay? Get them used to the idea gradually. Make them think it was their own." Dom put the people he knew and loved first, and wasn't ashamed of that. But Marcus worried and sacrificed just as much for the stranger, too. And sometimes you just couldn't do both at once. You had to choose. Kinder than walking right in and saying, "Thanks for your service, asshole, now beat it," right? It wasn't like the Islanders could have caught the next boat back to Ephyra anyway. Dom didn't see staying put as a heroic last stand on a burning deck, up to their asses in grubs. They'd just been marooned in a pretty safe place. Marcus stared at him for a few long seconds, then nodded. But Dom could see how a guy who wouldn't abandon his post on doomsday would really touch a nerve with Marcus. "Baird, Stay here in case anyone gets too interested in the other Raven." Marcus turned back to the squad as if nothing had happened. "Rest of you, we check every facility there ourselves. If Will can't open a door, we blow it. I don't want to find any more surprises in decommissioned COG facilities." "Yeah, even Hoffman didn't know about that last place," Cole said. "Man, he was pissed. He ain't good at hiding it, either." Dom wondered if Marcus's suspicion was actually a dread of finding more of his dad's activities, not fear of turning up more secret shit. They'd found some weird research stuff in the last COG outpost, but the recordings of his father's voice in the Locust stronghold had really rattled Marcus. He hated secrets. That was clear. Will Behrens arrived clutching an old leather briefcase so stuffed with papers and plans that he couldn't close it properly. "This is going to take some time," he said, holding up the case. "This is everything you need to know about VNB. I don't suppose they even use the call sign anymore, do they?" "Everything?" Marcus said. "Yes. I want to know all that chemical and biological stuff really is gone." "Okay, I can understand that." It was a silent ride to Vectis Base. Marcus did his usual avoidance maneuver. Eyes closed, arms folded, don't interrupt me frown. Even after 20-odd years, close as real brothers, there were still parts of him that Dom couldn't fathom. Marcus could go through a 2-day firefight and not turn a hair, but little things, little dumb things, made him fume. It was almost always about not being told everything. His father had lied to him about a stack of things, like his mother's disappearance, and probably for the kindest reasons. But Marcus didn't seem to think so. Maybe hearing Adam Phoenix's voice on those damn grub computers, or that Locust bitch taunting him about his dad speaking highly of him, and none of the squad was going to mention that to Marcus again, had dredged it all up. Marcus wasn't like his father in so many ways. When push came to shove, Adam Phoenix was prepared to kill a world to save at least some of it. His son, Dom suspected, might not have been. Vectis Navy Base, call sign VNB, later that day. "We could speed things up if we helped them out, Anya." Mel Sirotki walked along a faded paint line on the parade ground as if he was walking a tightrope, arms extended. He looked bored out of his skull. "I'm up for a search. So is Mitchell." Marcus, Dom, Bernie, and Cole had already been gone 3 hours with Will Behrens. Anya charted their progress around the base as Will drove them from building to building in the site vehicle kept for checking the place over each month. The base was the size of a town, with roads that had colorful names like Admiralty Place, Weevil Lane, and Ordnance Row. "He likes to keep pilots on standby," she said, pressing her earpiece again. "Marcus, how are you doing?" "Fine," he said. There was a sound of creaking metal hinges in the background. "As in nothing so far." Mitchell appeared and began pacing around, too. "Anya, tell 'em they don't mark dangerous secret shit with a skull and crossbones and the word poison, will you?" "Tell Mitchell," Marcus's voice growled, "that we've seen enough dangerous secret shit by now to know." Mitchell smiled. "So, ground pounders don't go deaf." Anya hoped Will Behrens understood that Delta came from a very different world, like every other Gear and Jacinto citizen. She wondered how people in this relatively peaceful island existence would cope with men and women who were constantly on edge, ready to swing a punch, and who didn't even regard that as abnormal. Anyway, the environment guys in EM will want to check it out when they get here, too, Sirotki said. Anya cut the outgoing comms link. "Can't be too careful. At Marinat we found fuel. New Hope outpost, Delta were attacked by things we hadn't even seen before. Here, who knows what we'll get in the prize draw." Sirotki broke out a deck of cards, one of the two universal distractions for gears, and dealt 3 hands. From time to time, Anya could hear the vehicle in the distance. Vectis was quieter than any place she'd known. Until sirens started wailing, and she almost tripped in her scramble to raise Marcus on the radio while she tried to find her respirator. Sirotki and Mitchell swung into the Raven's cockpit, ready for a rescue. Anya imagined the worst. She wasn't even sure why she'd grabbed her gas mask.
"Marcus? Delta? Anyone? What's happening?"
She could hear Cole laughing his head off. "Ma'am, Private Augustus Cole reporting that the base alarm works." "Just testing," Marcus said. "Carry on."
"They're so fucking hilarious."
Mitchell scouted around for his cards.
"Anyone remember what hand they had?"
Apart from a lot of squabbling seabirds vying for roosting places, the base was peaceful again in that echoing solid way of big empty structures. It was another hour before the battered pickup rattled back through the gates and pulled up next to the Raven on the parade ground. Everyone jumped out looking pleased, not just Will Behrens, but even Marcus. He was closer to a smile than she'd seen in a long time.
"We'll take it,"
Bernie said,
"but the wallpaper's gotta go."
Anya savored a flood of relief and radioed Port Farrell, exchanging thumbs-up gestures with Dom. Marcus did a slow turn and walked away again. If anyone was going to find it hard to adjust to peace, it was him. Anya sat down on the Raven's Bay steps, hand to her ear.
Sir, I think we have a solution."
Prescott let out an audible breath. "Is it viable, Lieutenant?"
"I'll get more solid information sent to emergency management later, but yes. Delta just checked the base for hazards. We have a habitable area, power, water, some existing accommodation, and a few thousand COG citizens still living on the island. The base maintenance team's been here since E-Day."
Prescott didn't respond for a moment. Anya thought she'd lost the link. "Absolutely extraordinary." He sounded as if he meant it. "Sovereign will be with you in around 4 or 5 days, and we'll have Raven units with you in a day or so. The relocation starts now."
"I'll get the local maintenance team moving."
She paused, wondering if the next point would be too trivial. But there was now an entire generation who'd only known a shattered, burning landscape and a crumbling city.
"It's a very attractive island, by the way."
"That's important to know. Deploy the bot to transmit some images back to CIC. It'll be a huge morale boost for everyone to see where they're going, that it's going to be a better life." Prescott sounded as if he'd been interrupted. "Anya, Colonel Hoffman wants a word." Somehow she was expecting more discussion. She recalled a time when people had spent longer deciding which restaurant to visit. But when you were out of choices and out of time, the really big decisions tended to make themselves. Or they'd already been made. "Anya, you clearly made the chairman's day. Now give me some good news. How do you assess the security situation?"
"Still on that, sir. I think the local population will be scared of being swamped by migrants, so we have to start handling that right away."
"They're definitely our people, then."
"They seem to be. COG Naval Base team and the town that serviced it. There's an aggressive stranded presence we need to assess, but I think the island's big enough to maintain separate zones if we have to."
"That's COG sovereign territory, Lieutenant, not a private resort, and we are the government. We'll be sensitive to local feeling, but we also have the remnant of humanity to look after."
"When you put it like that, sir."
"Well done, Anya. Good job. And now I owe Michelson the last of my brandy."
"Sir, they have a bar here."
"Damn good job."
The genuinely hard work was yet to come. But Hoffman sounded so caught up in the general optimism that she felt that this was the turning point, the moment at which life would change forever.
Marcus ambled back across the parade ground, right on cue. Either he had uncanny timing, or he'd been listening on the open circuit. He put one boot on the Raven's deck. "Better go fix the tourist brochure." "You heard, then?" "It's not like they can choose another destination." He called to Sirotki. "Lieutenant, I want to take a look at the stranded settlement before we lose the light today. Let's move." Dom seemed almost excited. "Anya, they've got a hospital wing," he said. "Some medical supplies, too. Dr. Heyman might even be pleased for once." If Anya hadn't known Dom so well, she'd have thought things were back to normal. A couple of months grieving wasn't long enough, though, so she took it as simply getting the outward signs under control, or being exhausted into a numb state of marking time. Sometimes he looked quietly lost, but then he'd find something small that focused him. The clean air here, a generator that still worked, and made him come alive for a while. Grieving had to be taken a moment at a time. Eventually there were more good moments than unbearable ones in a day, and then you knew you'd turned the corner into a new road. The Raven lifted clear of the parade ground and set off along the western coast. "I'd call this blustery," Sirotki said. The coast here was much more rugged, a narrow strip rising into the highlands that ran down one side of the island. "Those hills make a good windbreak. Good natural barrier for a lot of things," Will said. "Keeps the stranded out of our way most of the time." Bernie sat with her hands in her lap, clutching something. When Anya took a discreet look, it turned out to be a few downy feathers, black and white, like some of the seabirds nesting at the base. Anya's first thought was that Bernie had been doing what she did best, scoping out the wild food supply and sampling it. When Anya looked up, Bernie's eyebrows were raised slightly, as if she was disappointed. "No, I didn't kill anything," she said. "Just picked these up. I was going to make a fishing lure for Cole. You said you wanted to try fishing, Coltrane." Cole grinned. "Bernie, baby, you remember the little stuff, don't you?" "If I kill something," Bernie said, "I have to have a good reason. It's not a hobby, it's a necessity." She bunched the feathers by their quills, took out a small tin to extract a fishing hook, and began binding the feathers onto the shaft with a fine thread. Will gave her a wary look. Bernie returned it. "I'm the battalion survival instructor, not just a sniper." She said it as if that would make Will feel safer. "So, are the stranded that much trouble? They're not welcome in town. This is the cog, and either they abide by society's rules or they leave. That still doesn't tell me what they do, but I can guess. They steal and they damage things we can't replace." Will patted his shotgun. "And sometimes they kill. Nobody's going to come if we call the police, so we are the police." Bernie just gave him a nod, as if she understood perfectly, and went on making the lure. Nobody said anything else until Sirotki cut into the comms about 15 minutes later. "Next step, stranded villas. 5 minutes. Very picturesque." "Anywhere to land?" Marcus asked. "We could just circle menacingly. Just want to look them in the eye and say hello." Dom raised a finger. "I'm the stranded wrangler. Let me do the introductions." Marcus watched Will carefully. "You ever come down here?" "Only when we had to. Once." That said it all. Marcus did a slow blink. "We're pretty serious about protecting citizens. You won't get any more trouble. Unless you want to fast rope down and really impress the hell out of them. I'm going to try for that area at the top of the slipway," Sirotki said. "If it can take that boat, it can probably take this bird's weight." A clinker-built motor cruiser that had seen better days sat on blocks. The cement slipway was laid in sections and already breaking up. Dom jumped out of the Raven after Marcus gestured to the others to wait. In Pelruin, the townspeople had come out to see who was landing. Here, though, Anya could see signs of everyday life, laundry hanging from lines strung between scruffy shacks, a thin wisp of smoke from a metal chimney. But there was nobody outside. Anya wondered what kind of stranded could reach this isolated place and survive, and decided they weren't the urban stranded she'd been used to back home. Armed caution seemed to be what everyone thought was appropriate here.
"Well," Bernie said, "what did Lewis mean about any old vermin wearing armor? A boat landed a couple of years ago. One of the men was wearing pretty well the full rig, but it was obvious he wasn't a gear. Didn't talk right, didn't walk right, and then he didn't behave right."
"Got it," Bernie said, but her voice sounded different.
"Now, if they were me, they'd have a sniper position in that boat. Coming, Coltrane? I'm all about fishing boats now, Boomer Lady. Lead on."
They jumped down from the other door and began walking. Anya saw Bernie circle the motor cruiser, then climb the access ladder to the deck.
"Hey, anyone home?"
Dom called. He was still close enough to the Raven to run for cover if he needed to. He turned around full circle, back to back with Marcus and a few meters apart, and waited.
"We're from the cog. How about a chat so we understand each other?"
There was a creaking sound from the cruiser. Anya moved to look, and there was Bernie, lancer held vertically, leaning against the wheelhouse, while a young guy in a heavy tunic backed out of the door and began climbing down the ladder. He seemed torn between worrying about her and sizing up Cole.
"Come on, folks," Dom called. "We know you're in—"
Suddenly doors edged open, and men, no women in sight, began appearing in the paths between the shacks. They were armed with an assortment of half the weapons that Anya had ever seen. Hunting rifles, a couple of Nasher shotguns that no civilian should have had, snub pistols, and even a hammerburst. Why the guy needed that, or how he got it, Anya couldn't imagine. But scavenging had been a daily necessity for 15 years. Extraordinary things were traded from place to place. It didn't mean the man had fought Locust, or even seen one. "I hope you understand our shoot-to-kill policy now, Lieutenant Stroud," Will said quietly. "We were never armed, and so we've got very few personal weapons. We've traded for whatever we can get."
"You've got us now."
Bernie wandered past, right behind the man she'd flushed out of the cruiser, who kept glancing at her as if he was expecting to be shot in the back.
"Cole, cover me, will you?"
Anya couldn't sit this out. She jumped down, trying to tread the fine line between looking like she meant it and not provoking an incident. She hadn't managed to nail that gear body language yet. It was an effortless movement where the rifle became an extension of the arms and eyes, and she knew she'd need to achieve that or remain the useful desk jockey that everyone else had to protect in a tight spot. One of the stranded must have passed a ribald comment about Anya to his buddy within Bernie's earshot. Bernie paused and gave him the angry sergeant stare.
"You so much as smile at the lieutenant," she said, "and you'll be pissing through a straw."
The man with the hammerburst didn't look as if he was going to shoulder the weapon any time soon.
"Well, fancy seeing the cog here at last. Welcome to Massey's territory. That's me, by the way. You're on my turf.
The cog's moving back in." Marcus just rolled over the challenge as if he hadn't heard it. "Looks like we never left."
"Shit. You've come to the middle of nowhere to find another place to kick us out of, asshole?"
"We're just asking you to be more considerate neighbors to our citizens." Massey was probably 40 or so, balding, bearded, unusually heavy set for a stranded. They looked much better fed here.
"I'm seeing 3 of you. Oh, and the dick from the town hall, and about 30 of us. You good at math? Top of my class. You want to check your figures again?
Marcus just looked at him, then back at Bernie and Anya. Dom, check my working out, will you? Dom shrugged. Well, there's 5 of us, and Mr. Barron's, and then there's the missile launchers and guns on the Raven, and board chopper crew, so I make that outgunned plus 8. But maybe I forgot to carry the 1. Anya heard the rasp of metal bearings, like someone opening a reluctant jar. Sirotki trained his gun in the vague direction of the shacks, making more noise than he needed to. Oh, God. Anya felt the jolt of adrenaline flooding her thigh muscles. She was scared, but... I hate even thinking it, but I feel alive. Seriously alive. She'd never expected that. She wasn't new to life-or-death situations, but she'd never been physically involved in them until the last few weeks. And she didn't want to die, but right then she wouldn't have traded places with Matheson for anything. Okay. Massey sounded relaxed, and he shouldn't have been. He lowered the rifle, and every stranded male did the same. Here's the deal. You keep away from us, and we'll let you stay a while. Something seemed to have caught Bernie's attention. She walked past the shacks along the shoreline, along a row of small boats upturned on the pebbles. She looked them over as if she was thinking of buying one. Massey seemed to notice her for the first time. You got a problem, lady? Bernie turned around. Anya could see she was chewing the inside of her lip. A couple of the stranded men had moved round a little so that she'd have to walk past them. Anya's warning bells went off, but Cole was already prepared and made a noisy show of cocking the Lancer manually and blipping the chainsaw for a second. The blue dinghy, Bernie said, fixing on Massey. Anya was sure she had the other stranded in her peripheral vision. Anyone want to admit to owning that? You want to make an offer? Simple question. Is the man who owns it here? No. Shame, she said. I'll have to keep looking. Okay, we're out of here. Marcus motioned everyone back to the Raven, and the tension seemed to drop. Glad we've reached an understanding. Then Anya learned how fast a situation could veer from calm to a fight. As Bernie passed between 2 of the men, one moved to jostle her. Anya didn't see the moment of contact. He might have just shoved Bernie, or maybe he'd touched her backside or something. But he had just enough time to start a leering grin before she spun and smashed the butt of her rifle hard against his mouth. Metal cracked against teeth. He went down like a stone. Anya's instinct said to pitch in to back up her squad, but she'd hardly moved before Dom was on the second guy, Lancer shoved hard in his chest, and Cole was blocking Bernie. Everyone froze. Every weapon was now raised. There was an awful pause. Anyone else want some? Bernie said, aiming at the man on the floor. She didn't look like steady, good-natured Bernie now. She looked like she wanted an excuse to fire. No? Good call. Yeah, I know who you are now, one of the men called. Stupid bitch. You're really going to get what's coming to you now. Didn't you learn your lesson? You need to stay out of my friggin' way. She began backing away with Dom and Cole as the Raven's motor started up. Because you never learned yours. Siraki's voice came over the comms. Move it, people. You'll be late for diplomacy class. Marcus covered their exit and then jumped aboard. The Raven lifted clear. Nobody said a word while Bernie put her head in her hands for a few moments, then sat up straight again. Shit. I'm sorry. She looked dreadful, every year of her age and then some, as if something inside had crumbled. She was a veteran gear, no stranger to violence. Anya had seen her simply shrug off close calls with Locust. Something was wrong. "I could have got you all killed. Baird's right. I'm a liability." "There's nothing wrong with your reflexes, Bernie," Dom said. He roughed her hair as if she was one of the men. "It's okay, nobody got hurt." Cole joined in the vigorous hair-rubbing. "Well, apart from the guy spitting out teeth, that is. See, that's why I never played ladies' thrashball teams. Girls get rough." "It's not okay." Bernie submitted to the horseplay. Anya thought that was revealing, seeing as she'd reacted so violently to someone else touching her. "I just lost it. I'm old enough to know better." Nobody asked what the man had meant by knowing who she was, and that she hadn't learned her lesson. Anya tried not to guess, but she was already starting to fill in gaps despite herself. "Bernie, we've all done it." Anya reached across between the seats and grabbed her hand. "Even I've hit a guy." "Okay, anyone here who hasn't lost it with someone?" Marcus shrugged. "Got kicked out of junior school for fighting. Had a fight on my first day at Olafson Intermediate, too. And I hit Hoffman." "Well, I just do friendly taps," Cole said. "But, yeah." "See, Bernie?" Anya squeezed her hand. "You're in the company of serious scrappers. Everyone's been there." "I feel better already," Bernie said, clearly not meaning it. It was part of a ritual, and Anya knew it. Everyone rushed to reassure Bernie in this awful, semi-joking way, listing their own moments when they forgot discipline and procedure and just lashed out. But the real question wasn't asked, and wouldn't be until the civilian was out of range. What had happened before she rejoined the army? Will Behrens just gazed at Bernie with undisguised admiration. He didn't seem remotely curious. All he seemed to see was a gear who had put the stranded in their place, stranded who'd terrorized him and his neighbors. Anya had seen the stranded on the fringes of Jacinto as unlucky misfits at best and lazy cowards at worst. But she was now starting to see another element, the utterly lawless, who'd never been in fear of cog justice in places where civilization had completely broken down. Back at Pelruin, Will opened up the town hall and gave the squad the keys to the emergency storeroom. "Just somewhere to eat and bed down for the night," he said. "Unless you want to be billeted with families." "We'll be fine here, thanks," Dom said. "We snore." Marcus nodded. "Appreciate it, Will. We'll mount patrols tonight just in case. You'll hear the APC. Anya, maybe you can draw up watch rosters for the Ravens." Now they were on their own, with no outsiders to limit their conversation. Bernie hauled out folding camp beds while Dom investigated the food stores. Gettner and Sirotki's co-pilot, Mitchell, volunteered to cook dinner. To Anya it felt like a settled and normal night in barracks in Jacinto, except there were no grubs to worry about, just a handful of feral humans down the coast who would have been unwise to show their faces here. No, not exactly like Jacinto. There were no sounds of a crowded city, no urban noise, just the wind, roaring surf, and occasional voices outside. The squad and Raven crews played cards. But there was no barroom conversation this time, just bids and declarations. Cole couldn't keep up the silence forever. Anya watched him picking his moment to steer Bernie to one side, taking an occasional deep breath as if he was about to ask something. "Bernie, you want to do some liquid resource investigation at that handy little bar?" he asked. "Maybe tomorrow," she said, "but thanks." Cole laid his hand of cards on the table, frowning at it for a moment. "Baby, you ain't obliged to explain a damn thing to us. But if you want to tell us what all that shit was about, you got a sympathetic audience." Bernie rearranged her hand in silence, shifting cards around as if she was doing some complex calculation. But Anya could tell she wasn't really concentrating on the game.
"Okay. I'll tell you a horror story," Bernie said, "with monsters in it."
She laid down her cards face up, an obvious bust.
"And one of 'em is me."
Chapter 11. There's justice and there's vengeance. Justice is vengeance administered impersonally by a bureaucrat in a standardized and predictable way, so we all know how much punishment to expect and when we'll get it. Captain Quentin Michelson, NCOG, on Maintaining Social Order. Pelruin, Vectis, 7 weeks after the evacuation of Jacinto, 14 AE. Gears were family, and families didn't have secrets. They had disagreements and favorites and annoying dumbass habits, but they didn't keep serious shit from each other, especially if there was something that could be done about it. Cole hoped Bernie understood that. "Ain't prying, Bernie," he said. The card game didn't matter now. It was just to pass the time anyway. "But we know you're troubled."
"Who isn't?" she said. "The whole army's a psychiatric ward. Our civvies are stressed shitless, too. Can't live in a world like this and stay normal. Hey, Gil, let's check out that bar."
Mitchell stood up and went for the door. It was getting too grim and personal for him. Gettner took the hint.
"This is squad business."
There was a clear understanding of who was squad at any given time and who wasn't. Nothing personal, just the way gears were. Bernie took a long time to say anything after they'd left.
"No point pissing around with a long tale of woe," she said. "I was raped by Stranded a couple of years ago, so I went after 'em. I killed 2 of the guys, but the third got away. That's about it. Anyone want to play another hand?"
It was hard to follow that. Real hard. It even took a few moments for the full meaning to sink in for Cole. Anya shut her eyes for a second or two, and Marcus didn't look like he'd even heard what she'd said. That normally meant he was listening to every syllable, but didn't want to react. But someone had to say something, do something, or poor old Bernie would be wishing she hadn't mentioned it. Dom was sitting right next to her.
"Shit, Bernie, I'm sorry. I had no idea."
He was the kind of guy who hugged and backslapped everyone. He put his arm out automatically, but suddenly looked too scared to touch her. "You're not a monster. You were dishing out justice." Cole remembered something Bernie said not long after she first showed up in Jacinto. It hadn't all been jokes about her shooting cats for food and fur. He knew damn well, after he'd talked to her and watched her for a while, that some bad things happened to her while she was traveling. Stuff happened to most people. They took their chances out there. But it was tougher for a woman. What was it she'd said? "I've done some bad stuff. It wasn't just cats I skinned." Well, if Bernie had some interesting earrings now, as well as kitty fur boots, then that was fine by him.
"Okay," she said. "It needn't have happened. This gang of bastards spent most of its time cruising the islands, killing, robbing, raping, preying on other Stranded. I happened to have my nice big long shot, so I put a few holes in them. Then they came back. I can probably handle 1 man, but 3? No."
Cole could see Bernie was going to cry at some point. He just wanted to make things right for her. Maybe getting it off her chest would do that. Or maybe he'd opened up something nasty she couldn't handle. "Any of the gentlemen we just made acquaintance with?" Cole asked. "'Cause me and Baird, we run a really good etiquette program on how to treat ladies with respect."
"I told you they were friggin' animals."
Baird leaned back in his chair and looked over his cards again. He didn't mean to be an asshole, but sometimes he just couldn't put things nicely. Cole stood by to shut him up if he couldn't manage some tact. Dom's right. Why are you the monster? Because you shot a few? They're vermin. You should get a medal. I didn't exactly shoot the two I tracked down. Baird shrugged. Good call. Why waste ammo on them? Bernie didn't have to draw a picture for Cole. He could guess how she'd settled the score. She knew her way around a carcass, and he'd seen her nearly lose it with that grub back at Port Farrell. But she was still Bernie, still fun to be with, still someone he'd trust with his life. She wasn't one of the monsters. She just had to deal with them too often. So, Marcus said slowly, what are you planning to do when you find the third guy? Yeah, he always got straight to the point. I know what I want to do, she said. And you're going to give me that disapproving Phoenix look. Is that what's really bothering you? What I think? I don't know. And that's what's bothering me. If the asshole shows his face, we got a legal system, right? Cole was starting to wish he hadn't started this. Martial law. Rules are clear. The boss man's coming soon, and we'll be running the place just like we did Jacinto. Can't argue with a legal system. I'm not the jury, Bernie, Marcus said. Can't say I blame you. Can't judge you either. Bernie just shrugged. Well, now you know. I'm not traumatized or any of that shit, 'cause I won't let 'em win. But if I have a choice, I'll be predator, not prey. She looked like she'd had enough and stood up to leave. Okay, wake me when it's my watch. I'll be back to normal in the morning, and everyone can forget we had this conversation. Anya hadn't said a word up to then, but now she moved in. There was some sisterly ladies stuff going on. Anya probably knew best what Bernie needed to hear. Come on, Bernie, I'll make coffee. Cole felt he'd failed Bernie somehow. He thought that a bit of comradely support would work wonders. Gears were closer than family, because there was nothing as tight as a team that had been under fire together. But whatever was really getting to her wasn't going to be fixed by sympathy. Shit, Baird said. What kind of pervert rapes old women? I mean, no offense, but Bernie's Hoffman's age. Dom shrugged. Maybe they were too. Marcus gathered up the cards from the table and shuffled them. It's about power and humiliation, he said. Nothing to do with animal lust. Well, if she catches the last asshole, don't expect me to stop her and tell her to be civilized and legal about it. Baird took the deck from Marcus and dealt new hands. I'll hold her coat. Bernie's right, Dom said. We're all messed up by one thing or another. If I'd... He seemed to be concentrating hard, like he kept forgetting what he had to say. If I'd come face to face with the actual grubs who did that shit to my Maria, I'd have done just what Bernie did, whatever that was, but I can guess. That's all I'm saying. It was the first time Dom had said anything like that. He only talked about Maria's death in vague and general terms. But now he'd spelled it out to everyone. The grubs had done something terrible to her. Shit, everyone knew that. But sometimes you had to say it out loud just so you could hear it, just so you accepted that folks were gone and never coming back. Baird had dealt Cole a lousy hand. He hadn't done Dom any favors either. I'm out, Dom said, pushing his cards back into the center of the table. And I'm so tired I won't even have nightmares tonight. Wake me up when it's my watch. Yeah, count me out too, said Baird. Wow, listen to that silence out there. Isn't it weird? The sea was pretty noisy, and so was the wind. But there was no traffic, no animal sounds, and no distant thump of artillery or mortars. It took some getting used to. Cole and Marcus patrolled the town on foot, as much for the novelty of breathing in clean, mild air as getting into alleys that were too narrow for the dill. The locals had built a really nice place here, Is Dom really doing better? Cole asked. Marcus shrugged. Up one day, down the next. He let out a long breath. Thinks he can save the world if he works hard enough. That world's gone, man. Got to draw the line. Save the new one. How do you teach a man who never quits that he's done all he can? Marcus was no good at letting go of stuff either. Well, maybe you gotta show him. If there was anything good about the last 15 years, Cole decided, it was that shared pain saved you from having to explain what the problem was. Everyone, gears and civvies alike, had been through a lot of the same garbage, more or less, so you never had to feel you were crazy or abnormal, seeing as normal meant you were just like everyone else. And that meant seriously fucked up. Pelruin looked like its worst problem might have been feeling lonely. It was so small that they could cover it all in 30 minutes at a slow amble. Every time they did a loop around the Ravens up on the cliff, Sirotki and Barber were sitting in KR-239's bay, chatting happily with buddies on long-range comms. "It's okay here," Cole heard Barber saying. "I can't believe all this shit is finally over." Marcus stood staring out to sea. "What's that?" he said. Cole followed where he was pointing. It looked like a dim, intermittent white light on the water. Then it was gone. "Reflection?" Marcus stared a little longer. "Don't think so," he said. "Coltrane, go wake everyone." Pelruin, 0300 hours. If there was anything out there on the water tonight, then it had to be human, and Dom hadn't had to deal with a human enemy in a very long time. He kept to the spongy grass above the pebble shore so that he could hear better instead of drowning out everything with crunching boots. Once he'd adjusted to the sound of the sea, he tried to filter for other noises. At one point he was sure he heard the puttering noise of an old outboard motor. Damn, my hearing used to be better than this. That's what comes of never wearing a helmet. 18, 19 years of noise, noise, noise. Dom scanned the shore with his field glasses, picking up what little moonlight there was. A small flock of seabirds huddled against a cliff north of him, heads tucked under wings. Gleaming shapes in the water turned out to be seals of some kind, eyes narrowed in weirdly smug human expressions. If it hadn't been for the voice traffic in his earpiece, Dom would have believed he was the last man left on Sarah, alone with more wildlife than he'd seen in years. He was out of visual range of everything and everybody. It would have been a great place to bring up kids. Baird's voice in his earpiece made him jump. "Dom, see anything?" "All clear." "There's something out there, man." Anya cut in on the radio. "Marcus, I've just left Lewis. He's disappointed that everyone's been told to stay inside and leave us to it. Some of the locals are pretty pissed off." "When his guys have trained with us and know how to stay out of our fire, we'll deploy together," Marcus said. "Until then, they're safer indoors." In the middle of nowhere, the list of potential intruders was short. If it wasn't the heavies from the stranded camp, then there was a whole new problem out there that they hadn't thought of. Big island, long coastline, a few thousand people stuck in one town, and a few farmers here and there can't possibly keep an eye on who comes and goes. "Massey'd have to be crazy to start anything," Baird said. "Is he seriously going to go up against Gears? Dumb asshole." Bernie had been unusually quiet. She didn't have a lot to say when she was working, but she'd been checking in with only the occasional grunt, nothing more. "Hey, Mataki, what do you think?" She took a little while to answer. "He might be doing what damage he can before the whole bloody cog shows up and smokes him. He knows there are only 10 of us, and he doesn't seem worried by the locals." "Rules of engagement," Marcus said. "Remember that we have them, Delta." "Yeah," Baird said. "But do they?" "Just saying. They're not grubs." Self-defense or defense of COG citizens when presented with lethal or injurious force? Baird didn't argue. That didn't mean he wouldn't find a reason to shoot, though. Dom wondered how Bernie felt about that. "Bernie, can I ask you a question?" "Yeah." "If you shot some of the bastards to start with, why didn't they kill you?" Marcus sighed. "Dom, drop it." "Hey, I didn't mean it like that." "Fair question." Bernie seemed relaxed about it, but that didn't mean a thing. "You want a blow-by-blow account? All the details?" "God, no, I'm sorry." "I think they wanted value for money," she said. "You have to be alive to suffer, remember? That's why I felt a bit cheated after I killed them." "You got that cleaver with you, Bernie?" Baird asked. Dom couldn't remember the last time he'd called her Bernie. He was definitely doing his best to be nice to her. "The one for making omelets? I thought it was for chopping nuts. We'll swap recipes." The squad was now spread out along the kilometer of shore, with Anya patrolling the landward boundary in the Dill. She was pretty safe in that. Stranded weren't likely to have grub firepower. But Dom was sure she'd just drive right over anyone who got in her way, because she had that same streak as her mom, the ability to shut out everything else and go for a target. She was still getting to grips with the physical stuff. When she did, she'd be scary. "Hey, something moving," Baird said. "Hear it?" It was running fast along the pebbles, something pretty small by the sound of it, a rapid skittering noise at a gallop pace. Dom picked it up in his binoculars. 2 goddamn dogs. After the feral pack in Marinot, he wasn't taking any chances. He could hear the ha-ha-ha of their panting as they raced in his direction. But they streaked past him. They didn't even slow down to check him out. He wondered if they were chasing rabbits or whatever had left its crap over the short turf here. But a few moments later they started barking their heads off. Then 2, 3, 4 shots rang out. The barking stopped. "Game on," Baird said. Raven engines cut through the night air as the birds lifted in complete blackout. If anyone was coming ashore from the sea, they had to do it at Pelruin, between the break in the cliffs that gave the town a sloping shoreline and a harbor. Dom dropped to one knee, lancer ready. In the town behind him, dogs took up the barking. "KR units on task," Gettner said. "Saratki, keep an eye on the back door." "On it, boss." KR-239 broke away and headed inland. "Contact, 100 meters out, on your 2 o'clock, Phoenix. Rigid inflatables." "I see 'em." "And here," Cole said. "They're spreading out. I got a bunch of 3 inbound, slow moving." "I see you, Cole, and I have a shot. Lead boat of group of 3. That was Bernie. "Ready when you are." Dom ran toward the slope of the next cliff to get some elevation. He could see what Gettner had eyeballed now. Another group, 4 small raiding boats coming in slowly. The swell hid them in the troughs until they were almost ashore. Then they hit the throttles and stormed in. Shit, they had to be crazy. They had to hear the choppers and feel the downdraft, even if they couldn't see any lights. Maybe they assumed the COG was too gentlemanly and civilized to unleash its superior firepower on a bunch of randomly armed civvies. Wrong call, asshole. The night suddenly lit up as Gettner switched on the Raven searchlight. A brilliant white shaft raked the shore and shallows, picking out one of the inflatables like a cabaret spot. For a moment, just a moment, the raiding party stared up, hair flattened by the downdraft, spray whipping around them. "I really wanted to see fishing nets," Gettner sighed. Then the bullhorn boomed. "Drop the fucking weapons, vermin, or I will open fire." Dom's eye caught upward movement as an assortment of rifles lifted and aimed. He didn't take in anything else, only the weapons. A pipe-like barrel jerked up almost vertically just a split second before a yellow ball of discharged gas flew out behind it. A grenade round hit the Raven. Fire spat from the air down at the boats, raising a neat line of water. Been there. Been on the receiving end of that, a long time ago. Dom fired out of pure reflex. His save-yourself instinct was screaming. Watch out for the Raven. The bird's been hit. It's going down. But nothing hit him, and there was no fireball. When he turned, the Raven was hovering, firing short bursts into the shallows. More boats skidded up the shingle, and Dom opened fire again, punching through one of the rubber hulls. 3 men jumped out of it and ran ashore, and Dom jumped up to sprint after them. Automatic fire, some Lancer, some not, rattled up and down the beach. The bastards were landing at multiple points. Marcus cut in. "Gettner, you hit?"
"If they'd done more than clip the boarding step, you'd know all about it."
"Give me some light by the slipway, then."
"On it."
"I have a visual on the Dill." That was Sirotki. "Heading for—" "Yeah, I see them. 3 big junkers heading into town. Going in to welcome them to Pelruin."
"Hey, mind my tank, shithead!"
Gettner must have been taking more fire from the ground.
"Barber, smoke them before they hit the reserve fuel, will you?"
Dom reached the edge of the buildings, panting. The stranded had vanished into the streets. That was the last thing he needed. He couldn't see the bastards, and the homes were mainly wooden structures that gave no protection to anyone inside. A bad place for a firefight. It was even worse knowing there were civvies huddled in every building who wouldn't have a clue how to stay down and let gears deal with the cleanup.
"Dom!"
Baird sounded out of breath.
"I'm heading right towards you. We're going to intersect by the town hall."
"Where the hell are you? Can you see me? I can't see you."
"Running parallel with the road, where the bar is."
He paused.
"Amateurs. Homemade firebombs."
Glass smashed. A tongue of yellow flame leaped above the low roofline, and the whoomp of igniting fuel, followed by more Lancer fire, gave Dom something to run at. He skidded around the next corner, trying to orient himself by the light of the fire, and caught sight of one of the stranded running full tilt down the road. He stopped and squeezed off a burst. The guy pitched forward and fell on one side. Dom was suddenly aware of screaming. A woman's voice from out in the open, not muffled by walls. Shit! Dom had shot someone in the back. For a terrible moment he thought he'd dropped a civilian who'd come out to defend their property or something. He ran for the body, but Baird appeared out of a side alley and gave him a thumbs up.
"Locals are firefighting," he said. "Shit, I hate urban ops. You can't hose anything."
"I've lost at least 2 of them.
It's a small town. How far can they get?"
How much damage can they do?" Wooden buildings, narrow streets, fire. Dom could work it out. Voice traffic had been almost 0 for a few minutes, but now Dom's earpiece went on overload.
"Shore clear,"
Bernie said.
"Boats clear. 80, can you see anything else down there?"
"Negative, Mataki. Heading over to town. Anya, Sirotki, Phoenix here. What's happening your side?"
"Road blocking."
Anya was shouting over the noise of a Raven. Sirotki sounded like he was almost parked on top of the Dill.
"Because I can't drive and operate the gun at the same time."
Machine gun fire started up in short bursts, and then the distinctive sound of the Dill's belt-fed gun joined it. Dom could have sworn he heard Anya whoop. That was so unlike her that it shook him. He ran where the 2 stranded had gone, following the light of another burning building, and straight into a knot of men from the town. Shit, he hoped he could tell the difference, with a scruffy, bearded guy pinned bodily to the ground. One of the men put a hunting rifle to the stranded's head and pulled the trigger. Oh God, oh God, oh God. For a few seconds Dom was back in the hollow. One simple movement of his trigger finger marking the line between finding what he'd searched for so desperately and destroying it forever. Oh, God, Maria, I'm so sorry. The group of men looked up at Dom as if he'd crashed a party.
"What the hell's wrong with you? The bastard asked for it."
There was a Nasher shotgun lying on the road, COG issue. One of the men grabbed it. "We told you to let us deal with this. What the hell are you going to do now? Let them burn us out?" Dom snapped back to being Dom the Gear, ready to deal with anything. "You look after the firefighting," he said, poking his finger hard in the man's chest. "Leave the stranded to us, okay? You started this, you provoked them." Baird caught up with him, and they left the civilians to it, realizing that Gears weren't coming across as the heroes of the hour in Pelruin. This wasn't Jacinto. The locals didn't see Gears as saviors, the last line of defense. They were just outsiders that they didn't invite and didn't understand. "I've lost the other asshole." "Screw him," Baird said. "Hear that?" There was crazed barking, but it was coming from outside now, not the houses. "They've let the dogs loose. Wow, they must train them to take out stranded. I'm impressed." Dom stopped dead. "Marcus, Anya, anyone need backup? We lost our quarry." The Lancer fire from the shore had stopped. Dom could hear people coming out of the houses, calling to their neighbors to check if they were okay. Baird yelled at them to get back indoors because it wasn't over yet, not by a long shot. If they heard him, they took no notice. "Ah, shit!" That was Marcus with his radio channel open. Dom had no idea where he was. "Get back inside, lady! Cole, get them back inside! Shit! Dom, we're clear shoreside. Get down the road and mop up anyone from the Junkers." Baird ran alongside Dom. "Next time we hit a new town, first thing we do is memorize the street plan." "Yeah. We'd have been screwed without the Ravens." "I never said stranded were dumb." There was one road out of Pelruin to the south, now marked by a pall of smoke and flame. The town was so small that if you stood at the right point, or got some elevation, you could see everything from the road to the shore in one axis, and from one headland to the next in the other. Even in darkness, it was 04:05 now, the aftermath of the fighting was visible. Dom climbed up on a dry stone wall and scanned the area. There were 5 or 6 fires, some already being damped down, and both Ravens were now out over the open country to the south, searchlights directed, guns occasionally loosing off bursts of fire. Dom and Baird ran on. By the time they got to the roadblock, Cole was hauling out bodies, and the 2 Ravens were heading back, their nose lights visible head-on. 2 Junkers lay on their sides, burning fiercely, and the third was upright with its roof ripped open like a tin can. "I'd hate to see the lieutenant when she's in a pissy mood," Cole said. "Damn! You seen the collection of toys these jokers got? There's grubs with less firepower than this." The Dill had stopped at a point where the road sloped away sharply into the river on one side and soft ground on the other. Perfect choke point. Anya definitely had the right stuff. Dom just didn't want to see her end up like her mom, killed in a magnificent but crazy single-handed charge. It might have been great for the movies, but it was shit for the people left to grieve. The top hatch opened slowly, and Anya eased her head and shoulders clear. Dom wouldn't have said she looked pleased with herself, not quite. But in the light from the fires she had a certain shine to her cheeks, like she'd just come back from a brisk walk. "You can't see much from this gun position," she said. Baird clapped a few times. "Great debut." "I think Mitchell did most of the work." She ducked back down and came out through the front hatch. When she saw Cole clearing up, her face changed, and Dom wondered if she'd suddenly made the connection at gut level that the targets she'd been firing at so diligently were actually flesh and blood. "How many of 'em are there?" "We'll count 'em proper when the Ravens are done playing fighter jocks," Cole said. "Shit. Seen that chunk out of Getner's bird? Whole step ripped off the crew bay. She's lucky she ain't toast. We'll hear all about it." Baird collected the weapons. an assortment that was mainly automatic rifles and grenade launchers. He paused to take a naval officer's ceremonial sword off a Stranded's belt. "Whoa! Captain Charisma won't like you playing pirates with that, buddy. Show some respect." Dom slid his hand inside his armor to check that his photographs were still safe. "You okay, Anya?" I'm fine, Dom. Just not trained for this." "Hell, who is? You ever killed anyone before?" "I think I hit a locust or two when we first reached Port Farrell," she said. "But never a human." Baird just looked at her. "You still haven't." Cole just shook his head. The flames were dying down in one of the junkers, and he ventured in to pull out a body that was half out of the driver's seat. Dom only saw the movement as he tugged on it. Cole froze and turned away. "Aw, shit! This one's... Aw, hell!" Dom wondered what could disgust Cole. Any man who could chainsaw his way through a squad of grubs and laugh his ass off wasn't the squeamish kind. It took Dom a while to work out what he was looking at, but then the blackened shapes resolved into something recognizable. The body had come apart in two halves when Cole pulled at it. "Gross," Dom said, and finished the job for him. Humans. It was different. People weren't grubs, not even the really shitty ones. Baird peered over his shoulder, then went on loading the salvaged weapons into the dill, still whistling. Gears generally despised Stranded, as savages, thieves, cowards, parasites. But Dom had always tried to get on with them because he needed their help. He'd lost count of the number of Stranded he'd stopped in the streets and showed Maria's picture. Had they seen her? It was always no. Until the last day. And then it had been too late. Why don't I blame them? "Why do you hate them so much, Baird?" Cole asked. Baird counted off on his fingers with a theatrical flourish. "Failure to engage with the implied social compact between citizens and state. And the fact that they stink like shit." He looked at his gloves, frowning. "Oh yeah, I forgot. They're mean to people we like." Marcus's voice cut in on the radio circuit. "Delta, we're done here. Everyone back to the slipway to clean up the debris. Baird, find some welding equipment and fix Gettner's bird so that she shuts up." Baird drove the dill down the narrow roads back to the shore. Pelruin seemed to have two natural centers, two places where people tended to congregate. One was outside the town hall, not exactly a square, more like a village green, and the other was the row of houses closest to the sea, almost a semicircle looking down the shallow slope into the harbor. Baird parked the dill, headlights angled down onto the shore to illuminate it, and everyone dismounted. A growing crowd of locals had come out to look. Some stood with arms folded, looking shocked, but some were obviously mad as hell, and not just with the Stranded. Dom saw one guy yelling at Marcus, while Gavriel and Barron stood between them, making calm-down gestures with their hands. "Vernon, nobody got hurt," Barron said. "The damage can be repaired, but nobody got hurt." Vernon turned on him. "Yeah, and they wouldn't have come here at all if it hadn't been for this bunch throwing their weight around. When did we last get raided? They don't know how we do things here. Vern, Stranded could come back and raid us any time, but do you seriously think they'll be back now? Face it, Will, our way of life here is over. In one damn day everything's changed." Dom listened, resentful. "Well, now you know how the rest of the world felt on E-Day, asshole. But we're not grubs, we're your own." Gavriel steered the guy away. Marcus, being Marcus, just stood there in silence and let it roll off him, looking more interested in the bodies that were being laid out. Bernie examined them. They were looking for something. Dom jogged over with Baird to check. No Massey yet. Marcus rubbed his neck as if he'd pulled a muscle. 26 bodies so far. He might be one of the barbecued ones, Baird said helpfully. We've got a stack out on the road. Either way, Marcus said, we've got a shitload of stranded with a grievance. So, they try it on and we cap them too. Not exactly a legal gray area. Why the hell would they even try? Dom asked. Last-ditch raid? One for the road? Marcus shrugged. 50 to 100 of them, with grenade launchers, assault rifles, and vehicles. 10 of us with 2 helicopters, reluctant to see collateral damage. We'd have taken those odds, too. Yeah, Dom said, but we'd have won. The Ravens were still hovering over the water, searchlights moving slowly, while a couple of small boats searched for more bodies. Any they hadn't recovered could have washed out of the harbor by now. Gavriel came back and joined the subdued line, looking at the stranded dead. I think it would be a good idea to call a town meeting in the morning and calm everyone down, Marcus. He indicated the dead bodies with a nod. People are quick to forget that those individuals there would have cut their throats for the clothes on their backs. And what would the, returning refugees? We've got a volatile situation. Yeah, I'll do that. Marcus nodded like it was the most natural thing in the world, no more than a dispute over a parking space. I've had plenty of practice at explaining why things went to rat shit. He walked away, and Dom watched him sit down on the front steps of one of the houses, head lowered, finger jammed into one ear. Dom knew who he was trying to raise. Hoffman. Hoffman, Dom thought, would have done exactly the same. Pell Ruin, KR-239 crew bay, later that morning. Anya sat in the Raven's crew bay with Delta, waiting for Hoffman to call back and explain just how disappointed he was with their diplomacy. "You can't make allowances for stranded, Marcus," she said. "One squad can't search thousands of square kilometers in a day." Bernie shook her head. "I should have postponed my feud until the bloody fleet was here." "I'm the one who wanted to pay them a visit." Marcus joined the squad competition to take the blame. Nobody could ever accuse them of sloping shoulders. But we need to put a lid on any complications in town, and fast. Stranded could be anything from a slight nuisance to a full-scale threat. But nobody was used to a blurred line between stranded and citizens. You were either one or the other. Some of the residents didn't seem to be too sure about that dividing line, and Anya could see them milling around the slipway, staring at the debris from the skirmish. Some looked stunned, others disapproving. Being isolated from the real war had formed a very different culture, COG banners or not. "When Lewis is ready, I'll go in and talk to the council," Anya said. "We'll calm things down." Marcus did his slow headshake. "I'll do it." "You want to address a meeting?" Anya felt that was her responsibility. She was the officer, and she was the one who'd told Prescott and Hoffman that things were fine, more or less. But a little pang of guilt made her wonder if she thought Marcus was too abrupt and aggressive to be trusted with the task. "Maybe I should do it." "A meeting," Marcus said, "is just a mob that hasn't started throwing rocks. I'll be fine." Baird obviously couldn't see what the fuss was about. "Hey, we've got the whole COG army coming. This is just a small bunch of seriously underarmed civvies. Why are we wasting energy trying to persuade anyone about anything?" "Because we've got to rebuild society now," Anya said. "Priorities are changing." "But this is the COG. Everyone's got responsibilities. If they wanted all that flaky, free spirit, I'm an individual crap, they should have moved to Pell's. Oh, wait. Pell's got creamed by the grubs even before Hammer Day. I rest my case." Sorotsky stuck his head through the hatch. "The master's voice." Hoffman on the line for the lucky victim." Marcus took a breath and pressed his earpiece, staring up at the deckhead. Anya listened in with her mic switched off, mainly to help her resist the temptation to intervene, and wondered if she should have stuck to CIC. She knew damn well that her mother would have handled this better. She wasn't sure how, but Mom had just had a presence that said she knew exactly what she was doing and that she couldn't lose. And even when she finally lost for the first and last time, she won the battle. "Miss you, Mom. I really do." "Colonel," Marcus said, "we had a minor incident. The situation's been contained." "How minor, Phoenix?" "Stranded raiding party, up to 60 dead, no civvies injured." "So what's your security evaluation now?" "Can't be more than 700 or 800 of them, and at least half are women, kids, or old men." "Prescott wants the usual deal. Offer them amnesty and ask them to hand over the criminal element. How are the locals taking it?" Marcus paused. "We need to get a few things straight with them first. Like whose side they're on." "You said they were COG citizens." "They're mostly COG citizens who've never had grubs up their asses, so they aren't as focused or grateful as Jacinto folk when we have to break a few things to save them." "I hear you, Phoenix. Prescott wants to address them live via your bot's video link, but I'll stall him." Marcus did his silent sigh, eyes shut for a moment. "Tell him he's even more charismatic in person. What's your ETA?" The link faded to static for a moment while Hoffman seemed to be consulting someone. "Michelson estimates 4 days, but we can start flying in teams in a few hours. We'll keep a lid on it. You will call for assistance if you run into difficulties, Phoenix. This isn't the war. Policing civilians requires more manpower than shooting troublesome bastards." "I'll make a note so I remember that." Marcus jumped down from the Raven and walked toward town. Anya followed with Dom. "You're not going alone," she said. Marcus didn't turn around. "I'll try not to drag my knuckles." The main meeting room of the town hall where they'd played cards just hours earlier was now packed with locals, who might have been representatives, or just the first ones who managed to cram in to find a space. Anya took it as a positive sign. At least they weren't rioting in the streets. Louis Gavriel's first reaction had been to call a meeting, and the population's response had been to attend. That wasn't the behavior of a mob. Gavriel squeezed through the crowd, clapping his hands to get attention over the hubbub of voices. But it was actually Marcus who silenced them. He walked in behind Gavriel, and the noise level dropped as if someone had turned down a volume control. He cleared a path without even trying. A teenage boy, 15 perhaps, turned idly to see what was behind him, and the expression on his face when he saw Marcus was pure animal fear, instant and undisguised. Anya was taken aback by it. "Hey, that's my Marcus. He's not like that. He wouldn't hurt you." Anya had to remind herself that any gear was an intimidating sight for civilians not used to them. All that battle-scarred armor, the lancer that never seemed wholly clean of blood, the impression of bulk and sheer unstoppability. But Marcus projected something beyond that. It wasn't just dominant body language. It was a kind of angry weariness. It made people shut up and listen. He reached the front of the meeting room and stepped onto the low dais with a hollow thud of boots. Anya moved off to one side with Dom, looking back at the packed hall and scanning the faces. Most wore similar expressions of confusion and fear. Gavriel stepped up beside Marcus, all solidarity. "Citizens, I know you're all worried by what happened earlier, but I really need you to hear Sergeant Phoenix. We're going to have to get used to some changes. I want you to hear 'em out." Dom was standing so close to Anya that he could whisper in her ear almost without moving. I'd like to see anyone try to interrupt him.
Anya kept telling herself that Marcus could handle this. But he wasn't even the talkative type, let alone an orator. She braced herself to step in if he hit problems.
"I want you to understand how serious our situation is," he said. "You might think you know what war means, but you don't. Most of humankind is dead. All the cities are gone, even Jacinto. The only humans left alive, apart from stranded, are on their way here by ship because they've got nowhere left to run. Do you understand the stakes? We're facing extinction. That's why we're moving in. And it's not a request. It's going to happen. The people we pulled out of Jacinto survived hell, and they're COG citizens too. So here's the deal, like it's always been. You do right by your fellow citizen, and the COG does right by you. There's no other deal on the table."
Anya never knew Marcus had that many words in him. She almost didn't dare look at the crowd in case she broke the spell, which seemed to be horrified shock rather than admiration for Marcus's brutally frank announcement. It took a few long seconds to sink in, and then the questions erupted. And they weren't just fired at Marcus. The crowd was arguing, taking sides, shouting. Marcus just folded his arms and waited in silence for them to yell themselves to a standstill. Okay, that's not a bad strategy.
"What the hell's going to happen to us? Are you invading?"
"How many? Come on, how many? This is just an island."
"You selfish bastards. Didn't you hear what the guy said? They're all that's left. They're going to be slugging it out with stranded, and we'll get caught in the middle. We fended for ourselves when the COG abandoned us. Where the hell were you when we needed you?"
"They're our own, man. They've got nowhere else."
"We don't have room. Why the hell do we have to take them?"
"Because we're COG, asshole. You forgotten something? What do you think the flag is? Why do you think we're here at all?"
"I don't care. They can't just walk in."
Bang! Anya flinched. She thought for a moment that Marcus had hit the wall behind him with his fist, or maybe Gavriel had. But it was Dom. He'd knocked over a chair. Dom took 3 strides into the crowd and grabbed the loudest guy by the collar while he fumbled inside his armor. He pulled out something. His photographs. He'd taken those pictures out so many times over so many years that he could just flick them out like a card trick. He shoved the photographs right in the man's face. "See this?" he said. Tears ran down his cheeks. "This is my wife. She's dead." He fanned out the photographs one-handed. "And these are my 2 kids. They're dead too. And these are my folks and her folks. They're all dead." He dropped the pictures, the whole pack, and they fluttered across the floor. "You think they all died so you could slam the fucking door in our faces and tell me you don't have room for the few who didn't? I'm telling you, you have room." Anya held her breath. One wrong word, one move could set off a fight. The guy just stared into Dom's face, even after Dom let go of his collar, and then squatted down to gather up the photographs with him. Dom, suddenly his normal self again, patted the pictures into a neat pile and slid them back inside his armor. Marcus stepped down off the dais. Anya expected some parting shot from him, but it was clear now that none was needed. He put his hand under Dom's elbow and gave him a push toward the door. Anya found herself alone, standing with Gavriel, with nothing to add. "It's that simple, people," Gavriel said. "This is COG sovereign territory, and we're its citizens. If you don't want to accept that duty any more, then this is a big island, and you can go your own way as stranded. But Jacinto's Remnant is going to settle here. That's all there is to it." Some people got up and stormed out. The rest just stood or sat where they were.
If any of them were overjoyed at the prospect of ending their isolated existence, they didn't show it.
"Thank you,"
Anya said.
"You have no idea what a lifeline this island is for everyone."
As Marcus had said, Vectis didn't actually have any choice. The Remnant was coming. The cog was asserting its authority, and there was nothing anyone could do about it except develop a streak of self-destructive insanity and try to fight its own government. But it still never did any harm to say thank you. An old man with a wonderfully lined face smiled at her as she left the meeting room. "Didn't Ephira effectively shut the door to refugees when Prescott ordered the hammer strikes?" he said, still smiling.
"Yes, it did."
Anya couldn't call it a low blow because it was an inevitable parallel to draw. She wondered what he was going to tell her, and she knew that he would sooner or later, about the relatives he had lost somewhere on the mainland.
"But the people in those ships, they didn't do anything."
That wasn't completely true, of course. There was Prescott and Hoffman. But Victor Hoffman had paid dearly for his part in the decision. She liked the old bastard too much to see him pay any more. "Perhaps we'd have seen things differently if we'd been overrun by Locust," said the old man.
"Yes,"
Anya said.
"I think you would."
Chapter 12. I am responsible for myself and my actions. I shall conduct myself honorably and live a clean and frugal life. I have responsibilities to my fellow citizens. I shall be loyal to them and humble, because we are equal elements of a greater whole, and without them I am nothing. I have responsibilities to our society. I shall understand and respect my place in it, defend it, and work to make it prosperous, so that I may receive society's protection, and that we may hand on safety and prosperity to future generations. The Octus Canon, founding principle of the Coalition of Ordered Governments, as handed down by the All-Fathers and recited by every citizen. Pelruin Landing Area, 1 day after the Stranded raid, 14 AE. "I decided Prescott could cope without me," Hoffman said. "And if I had to watch Major Reed trying to crawl up his ass one more time, I might have taken a chainsaw to him. Am I being unreasonable, Anya?"
"One reason I take care of you, sir, is that I'd prefer not to work for him," she said. "Come on, meet the loyal caretakers."
The Raven circled once before heading back to Vectis Naval Base with Will Barents. The advance party of Ravens had landed to get essential services running before the first tranche of evacuees came ashore. Anya had half imagined some kind of single event, a historic and camera-worthy moment where the Remnant set foot on safe ground for the first time, even though she knew that the landings and transfers would have to be done in stages. Coleman and Baird were working on the quay, cutting lengths of wooden planking with their Lancer's chainsaws. Okay, chainsaws were chainsaws. You could use them for more than just killing grubs. But still it made Anya smile. A couple of small boys watched the two gears, clearly fascinated. "Where's Mataki?" Hoffman asked.
"Visiting the stranded with Sergeant Phoenix. They've gone with Sorotki and a local farmer for an aerial recon."
"Are the local vermin rabid or something? Never known them to try to take on gears. I don't agree with amnesties for them, but Prescott insists. I think they'll tell him to kiss their asses, and they usually do."
"They've had soft targets for too long. They're not used to facing superior firepower."
"Well, they're going to get damn used to it now. Crazy bastards. Did anything set them off, or are they always that suicidal?"
Anya wondered how much Bernie had told Hoffman. He probably needed to know that she had more issues with Stranded than the average gear. But this was thin personal ice to step on. "I think they were just making the point that they owned the place. But then they found out they didn't," Anya said.
We made contact with them earlier in the day, and it was pretty hostile. God, do I tell him? Maybe he knows the rest. Sergeant Mataki slugged one, but she had good reason. Hoffman slowed his pace to an occasional step. How good? One jostled her. No, that didn't cover it at all. Sir, were you aware that she was gang-raped by Stranded? Hoffman obviously wasn't. He stopped dead. He didn't even look at Anya, and his usual reaction to any news was to fix the messenger with a stare that could drill holes in sheet steel. I was not, he said. Are we talking about the same Stranded? Anya lost her nerve. There was only so much strain she could put on Hoffman's heart before he turned pale enough to scare her. It's complicated. I need to know. He hadn't even let loose with his usual stream of expletives. He was definitely shaken. The blood had drained from his face. Mataki and I go way back. Do you fully understand? I'd personally take a lancer to any man who upset her. I believe she dealt with two of them, sir. I should never have started this. I should have left it to Marcus. I'm sorry, I realize you're close. I should have handled this more diplomatically. Damn glad you told me, Anya, Hoffman said. Because she wouldn't. Leave it with me. He walked on, shaking his head, fists balled. Anya thought better of pouring fuel on the fire by mentioning the boat that Bernie had taken an interest in. When Gavriel met them in the town hall, Hoffman seemed to snap back to his old self, blunt and businesslike. So some of your residents think we're going to be a pain in the ass, he said, turning a chair around and straddling it. Well, we're not going to be on your doorsteps for a long time to come. You'll have 70 kilometers of breathing space. But the chairman will not tolerate segregation and no-go areas in COG territory. There has to be some integration. Gavriel looked ashamed, if anything. I think they're afraid of overcrowding and violence, competition for food. Some remember the Pendulum Wars, and from what Lieutenant Stroud tells me, that was civilized by comparison. Gavriel. Lewis, please. Lewis, we fought genocide. Do we have to draw a picture? God damn it, we're not animals. We're not stranded. My gears are disciplined soldiers, and the civilian population is under martial law. They're not some plague that's going to spoil your comfortable existence here. I know that, Colonel. Remind them that their community only exists because the NCOG paid it to be here to support the naval base. Anya winced. She liked Gavriel, and hoped he understood Hoffman's savaging was nothing personal. So how do we achieve integration, Colonel? Gavriel asked calmly. Same way any social animal learns to get along with a new pack. Gradually. We allow small parties of the Remnant to visit Pelruin, and Pelruin sends small parties to see what life is like in Vectus. Eventually, anyone can go anywhere, but this will be one island, one nation. Chairman Prescott is most insistent on that. He's asked me to pass on his invitation to your councilman to visit VNB and meet the civilian community when they arrive. Reading the riot act to Gavriel was redundant. The man still saw himself as a COG civil servant, 15 years isolation or not, and so did many of his neighbors. But some didn't, and Anya could only guess at where that divergence had started. And who's the new animal, and who's the pack? That's the problem. Perhaps once they saw how little impact the overnight city at the other end of the island made to their daily existence, then they'd settle down. And I'll make damn sure they have a history lesson. They have to understand. But why should we have to justify ourselves to them after all we've been through? Anya realized she'd almost let resentment get a hold on her. And that was how easy it was, how simply it began. And now she knew what her objective would be in the immediate future. She might never become the exemplary fighting gear her mother had been, but she could organize and analyze, and she could make people understand. "Martial law," Gavriel said at last. "That would apply to all of us, would it?" "It would," said Hoffman. "The Fortification Act is still in force." He checked his watch. "It shouldn't make any difference to your daily lives, Lewis, except that we'll provide security patrols here and at the farms. That should reassure your people. Some will see it as enforcement, but we can deal with that. Maybe it is. Citizenship is a two-way street, so we'll deal with it." Anya winced. Hoffman had never been a diplomat, but his honesty got him a long way. Now he wanted his walking tour of the town. "They might as well get used to the sight of me," Hoffman said, "because this is all going to land in my lap. I can smell it." "It's actually quite a nice place, sir." The whole concept of a nice place was almost a forgotten memory. Anya thought back a few weeks to when she'd believed that Port Farrell was as good as it was going to get, and that there were no more havens across a distant border where small luxuries were still available. Now she was standing in one of those havens. Her definition of luxury had scaled down considerably over the years, but fresh food, a quiet bar, and clean sheets were now real. And no grubs. That was the hardest thing to get used to. The monsters were still very much under every refugee's bed. A few houses showed signs of fire damage from the raid, but workmen were already up ladders, hammering and sawing and repairing. Word of Hoffman's arrival had spread across town, and people wandered out to look. The colonel looked every inch what he was, aggressive, uncompromising, and short on charm, but he seemed to switch into parade inspection mode, and went along inspecting and commenting favorably on the tidy state of the houses. Anya willed him not to go the whole hog and order some unlucky householder to get down and give him 20 for having an untidy front yard. He couldn't have looked that intimidating today, though. One of the small boys who'd been watching Cole and Baird now trailed them, and finally caught up with Anya. He looked about 8. He shot Hoffman a glance, but seemed to think Anya was the safer bet. "Miss? Hi, what's your name? Mine's Anya. I'm Joseph. Does your gun work?" "Yes." "What are grubs like?" "Horrible. But you don't have to worry about them." "Is that why the gears look at the ground every time there's a big wave or a noise?" Anya didn't quite understand. "What do you mean, Joseph?" "Why don't they look up?" Hoffman grunted. "I think the boy means that every time there's a noise they're not expecting, gears automatically look down. Grubs." He patted the kid's head. "You'd look up to see what it was, right?" "Yes." Joseph was now mesmerized by Hoffman and forgot Anya. "Is that because the grubs are under the ground?" "It is, son. They lived in tunnels and dug their way up to the surface. We never knew when they'd burst through and come to get us." Joseph looked stricken. It was a child's nightmare, all right. "Did they kill people?" "Millions and millions." "Worse than the Hammer of Dawn?" Hoffman missed a beat and swallowed hard. "Yeah, worse than that." "Wow," said Joseph, and darted off back to Cole and Baird. "Now there's a boy whose sleep's going to be disturbed for a few weeks," Anya said. Hoffman shook his head. "I think he grasped the situation a hell of a lot quicker than some of the adults. Kids are better at imagining monsters." He braced his shoulders again, as if he was shrugging off a bad memory. He almost certainly was, but he had a long list to pick from, and Anya always had to guess which. Now, under martial law, we can requisition whatever supplies we need. But you're going to tell me that'll alienate our friends here. So what the hell do we barter to make ourselves feel like nice people when we need to take something?
Fuel, Anya said. They're using everything from wind turbines to wood stoves to vegetable oils. Repair the landline network. Provide labor to clear land. Give them TV in a few key places, that sort of thing.
TV?
Easy. Just tell Baird that you don't think you can possibly cannibalize some of the monitors from the ships and make a closed-circuit system out of them, and then stand back. Keeps the media busy, too.
Yes, we really are wrecking their island idol, aren't we?
Cooperation takes less effort than enforcement.
Anya was uncomfortable with the new face of the cog that some in Pelruin seemed to see. An occupying army, an invasion. It wasn't how she saw herself or her comrades. It certainly wasn't how Jacintos civilians had regarded the gears who held the line between them and the Locust advance. A refugee city of people who still aren't convinced they'll live to see tomorrow, traumatized, hungry, bereaved, and a small town that hasn't even seen a Locust. We've got a big gulf to bridge. Hoffman sat down on the low stone wall that ran along the quay and watched Cole and Baird sawing wood to length for repairs. The air smelled of resin, sea, and cooking. "Damn nice, like you say," Hoffman said absently. "We'll make the new city damn nice, too. Prescott keeps talking about New Jacinto."
When are you going back to VNB, sir?
"When I've seen Mataki," he said. "I can wait. May I borrow your Lancer, Lieutenant?"
He held his hand out for her rifle, then revved up the chainsaw and went to cut wood with his gears. If she hadn't known he was upset about Bernie, then she would have sworn he was starting to look at peace. Maris Farm, Southern Vectis, same day.
"You just got to shoot them when they destroy crops or kill livestock," the farmer said. "They're a damn nuisance. You from farming stock? You sound like an islander."
Bernie nodded.
"Galangi. That's mostly livestock. Grew up on a beef farm. Say ass. Arse."
He burst out laughing.
"You got that accent."
His name was Jaunty, and he carried an obsolete shotgun broken under one arm. 3 black dogs with wild, mistrustful eyes kept close to his heels.
"What about you?" he asked Marcus.
"Strictly urban." Bernie could tell from Marcus's slow head turns that he was keeping watch on the dogs in his peripheral vision, avoiding eye contact.
"Big garden, nothing more."
One of the dogs edged forward and trotted over to Bernie to sniff at the cat fur lining that was just visible through the straps on her boots. Bernie squatted down and offered a gloved hand for inspection, fingers carefully closed. The dog wagged its tail, apparently satisfied that she had the right canine attitude.
"Probably wants to chase cats with you,"
Marcus said.
"No, he's got a taste for stranded."
Jaunty snapped his fingers and the dog came back to heel.
"They killed my other dog, the bastards. That was when I changed to using buckshot. They know the score now. If I catch 'em on my land, I shoot to kill. They got a choice of being civilized like the people up in town or not, and they chose not, so I treat 'em like any other predator."
Bernie understood the man perfectly. But Marcus didn't look comfortable. It might have been the smell of manure, because that was one thing you rarely got in Jacinto. Either way, he wasn't happy.
"So we could give you security cover,"
Bernie said carefully. She wasn't here to do deals, but she'd struck up a rapport with the man, and it seemed a waste of goodwill not to broach the subject.
"We'll be reclaiming a lot of the open land for farming in due course. But in the meantime, we'll need to find food supplies to top up the rations. I'm finding it hard to work this farm on my own these days, Jacintos said. Now, if you had some spare hands... Oh, I'm sure we can find some. I think that would work out nicely, then. He looked over Sorotki's raven with an expression of mild curiosity. I've never been in one of these things, you know. They're noisy buggers. Bernie mimed ear defenders with her hands. You'll need a headset just to talk. It took Jacintos a few moments to convince the dogs that they should stay put and that he wasn't being taken away. He talked to them like kids, which Bernie found painfully touching. Poor sod, stuck out here on his own, listening for every noise in the night in case a gang of stranded decide to cut his throat. Well, that was going to change. So you negotiated a food supply, Marcus muttered out of earshot. Nice. But it's all cogged land anyway. I know. But you catch more with honey than you do with vinegar. And if they don't accept the honey, then you pour on the vinegar. Feel free to do better, Marcus. I'm impressed, really. We're going to need one hell of a lot more than a single farm's output anyway. 1.5 to 2 hectares per person, preferably. You worked it all out. Now wait and see what happens when we have to offer the stranded amnesty. Marcus had never been sociable, but he was definitely keeping contact with Jacintos to a minimum. Bernie knew she was in no position to criticize the farmer for taking potshots at stranded or talking about them in pest control terms. But Marcus seemed to want to keep his moral high ground. For a man who had no qualms about killing locust, he was pretty ambivalent about even the worst specimens of humanity. Easy to be humane if you haven't been on the receiving end of them. But you must have seen your share in prison, Marcus. You know I'm right. Mitchell stayed in the cockpit with Sorotki as the Raven lifted and circled the farm. Jacintos pointed out the boundaries and the routes the stranded took to get onto his land by following one of the rivers that ran down to their part of the coast. Local intel was precious. Bernie made notes. So, you're going to bring all your big guns and troops into harbor, Jacintos said. No wonder the vermin are getting restless. If they're that dangerous, why haven't they wiped you all out? Marcus asked. Animals generally stop eating when they're full. Then predators don't wipe out their food supply, do they? But now you've shown up and upset the food chain. Have they ever asked to join you guys? Not as far as I know. Would you accept them? Jacintos snorted derisively. They think they can make anyone back down, even you, because we've been soft on 'em. We ought to go down there, all of us, every man and woman capable of holding a gun or a knife, and deal with them once and for all. So you've had your own war for survival. Marcus's tone didn't change. You get desperate, you throw everything you've got at it. Done that. Had to destroy the place. Twice. I don't think they realize the size of the force you're bringing with you, Sergeant Phoenix. Time we told them. Hey, Phoenix, are we just overflying the farms or what? Sorotki asked. The next one's 10 clicks east. I want to check out the stranded camp again. Why me every time? Because they shot up Gettner's bird. They shot up this one, too. Just a recon, or you want another fist fight with them? Let's see. Jacintos leaned forward in his seat and pointed at one of the door guns, its ammo belt loaded and secured. You can stop them any time you want. Permanent. That was the problem with stranded. Not the pathetic ones who just eked out an existence from day to day. Bernie couldn't get worked up about them like Baird did. He saw them as traitors who could have fought the grubs but left better men, and occasionally women, to do it. No, it was the violent criminal ones that were the problem. But even the cog balked at wiping them out. And yet we fried Sarah to stop the locust. We sank Jacinto. Where do we draw the line? Who's worth sacrificing, and why? Why only good people, or the anonymous innocent ones? Why not those shitbags?" She didn't have an answer. "See, there's the sheep farm," Jaunty said. It was all bucolic peace down there, green and white and leafy, a world away from Jacinto and what was in her mind right then. "Up in town they do like their meat." "Shit," Marcus said to himself. The comment was too quiet for the mic, but Bernie could lip-read that easily enough. The thought of lavish portions of roast meat was almost shocking. Rationing might finally be over before too long. Bernie let herself feel a little excited. "So what do you take as barter?" she asked. "Labor, entertainment, beer, food I don't grow or raise." She could see why people on Vectis had no idea how desperate the rest of humanity had become. Is that their fault or ours? Could we have shipped out here sooner? It was all too easy to tie yourself in knots with the if only and what if. Everyone did the best they could with the situation they were saddled with on the day. "Sirotki, can you take us over the stranded?" Marcus said. "Come in from the Highland side if you can." "Ah, the old gunship rising over the horizon trick," Sirotki said. "Always a good laxative. And are you sure you want to do it with a civilian passenger embarked?" Marcus turned to Jaunty. "Promise me you won't use that shotgun, whatever happens." "Not if it's my life on the line." Marcus shifted the lancer on his lap. "It won't come to that." "Leave it to us, Jaunty," Bernie said. "No us, Mataki." Marcus checked his watch. "You stay well back this time. I'm giving them Prescott's amnesty offer and telling them where to pick up their dead. After that they can go to hell. Jaunty, if there's any asshole you can ID as a serious criminal, other than just antisocial, you let me know." Jaunty didn't look too pleased with that. "What goddamn amnesty?" "Standard procedure," Marcus said. "Chairman's orders. We remind them they can join the human race, ask them to hand over their criminals, and the rest is up to them. We're short of humans these days." "You won't find any down there." "They never accept anyway." "And then what? You kick 'em off the island?" "You don't know, do you?" "Not my call," Marcus said. Mitchell manned the gun as Sirotki took the Raven over the cliffs to set down 100 meters from the stranded camp. Bernie knew the stranded here were afraid, all right. It wasn't just the cog showing up in force and ruining their arrangement. It was the first time they'd realized she was a gear. They knew retribution was coming, and if not from her, then from the cog itself. "You wait here until I call you," Marcus told Jaunty, and jumped out. "What makes you think they won't kill you?" Jaunty called. "They've seen what one squad can do, so they can work out how a whole army would ruin their day." "Leave your mic on," Bernie said. "I want to hear." She couldn't see enough from this distance. Marcus walked slowly to the beachfront shacks and stood there waiting. Eventually, a couple of men came out cradling rifles and walked toward him, stopping about 5 meters away. "Where's Massey?" Marcus asked. "Not here. But you'd know that, seeing as you killed him." "Got a message for you from Chairman Prescott, then. If you haven't committed a capital crime, then he's offering you amnesty. Citizenship. Just front up at the gates of the naval base a week from today, 0900 hours. "Asshole," said the taller man of the two. "Don't try to play fucking civilized with us." Marcus had a habit of saying what he had to say, regardless of the responses he was getting. It made him seem robotic and implacable. The overall effect was unsettling. "And the locals get to look you over and identify the criminal element." "Followed by a fair trial, yeah?" You get the same treatment as a citizen. If any of them commit capital crimes, they're in deep shit too. Fair's fair.
And how are you planning to enforce this crap?
The Navy, a couple of brigades of gears, and the civilian population of Jacinto are going to be here in a couple of days, Marcus said. He seemed to be working through a list, not really expecting any dialogue, but determined to do it by the book anyway. Whatever you've got going here is over. How you deal with that is your problem. You can collect your casualties from last night's shit on the southern approach road about 2 clicks out. Now, anything you want to say to me?
Yeah, fuck off.
Fair enough. Marcus took a couple of steps backward. And the guy who recognized Sergeant Mataki better have a good explanation for why and how next time I see him.
Oh, there's going to be a next time?
Believe it. Where's the blue boat?
Why can't you bastards just let us live?
Living's fine. It's looting and violence we don't like.
Where the hell are we going to go? There's nowhere left.
Yeah, we found that out too. Marcus shrugged and turned to walk back to the Raven. Try the other islands. Sirotki turned over the Raven's engine. That was a waste of fuel. Home, Junty?
Only if you're not going to let me shoot those two.
Marcus repeated the litany. Can you identify them as murderers, rapists, traitors, arsonists, looters, profiteers, or sex offenders?
You missed theft of war material,
Sirotki said. Jonty pondered a mental list of crimes, frowning.
I don't think so.
Then I'm not, Marcus said. He turned to Bernie. I suppose you've identified a good observation point. She had. It was habit. She couldn't look at a situation without working out the best place to keep watch and get the drop on someone.
Nice OP on the ridge as we flew in.
Okay, we wait there and see who we can see. Give Jonty the binoculars and he can ID some of them. Take us out of hearing range, Sirotki. Sirotki took the Raven a kilometer inland and left them to walk back on the observation point. By the time they reached the ridge, life in the stranded settlement had reverted to normal, and the residents were wandering around outside. Bernie settled down to scope through the faces.
Damn!
Jonty lowered the binoculars.
There's one I shot. I thought he was dead when they carried him off. You need a long shot, Bernie said. Reloading's a pain in the arse, but it'll stop a truck.
She thought she recognized some faces. The stranded were a small community anyway, but in the islands, the toughest individuals were the most mobile, island-hopping in small boats, keeping some sort of loose organization going like landed gentry visiting the peasants' farms. Some folks turned up everywhere. Not that there was much of everywhere left.
Yes, they did.
Her scalp tightened as realization dawned. It took her a while to be certain, and in the end it was the tosser's walk that confirmed it. Gait was one of the things you couldn't cover up with a beard or change of hair color. Not that this one appeared to feel he even needed to. It was him, the one that got away. Until now. He was younger than she'd remembered, but she did remember. Some things were hard to forget. But however hard she'd tried to put it to one side of her mind so that she could go on living, she knew she didn't want to forget enough to forego revenge.
Well, fuck,
she said, surprised that she found herself smiling instead of throwing up.
Now I've got the full set.
Marcus put his hand out and pressed down slowly on the barrel of her long shot. Let's talk, he said. Pelruin, late afternoon. Dom knew it would happen sooner or later, but it still hurt when it did. As he walked through the streets toward the bar, he saw Maria. She was in a group of men and women clustered around a small truck, checking off wooden crates of something that might have been food, butter, cheese, whatever, but something in identical glass pots. For 2 seconds she was solid and vivid enough to stop him in his tracks and make his stomach flip over. Every detail froze sharply for a moment, just to hurt him more. He could even see her necklace and her checked skirt. It isn't real. This kind of shit happens. Was it really her that I shot? Couldn't it have been someone else? But he had her necklace, and she'd been wearing the skirt when he found her. The more he stared in that slow-motion moment, the less she was there, and he found himself looking at a dark-haired woman who was actually nothing like her. Bereaved people saw the dead, and they weren't ghosts. Dr. Heyman had told him it would probably happen to him, too, and then it would stop after a while. For a woman who spat acid, she'd been almost patient when he wanted to ask her questions about Maria. He described what Maria had been like when he found her. Doc Heyman had nodded and said words like ataxia, dystonia, nystagmus, bradykinesia, ocular toxin deposition, and by the way, did he realize what those scars on her scalp were? Dom didn't have the technical words, but yes, he knew all too fucking well that Maria was already long dead when she stumbled toward him. Doc Heyman said that she couldn't cure any of those things, and what was left of Maria would have been a long time dying if she'd tried. I'm not allowed to shoot patients. I'd be a better doctor if I did. Yeah, Heyman was a tough bitch, but she was honest, and that sometimes did folks more favors than kindness. Dom found himself hearing her voice whenever he started to waver and berate himself. "What are you staring at?" the Not Maria woman demanded. Sorry. Dom didn't actually feel embarrassed at all. You reminded me of my dead wife. Yeah, honesty really worked best most of the time. He found Marcus and Bernie sitting in the bar with Hoffman, spaced around a circular table like they were waiting to start a seance. Dom could smell the residue of an argument. Of all of them, Hoffman looked the most pissed off. Hey, I bartered cleaning the kitchen for some beers on the tab. Dom tried hard to lighten the mood. Anyone drinking? I'll take a rain check, Hoffman said. I intend to claim it, Santiago, but it's time I prepared the goddamn carpet of strewn rose petals for the chairman's arrival. He stood and picked up his cap. I want to talk to you before I head back, Mataki. Dom collected beers from the wooden trestle counter and tried to work out what had gone on. Back at the table, Marcus and Bernie looked grim. She raised her glass. The unvanquished. Dom followed suit. You think they'll reinstate the old regiments one day? Whether they do or not, I'll always be 2-6 RTI, and that's all there is to it. Marcus stared at his beer for a while and didn't join in the sentimentality. After a few moments, though, he lifted the glass, focused on it for far longer than it took to line it up, and took a pull. We found our third rapist, he said. Dom assumed the obvious. Hoffman was edgy because Bernie had done something that he now had to smooth over. Oh, with the scumbags here, yeah? It's a shrinking pond. Dom waited, but no explanation followed. Are you going to tell me? We're debating whether me slicing his balls off and feeding them to him would bring about the final collapse of human civilization, Bernie said. Eh, Marcus? Dom didn't get it. What's the problem? The guy had committed a crime that carried the death penalty in Jacinto, then Bernie could ID him. Maybe she didn't want a trial. She seemed more embarrassed than traumatized about the whole thing, for whatever reason. Haul the asshole in. Shit, do we even need a trial? Marcus just deepened his frown. Let's save this for later. You still believe in legal systems after what happened to you? Dom asked. Marcus was still a phoenix, all let's not talk about it and heavy silences. Death sentence, remember that? I was guilty, Marcus said. Dom would have carried on, but he could see Bernie squirming. He didn't want to make things any worse for her. The past was going to take a long time to shut up and leave them alone, all of them. You want to talk about a nice roast leg of lamb? She asked. We made friends with a farmer today. Food was always a good topic for distraction. Nobody could possibly get upset about it. Dom couldn't recall the last time he ate lamb, and was debating the merits of a proper steak when the door opened and every head in the bar turned. Dizzy Wallen walked in with his daughters, and, automatically, not really thinking too hard about it, Dom greeted them with a nod. So did Marcus and Bernie. Well, ain't this nice, Dizzy said, ushering his daughters to the table. Can't remember the last time I saw anywhere peaceful. Dizzy wasn't the most fastidious of men. He usually stank of sweat and booze, but he'd done his best to tidy up today, beard combed and non-regulation hat brushed clean. Dom wondered how long he'd keep that up. Being back with his kids seemed to have made a new man of him for the time being, but he still had that distinctive odor of a heavy drinker, a faint methanol smell that soap didn't remove, and no amount of armor would make him look like a military man. Marcus looked him over and nodded. So you're the advance party? Flown in special to get them old rigs in the dockyard going, Dizzy said. I got the magic touch. Betty's gonna be jealous. Betty was his battered grind-lift rig. She'll understand, Dom said. A rig in every port, right? Bernie moved chairs around so that the two girls, Teresa and Marilyn, could sit down. They were twins, maybe 16 at most, with that numb, scared look that said they'd been bounced from place to place and didn't know what safe meant. Dom could imagine the kind of life they led in the stranded shanties after their dad was conscripted. It brought home to Dom how damned hungry they must have been for Dizzy to enlist just to guarantee food for them. They looked like nice kids, clean and tidy, their long reddish hair pulled back tight in ponytails. At least they could make a new start now. I'll get the beer, Dom said. Juice for the ladies. Ellen, the woman who ran the bar, and who'd been sweetness and light to Dom earlier, just lowered her chin and looked torn between annoyance and embarrassment. Another beer, please, Dom said. And have you got anything without alcohol? You can't bring them in here, Dom. He thought she meant Dizzy's daughters. They were too young to buy a beer in Jacinto, that was for sure. But he didn't think folks would be that strict out here. Hey, I'm sorry, I forgot the age thing. It's not that. You know the rules for their kind. What kind? Dom felt his throat tighten. Gears? You know what I mean. Stranded. She lowered her voice. Look, I know he's in uniform, but we can see what he is. They're going to have to leave, him and the girls, before we get trouble. He's lucky nobody shot him as soon as he got into town. The bar was one single low-ceilinged space, more like a sprawling living room than a bar, without one glass or chair that matched another. Dom realized he wasn't having a private conversation. The whole bar was watching and listening. He's not stranded, Dom said. He's a gear, just like me. And if he's a gear, then his kids are Gear's kids. Silence was a strange thing. It wasn't just an absence of noise. It was unnatural and frozen. Tensed muscles, held breaths, spit unswallowed. Dom turned to check what was going to come crashing down on him. The room just had that feeling. It wasn't exactly an ugly crowd, not like some of the bars he'd ended up in and wished he hadn't. but it reeked of hatred. "But it's only Dizzy. He's a great guy. He's one of us. What the hell's going on?" Dizzy bowed his head for a moment. "We didn't plan on staying. Come on, sweeties, let's go. Got work to do. This man saved my ass." Marcus put his hand on Dizzy's forearm and pinned him where he sat. "If you're attacked by Stranded again, he'll save yours." Bernie leaned back in her seat.
"Yeah, we're all gears. If he's not welcome, we're not welcome."
Dom waited for someone to make a move. Nobody did. In a way, he would have felt better if they'd just thrown a few chairs and swung punches, because that was easy, honest, simple. Instead, they just looked, and the looks on their faces said that they didn't like gears much either. Great idea to remind them, Bernie. This was their island. They hadn't a clue what had gone on over on the mainland, but whatever it was, they didn't want any of that shit messing up their nice, tidy lives. It was like they couldn't connect the pieces of the world and understand that they couldn't opt out of it. A few grubs would have straightened you out, assholes. You really need to understand what it's been like out there. Okay, that was a beer and 2 juices, yeah?" Dom abandoned the goodwill of barter and slapped his remaining bills on the counter. "That's still legal tender. It'll buy you something useful at any cog base." Ellen didn't say anything more, but she got him his drinks and took the money. Regimental honor had been satisfied. It probably didn't make Dizzy and his daughters feel any better, but Dom knew. He met Marcus's eyes, then Bernie's, and it was what Baird called a primal moment. The gears' bond was unbreakable, and that included Dizzy. It was the indefinable tribalism that held an army together under fire when any sane man would have been running for his life, and it was as powerful as any emotion Dom had ever known. His heart had been broken so often by now that he wasn't sure what it felt like to be his old self, but he knew that heady bond, and it gave him hope. The noise level in the bar slowly ratcheted up into normal hubbub as everyone tried to pretend they hadn't really tried to kick out a gear for not being human enough. Marcus looked as if he was counting down the minutes until he could walk out with Dizzy without looking like they'd been driven out.
"First thing we do," Bernie said, "is make sure there's a sergeant's mess set up in VNB.
Vectis Naval Base had become a familiar acronym overnight, just through repetition in fleet signals to the Ravens.
"Even if we have to wait for the beer to arrive. I'd rather drink water in the right company."
Marcus glanced at his watch again. It was hard to have a conversation under the circumstances. Eventually, an older man passed their table and leaned over a little toward Marcus.
"You were awarded the Embry Star, weren't you?" he said. "Aspho Fields."
Marcus braced to repel hero worship. Dom watched his jaw set.
"Yeah, so was Private Santiago here. And Sergeant Mataki got a Sovereign's Medal." "I remember," the man said, and moved on.
Dizzy scratched his beard.
"Damn. Never knew we was drinking with a bunch of heroes."
"You're not," Marcus said. "You're drinking with your buddies." After 30 minutes, Marcus seemed to decide that the point had been made and got up to go. Dizzy showed off a huge, ancient truck that he'd driven up from VNB, and they killed some time debating why it mattered to drag Pelruin into the fold if they were going to rebuild Jacinto to the south anyway. Anya was over-optimistic. Dom would never call her crazy if she thought that it was going to make for a better society in the long run. It was all about numbers. Jacinto's remnant had them, and Pelruin didn't. Teresa edged closer to Bernie and eventually managed a few words. Dom was beginning to wonder if the 2 girls were so traumatized that they didn't talk. That bothered him.
"They hate us, Sergeant Mataki,"
Teresa said.
Is it going to be like this everywhere?
Not if we have anything to do with it, Bernie said. Right, Delta? Dizzy seemed to pick up on Bernie's embarrassment. Some stranded are halfway to being real people, sweeties. Domesticated. Bernie looked chastened. After Dizzy and his girls drove off back to the base, Marcus stood staring at the dwindling taillights for a few moments. Never thought you had any time for the stranded, Bernie.
Don't recall seeing any stranded in that bar, she said. And don't think that Dizzy didn't make me feel guilty either.
Dizzy had chosen to be a regular human as far as she was concerned. Dom thought it was interesting to watch where people drew their lines. Marcus just nodded. Don't forget Hoffman's waiting to talk to you, he said, and walked off in the direction of the Ravens. Chapter 13. It's as if they waited 79 years for us to finish the pendulum wars and drain ourselves dry. Then they made their move. General Bardry Solomon, speculating on the timing of the locust horde's emergence. Vaslov Bridge, 35 kilometers west of Ephyra, 7 hours before Hammer of Dawn deployment, 14 years ago. 1 AE. What's your position, Phoenix? Somewhere between totally screwed and up shit creek, Control. Cut the crap. Can you see the convoy? What's left of it? Marcus gestured to Dom for the field glasses. It's blocked the road right on the bridge, so no point diverting refugee traffic that way. The General says that we have to open that route in the next hour. Well, Shurston, tell the General to get his ass down here and help push a few dills. 5,000 civvies looking for a way home, Phoenix. No pressure, then. Dom was happier when Anya was duty controller. She didn't wind up Marcus as much as Shurston did. On a good day, she could almost keep him happy. Today was not a good day. They were running out of time. At 0001 hours, Ephyra time, orbital laser strikes would destroy everything outside the city that the Locust could take and use against humans. With any luck, it would catch most of the bastards on the surface, too. It's got to be done, Marcus. Your dad's right. But that's easy for me to say. I've got nothing left to lose outside Ephyra. What about Ty and Pad? Come on, guys, Marcus said. Let's get creative, fast. The grubs were frugal bastards. Dom had to give them that. From the cover of the bridge control booth, he could see about 50 of them on the far bank, stripping everything they could carry from a line of trucks, APCs, and pack-horse utility vehicles. The ambushed convoy had blocked the road. The route-proving vehicle at its head was still smoking, skewed halfway across the 2 eastbound lanes of the bridge, and everything else had piled up behind it. It couldn't have happened more than 30 minutes ago. Shit. If only we'd moved faster, been here sooner. Can we take 'em? Dom whispered. He glanced over his shoulder to see if the others were up for it. How many long spears have we got left? We'll just blow up more shit and they'll scatter, Padrick said. A Raven on a strafing run would be handy, but we're fresh out of those at the moment. Marcus crouched as if he was about to sprint out from cover. I want that bulldozer down there left in one piece. Save the anti-armor rounds for later. The bulldozer could have cleared the bridge of wrecks, but it had its own problems. The cab screen was shattered. The whole rig was off the road, facing west, as if the driver had reversed and turned it to face the oncoming Locust ambush. And there was a big open expanse of road, a marshalling area, to cross before they got anywhere near the bridge itself. It was a bascule structure that opened to let ships pass. Nothing much had ventured downriver for the past year, and the control booth had been abandoned. Well, at least I've finally visited Shit Creek, Dom said. Look at those assholes down there. They must have more of our equipment now than we have. The grubs were taking everything: ammo, weapons, ration packs, even dismantling the vehicles. The COG convoy was being taken apart a component at a time and ferried back by a chain of drones to whatever sewer the grubs called home. Dom sighted up on one of the grubs as it ripped open the door of a truck and hauled out the gear slumped at the wheel to strip the armor from him. When it tried to pull off his helmet, Dom could see that the guy was still alive. He started to struggle. Shit! Dom snapped a scope on his rifle, racked up the magnification, and saw blood coming from the man's mouth. I gotta do something. Marcus must have checked through his own scope because he just grunted. Dom's instinct said to blow the grub's head off. Common sense said to finish the gear. He didn't know what to do, and both solutions were bad. In the 3 seconds he tried to decide, the grub solved the problem for him and put a few rounds into the man's head to finish him. Then it went on scavenging his armor and kit. Bastard, Dom said. It only did what we would have done. Marcus started prying open the door of the control booth from a squatting position. Motives don't make any difference to the guy on the receiving end. And if I'd shot him, done the decent thing, we'd be under fire now, too. It still didn't make him feel any better. He knew what he'd want Marcus to do for him in that same situation. You look like a man with a plan, Sarge. If there's still power to the bridge, then yes. The door splintered around the lock. Marcus went on rocking it carefully, forcing a gap he could get his fingers into. The grubs wouldn't hear anything over the noise of their own scraping, hammering, and hauling. Gravity is a wonderful thing. The door suddenly gave way, and Marcus fell back on his ass. The 4 of them crawled into the booth, keeping beneath the level of the windows, and Marcus knelt at the operator's position. Pad, scope through and tell me what's happening out there. He ran his fingers over the bridge controls, frowning. Where's the power supply? Dom crawled around looking for clues. Hey, it's in the on position. Are you going to open the bridge? Ever tipped garbage down a chute? What's that going to do, apart from clear the bridge? Shunt a line of traffic back onto the grubs, and keep them busy while Ty lines up a few long spears to ruin their day. You're nuts! I'm out of options. Marcus always looked the quiet type until he opened fire or came up with a maximum risk plan. He was still getting to grips with the bridge controls. Okay. Power, warning signal, safety gates, motors. I need to bypass the warnings. What if they're safety interlocked with the motors? Then the grubs work out what's coming, but they're still going to be caught in a lot of sliding metal. Ty assembled the long spear launcher control with a satisfied expression on his face. No, not satisfied. Serene. Pad scrambled to another position in the booth to look west. Nothing's ever going to wipe that smile off your face, is it? Dom could see why Pad thought he was slightly unhinged. Ty just took every bit of shit that came his way with a kind of certainty that it was going to work out, whether he survived it or not. Faith was a wonderful thing. Dom preferred taking fate into his own hands, preferably with an assault rifle. He traced the cables back from under the control desk, lifting sections of the floor. It was like a kid's toy down there, cabling sheathed in vivid red, blues, and yellow, with oversized transformers in cheerful, bright green housings. Even the nuts and bolts on the metal cases looked comically toy-like. There were also isolation switches for servicing. The cog was nothing if not thorough. Everything was stenciled and labeled. This is the power to the gates, Dom said. I can switch that off. Now the lights and horns... Found it, Marcus interrupted. Emergency control. Just raises the bridge maximum speed. in case of imminent vessel impact.
Tough shit if you're on the bridge,
Pad said. Tough shit anyway if a ship hits you. Ship's likely to cost more lives. It was the kind of throwaway comment that could silence everyone in these last few days. Every frigging decision came down to the same thing. 1 life or 5, 10 or 1,000, the rest of Sarah or humanity itself. Nothing was ever easy. Pad rested his rifle on the sill of the booth's front window, adjusting the scope as he observed the Locust scavenging team.
If you're thinking of pressing that button, now would be good. Nice big bunch of 'em trying to deal with a truck.
Handle, Marcus said. It's a handle.
Well, whatever it is, Sergeant Pedant, do it now if you want maximum buggeration factor for our ugly friends down there.
Ty, you ready? Marcus said. Do as much damage as you can, but avoid the bulldozer. The door creaked as Ty ducked out of the booth. Dom got ready for the follow-up. It wasn't going to kill all the grubs, and they'd have to go down there and finish the fight. This better work. Marcus grasped the handle and pushed it to the raised position. It worked all right. There was a loud clunk as gears engaged and motors started up. The vehicles on the bridge started to vibrate. For a few moments the grubs took no notice, and then those on the bridge itself seemed to realize something was wrong. Maybe they didn't make the connection with the control booth either, but it was too late for that, because the span of the bridge had now clearly opened in the middle, rising faster than Dom expected, sending vehicles sliding onto the grubs standing between them. Some started screaming, crushed between fenders. Some jumped clear into the water. As the bridge sections tilted more steeply, the vehicles skidded and tumbled rather than rolled, falling onto the vehicles behind. Dom couldn't see much now and darted outside to start dropping as many grubs as he could from this side of the river. Ty knelt on one knee, apparently oblivious of the crashing and creaking metal ahead of him, with the long spear launcher resting on his shoulder. The first round arced high in the air. Dom thought the missile was going wide, but a massive explosion threw up a fireball in visible chunks of truck, grubs, and APCs. A sheet of fire swept under the vehicles and engulfed the whole logjam in smoke and flames. Dom could hear the grubs shrieking. "I would let the flames die down before we deal with survivors," Ty said mildly, standing up and slinging the launcher on his back again. "It will be easier to see."
"Shit," Padrick said. "Nice shot. Fuel truck."
Ty bobbed his head in a bow. "Thank you. Can you see the bulldozer?" Marcus leaned out of the booth. "Is it okay? Otherwise we've wasted our time because we can't drive the damn vehicles clear now."
"I can see its back end," Pad said. "It's okay. Can you drive one?"
"How hard can it be?"
"Better let me do it."
Dom took up position in the cover of a tree and picked off any grubs he could see. It was hard to tell what was down there with the smoke and charring. One blackened shape stumbled to the riverbank, teetered on the concrete flood defense, and fell into the torrent below. Dom took a shot anyway, even though it was a waste of ammo. Explosions still threw debris into the air as fuel tanks and tires burst in the intense heat. One chunk of engine smashed straight through the bulldozer's cab. Fuck! Marcus was as agitated as Dom had ever seen him, jaw clenching and unclenching as if he was chewing a brick. "That's just terrific."
"Hey, all we have to do is get it to move," Pad said. "Trust a boy who grew up with combine harvesters."
They waited and took potshots at anything that seemed to move in the inferno. After 15 minutes, the flames began to die down. Acrid black smoke filled the air. Dom could taste the sulfur.
"Of course,"
Pad said, making his way down the slope to the bridge.
"We'll die of some hideous lung disease now. Lower the bridge, Sarge."
Reaching the bulldozer meant edging along the concrete flood defenses that lined the stretch of river. The crush of burning vehicles had completely blocked the road. While Pad got the bulldozer started and Marcus provided cover, Dom prowled the wreckage, shielding his face against the heat with his free hand, hoping there wasn't another fuel tank simmering away and waiting to take his head off. For a moment he thought of the bodies of the gears in those vehicles. He couldn't retrieve their cog tags, and he felt bad about that because their families would need to know for sure what had happened to them. But there was nothing he could do about it. Ty worked his way down to the tail of the convoy. Dom heard him fire a few bursts into the trees, but there were no grubs left around. If they'd survived, they'd gone back into their emergence holes to whatever cesspit they came from. It's all going to look like this tomorrow. Shit, how could I keep forgetting that? Every big city burned to a cinder like this. Dom leaned over, free hand braced on his knee, feeling suddenly sick. It was fatigue, he told himself. Everyone chucked up when they were this exhausted. Then he realized that the oily black debris he was looking at was moving. Oh, shit! It was alive! It was a grub! What if it's not? Dom realized he couldn't tell a badly burned grub from a badly burned human. He was looking into a face, but he couldn't see the eyes. So this could have been a guy he knew, or the locust boss bastard himself. He was so shocked that he didn't react until an arm lifted. Then he saw the bulky outline of a rifle that wasn't a Lancer. He emptied a clip into the body. It took all his nerve to squat down and feel for a cog tag. There wasn't one. What if it hadn't been a grub? Shit, man, I couldn't let a human suffer like that anyway. He wasn't even sure if he would feel okay about leaving a grub to die slowly. Maybe he didn't have enough hate in him, or he'd worn it out. A sudden rumble, followed by screeching metal, made him look up. The bulldozer was on the move, shoving wreckage out of the way and pushing it into the river. It was the nearest garbage bin. Padrick never did mess about. Marcus stepped behind the raised safety barriers, keeping clear of Pad's destructive rampage. Dom joined him, feeling lost for the moment, and didn't bother to switch back into the comm circuit. He didn't want to hear the mounting panic in people's voices. Even here, even in Tyrus, there were refugees who just weren't going to make it to the safe zone by midnight. Fucking impossible decision. Control, Phoenix here. Control, come in, Control. This was how Dom would always picture Marcus. Finger jammed in one ear, head down, face like thunder, apparently pissed off at something or somebody. Control, Phoenix here. Nice of you to join us, Shurston. We'll have the route clear in 30 minutes. Tell them to reroute the convoy. He had to feel good about that, didn't he? Dom would rather have been saving people he knew, but that wasn't his job. That's the real test. Sacrificing one person to save 100 is pretty rough, but it's the obvious thing to do, isn't it? I mean, nobody would argue with that, would they? But what if that one person is your mother, your wife, your best buddy? What do you do then? Dom didn't know, and hoped that he never had to find out. Control must have told Marcus to get back to Ephyra, because all Dom heard him say before he signed off was, "No, we'll make sure the route's clear." Dom nudged him. "We've got 5 hours, Marcus." "Yeah," he said. "If I didn't think there was plenty of time, I'd send you all back now and wait here myself." Padrick seemed to be enjoying the release of smashing into inanimate objects. He went on clearing wreckage over a bigger area than he needed to, and eventually Marcus had to flag him down to make him stop. They took the dill west along the highway until they saw headlights in the distance, then pulled off the road until the convoy reached them. The lead pack horse slowed to a halt, and the driver dropped the side window. "You should join the engineer corps, Phoenix." "Maybe I will," he said. "Where do you want us, point or tail?" "Tail." Pad went off-road and skimmed past what felt like a never-ending line of military vehicles, commercial trucks, livestock transports, private cars, and tankers, until they reached the end of the line. Dom wanted to talk, but Marcus was feigning sleep. Ty stared at his clasped hands as if he was meditating or praying or something, and Pad had his eyes on the road. Dom felt there was nothing he could say that wouldn't make him sound like a total asshole. "This is going to be one of the last convoys that makes it home before the deadline," he said at last. "Thank fuck we're in it, then," Padrick muttered. Dom had to ask, "Guys, have you still got family out there in the islands?" Marcus made a sound that could have been a sigh, a snore, or a hint to shut up. Ty looked up from his clasped hands. "The Hammer of Dawn would waste its time targeting most of the islands," he said. "So I can help." Dom had no comfort to offer. The Dill kept a sensible distance from the last truck in the convoy, and rolled past the Ephyra checkpoint with 3 hours to spare. "Home," Dom said. Marcus opened his eyes at last. "Yeah, whatever that'll mean tomorrow morning." Chairman Prescott's office, 24:01 hours, 2 hours before Hammer of Dawn deployment. Even now, Prescott still watched the door. He realized there was still enough of the helpless human being left in him to wish for a last-minute reprieve. Perhaps, just perhaps, Adam Phoenix would walk through the door declaring that he had an answer, a way to stop the locust horde without destroying anything or anybody. Perhaps Salomon was heading this way, to say that word had reached the locust commanders of the planned hammer strike, and that they now wanted to talk terms. But Richard Prescott had long ago given up believing that problems solved themselves miraculously. It was when he was around 12 years old, and worked out that grown-ups didn't have all the answers, and that even his mighty father, Chairman David Prescott, could not come back from the dead, no matter how much his son wanted it to happen. Prescott wondered how his father would have felt about him stepping into dead men's shoes to lead the cog, rather than winning an election. But Daliel's heart attack now looked like a lucky escape from the hell to follow. You didn't have to succeed him. A deputy chairman can always say no. Nobody ever had, of course. Anyone who stood for office wanted to sit in this chair eventually. But now there were no deputies to lean on, and no elections to replace them. No miracles, no luck, just decisions, and the willingness to stand by them. I just wish I knew, really knew, what was happening to Sarah. Until then, Prescott was guessing about everything, except the fact that the locusts were close to overrunning Tyrus, almost at the Ephyra border as predicted, and that he had one card left to play. The door opened, and it really was Adam Phoenix. "Do you have any miracles?" Prescott asked. Phoenix looked taken aback. "No, Chairman. Just data. That'll have to do, then." Phoenix looked drained, and Prescott wondered if he needed a drink. "That boy of yours is hard to keep on a leash. I hear he's just returned from convoy to escort duty. We did try to keep him out of harm's way, Professor, but he's determined not to be special." Phoenix didn't seem to know his son had been on operational duty today. His brow creased briefly, just a flash of a frown. "He'll never manage to be anything but special." "Help yourself to a drink," Prescott said, indicating the decanters on the sideboard. He opened the doors onto the balcony and stared up at the night sky to look for the orbiting hammer platforms. If he lined up on the Octus Tower, he could distinguish stars from moving satellites. It was getting harder to see objects in the night sky because of airborne pollution from fires and destruction. But tonight the pinpoints of light showed themselves in a brief window of clarity, warning him, "Look at us, Richard. Be sure you understand what you're about to do."
"People think you're bluffing," Phoenix said.
"Who's there to bluff?"
The thought disappointed Prescott.
The other cog leaders? There's nothing for them to concede now, and we have no communication with the Locust whatsoever. How can I possibly give them an ultimatum?
Phoenix looked distinctly uncomfortable. Prescott had catalogued the man's vanities and weaknesses within half an hour of first meeting him, but it was seeing Hoffman skirmish with him that had filled in the gaps. Hoffman watched Phoenix's eyes a lot. It was more than simple human eye contact or even aggression, although Hoffman had an excess of that. Phoenix's eyes were his barometer. He went from an unnerving stare to rapid blinking. The rate seemed to indicate his degree of anxiety. He was close to off the scale now. "You're right," Phoenix said after a long pause. "But people aren't rational. They want to find a reason to believe we won't carry this out."
"We." How collegiate.
Phoenix was both vain, ferociously gifted, a history shaper and rightly aware of it, and given to martyrdom. He wasn't prepared to wash his hands of his creation, even when it was about to be turned on his world.
"I know you're deeply conflicted over this, Professor," Prescott said.
Phoenix laughed, the little desperate bark of a man closer to tears than to humor, and cupped both hands over his nose and mouth for a brief moment. He was still staring up at the sky. He hadn't helped himself to that drink, after all.
"You have no idea how conflicted, Chairman," he said at last. "Adam."
First-name terms, after weeks of rigid formality, often helped cement an idea in someone's mind. Names had power.
"Either you're a monster who built a weapon that will kill millions, or you're the man whose genius will save humankind."
Prescott paused to let that sink in, and realized it was one of those moments when he caught himself telling the raw truth, even when he didn't plan to.
"You've given us our last hope. That kind of power always has its consequences, Adam, believe me. Governance is about choices. All too often it's about working out which is the least hideous."
"I'm not a politician," Phoenix said. "I'm a scientist."
"You build strategic weapons. Join the club."
"I've failed."
"Only if the hammer strikes don't work."
"No, as a scientist. I should have found a nonviolent solution in time."
"So that's why there are so many scientists and engineers working on military projects."
"That's where the research grants are."
"Ah, science ethics at work."
"I'm talking about my conscience, not theirs."
"You were a serving officer."
"I was. A major in 26 RTI.
"You always returned fire, yes?"
"Sometimes you sound just like Hoffman." Phoenix seemed to decide he'd had enough of the sky, and now gazed at the floor. "But I killed men rather than let them kill me. This is not the same." Prescott stopped short of the lecture on collateral damage. Phoenix had done the work the cog needed him to do, but if the man was tipped too far, then he might not cooperate further. Prescott checked his watch and the antique clock on the table.
"It's time to save humanity, Adam. Are you sure you won't have that drink?"
Phoenix shook his head. Prescott put his hand on the man's elbow and steered him toward the door. The offices and corridors were almost empty as they made their way to the command center. Ethera was safe, but non-essential staff had taken Prescott at his word when he said that they might want to be at home with their families tonight. Only the security officer at the main doors was on duty. He was reading a newspaper while a television under the desk illuminated his face with flickering light.
Prescott could hear the faint, tinny voice of a reporter. But he knew that if he stopped to look or listen, and saw the streams of refugees or the other cities still full of people refusing to leave, or unable to, that it would only make things harder. The security guard dropped the paper and stood up, startled. "Good evening, sir." He went to switch off the TV, but Phoenix held up his hand to stop him. "Just a quick look," Phoenix said, and walked behind the desk to watch the screen. "That's live, isn't it?" "Yes, sir, from Garenholt." Prescott watched, too. Garenholt wasn't far from Ephyra, 4 hours on a light traffic day, perhaps. Now everyone on that screen, the people in cars, the pedestrians, the defiant householders determined to sit it out, would be dead in hours. They weren't going to make it to Ephyra. They were dead already. And the reporter. The TV station had a reporter on the spot. What kind of person would volunteer to do that? Was the man so stupid or so arrogant that he thought he was immune? Or was he just so blinded by the need to do his job, so shocked by the scale of the story, that he had to be there? What kind of person would do my job right now? There was only him, and that was why he had to do it. CIC Ops Room, House of the Sovereigns, 25:45 hours, 16 minutes to hammer strike. "Colonel, are you all right?" Adam Phoenix was standing right behind him, but Hoffman didn't notice until the man handed him a sheaf of papers. He wanted those papers to be checkpoint reports from Corin, handed to him by Anya Stroud or Timothy Shurston, or any of the other CIC controllers who were in touch with the movement of civilian traffic. But the checkpoint teams had all been pulled back to Ephyra half an hour ago, and none of them had found Margaret Hoffman or her sister Natalie. All Hoffman knew was that Natalie had left the hospital emergency room in Corin 2 days ago and hadn't returned. "Professor?" Hoffman refused to lose face in front of Phoenix. It was bad for morale. Every gear needed to believe that the senior commanders were fully in control, not sweating next to a phone, hands almost shaking for some word of hope. "I won't pretend I'm fine. If I thought things were just dandy now, then I shouldn't be in this job. I understand. I really do." Hoffman suspected that Marcus Phoenix would have understood a whole lot better than his father right then. Phoenix Sr. was more talkative, but somehow managed to say less. Hoffman was never sure what was going on in Marcus's head, but he could judge by his actions and fill in the gaps, and that told him he was dealing with a modest soldier, a professional, an honorable man who simply didn't broadcast what he felt. Adam Phoenix just struck Hoffman as someone who thought he always knew best, and paraded his conscience in half-assed moral debates for lesser beings like Hoffman to admire. "Your son's a credit to the coalition," Hoffman said. Take it as a conciliatory gesture or an unflattering comparison, whichever you like, Professor. "If anyone lives the Octus canon, it's him." Phoenix looked a little embarrassed. "I often wonder if he ever thinks of ideologies at all. Yes, he's an exceptional young man, thank you. He has Elaine's independent streak. Well, at least he talked about his dead wife. He'd never done that before, not that he'd ever made small talk with Hoffman. It was as good a night as any for the dead to wander back into conversations and remind everyone just how many of them there would be very soon. 10 minutes. Margaret was still out there. I need a miracle. What was the last thing I said to her? That I couldn't and wouldn't stop the hammer strike? What was the last thing she said to me? Fuck you. Would I feel any better now if we'd lied and said that we loved each other? And how's Margaret? Phoenix asked. Missing, Hoffman said. He didn't mean to hit below the belt. but it was true, and there was no other answer he could give. "Oh, God!" Phoenix looked genuinely shocked. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Colonel, everything's in disarray at the moment. I'm sure she's safe, somewhere in Ephyra. But you've seen the chaos." "She left for Corin after the announcement," Hoffman said quietly. "And as of this moment—" He checked the bank of clocks on the other wall, each showing local time in every major city. "As of this moment, with 9 minutes to go, she has not returned." They just looked at each other. On the wall behind them, and Hoffman was sure that Phoenix was avoiding looking at it unless he had to, just like Hoffman, hung a backlit chart of Sarah's surface, skinned and pinned like an animal hide into a ragged-edged, flattened shape. Every major city was marked with concentric rings showing blast radii. Many of those rings overlapped, and when Hoffman found the stomach to look at it, he had to search hard to find areas that would be beyond the range of the orbital laser's destruction. It was going to take 3 phases of fire to hit every target, realigning the lasers after each strike. The number of satellite platforms needed for a synchronized apocalypse probably exceeded the COG's budget, Hoffman thought. But then nobody sane would ever have planned for the almost total destruction of the planet's surface. Not almost. Ephyra's a speck compared to Sarah. It might as well be the whole damn world. "Colonel, I have no idea what to say to you," Phoenix said, "other than how very sorry I am." The room was a blur for Hoffman now. He was aware of everything in it, and he was functioning, competent to do his job, but everything was distorted. The normal focus of his vision, background and foreground, had gone. Everything seemed to be in sharp focus, regardless of distance, and as for the sounds, he could hear everything, too much, every conversation, without the instinctive filter that told his brain what to concentrate on and what to ignore. Salomon and Prescott were standing at the hammer control panel. It needed 3 separate keys to be inserted and turned simultaneously to remove the failsafe lock. In minutes, Hoffman would have to walk over there and place his key in the slot. "I deserve this, but Margaret doesn't." "Sir?" Anya Stroud edged close to him, as if she wanted Phoenix to walk away, but he didn't. "Sir, just so you know, I've tracked down every gear who's been on checkpoint duties anywhere within Tyrus, and I'm afraid nobody recorded her outbound, let alone inbound. She must have taken a back-road route to Corin. Every highway and minor road to Ephyra is at a standstill now." Anya was a sweet kid, all heart if you knew how to listen to her. "I wondered why you hadn't rostered off for so long." "I'm sorry I couldn't do more, sir." "You've done more than you'll ever know, my dear." It was far too familiar a way to address a junior officer, but he didn't give a shit right then. Anya was being Anya, so he would just be Victor for a few moments. "Thank you for trying. I won't forget it." And now he had to carry on. Phoenix hadn't moved. 5 minutes. "We're going to incinerate Sarah, and all I can think about is one woman. Maybe that's all any of us can manage tonight, to grieve on a manageable scale." "Victor?" Salomon gestured to him, beckoning almost casually, like he wanted him to join them for a drink. But his face was that awful pasty yellow again. "It's time. Let's do it." Hoffman had a terrible feeling of walking to his own execution, not crossing the room to be the executioner. Phoenix caught his arm. "If you prefer, Victor, give me the key. I'll do it. Like you said, it's my bomb." Phoenix rarely called him anything but Colonel. The damnedest things happened at times like this. You could never really tell with people, not until they were pushed to the limit. and then they could shock you for good or ill. "Thanks," Hoffman said, and meant it. His lips were moving, and he could hear himself speaking, but somehow it wasn't him. It was the Hoffman who had to front up and earn it, the one who had to be seen to be holding it together because so many depended on him doing just that. "I won't be the only man widowed tonight. I shouldn't dish it out if I can't take it." Salomon and Prescott waited. Hoffman just got it over with. He placed his key in the slot first, followed by Salomon, then Prescott. 3, 2, turn, said Salomon. The command keys had now started the arming process. It's as good as over. "Where the hell are you, Margaret? Don't be afraid. Please don't be afraid." It was the duty tactical officer's job to physically deploy the hammer. But there were just 2 switches on the console to press, nothing requiring expertise, because the computer system ironed out the timing, and Prescott had decided it was his responsibility alone. The officer moved aside without being asked. Prescott held his finger above the illuminated plastic buttons and took one last glance at his watch before looking up at Phoenix. The professor nodded. "Forgive us," Prescott said, pressing one button, then the other. "Forgive me, Margaret." And Sarah burned. Chapter 14. I refuse to tolerate no-go areas for COG citizens in COG sovereign territory. We are either citizens or stranded. There is no middle ground. If we start over with a fragmented society, the divisions will only widen, and I will not allow Pelruin to become an enclave. There will be one community and one law for all. Chairman Richard Prescott, responding to the discussion on how to deal with the existing population of Vectus. Small Vessels Basin, Vectus Naval Base, 9 weeks after the evacuation of Jacinto, 14 AE. "Damn, that's a pretty sunrise," Cole said. "Weather's going to be shitty then. Red sunsets are what you want. Bed, freezing your ass off is shitty. A little bit of rain is good for the fields." Like every other gear, Cole could sleep anywhere, any time, or at least he thought he could. Now he was up at a damn ridiculous hour because he couldn't, and word had gone around that the Pelruin trawlers were coming into Vectus today. Cole wanted to watch. It sounded interesting. The naval base was now filling up with warships, fuel tankers, and just about anything that would float. Cole walked along the jetty, noting what had shown up since he had last looked, and felt sure that some of these tubs hadn't been at Marinot dockyard. He started counting. It looked like Captain Michelson had found a couple of extra amphib landing ships from somewhere. Some ships were turning right around and heading back to Port Farrell to pick up the last loads of equipment and personnel. It was getting to be a regular taxi service. Actually, it looked like a pretty damn impressive navy under the circumstances. The little boats hanging around made it look a bit colorful and unmilitary in places, but the big ships had some serious guns. The Raven's Nest carriers were lined up in the big deep-water berth, deck to deck, so that you could almost walk from ship to ship if you felt like it. They were an island in their own right. Imagine when we had hundreds of them. And now we're down to maybe 1/10 of that. "They hid those things somewhere," Baird said. "They were supposed to have turned in a shitload of hulls to the breakers to reclaim the steel. Crafty assholes." "Yeah, those crafty assholes sure came in useful, baby." Hell, it was only because crazy fishheads like Michelson and Fine hid stuff from the reclaim system that the COG had any navy left at all. Cole wasn't complaining. A man was entitled to tell a few lies in the paperwork if he knew he could save lives one day. The Navy hadn't had much attention for a long, long time. It obviously got up to all kinds of shit when Prescott's back was turned. Cole found himself laughing his head off at the thought. What's so funny? Baird still seemed to have his eye on the submarine. He wandered across the caisson to admire it. Share! The Navy's just a bunch of pirates in uniforms. Gotta love that. Maybe it's just me, but I don't find all that pirate shit romantic. Stranded are bad enough on land. They're not any prettier when they float. Go on, make eyes at that sub. You know you want to. Anyone who said Baird wasn't capable of loving much besides himself just hadn't seen the way he looked at machines. A sailor was working on the sub's casing, messing around with a hatch, and he looked up at the two of them like he found it funny to see gears sightseeing at this time of the morning. Couldn't you sleep? He called to them. Land crabs don't usually get up before 1300, do they? Baird didn't go for the bait. He must have really wanted to scramble over that sub. The nameplate on the fin said Clement. Nice boat. We like gears smart enough to call her a boat. The guy went on working. His sleeve badges said he was a petty officer of some sort, all anchors and chevrons. Cole needed to brush up on the Navy's fancy ranks. In fact, we like you so much we won't even try to sink you. Never been in a submarine. We can remedy that for a price. You're Corporal Baird, right? You repair things. Yeah. Baird looked on the happy side of smug. Word of his skills got around fast. I do. We've got a lot that needs repairing. Don't encourage him, baby, Cole said. He'll never hand the keys back. We're heading out to search for a trawler as soon as I'm done here. Seeing as Gear's got nothing to do now except overeat and chat up women, come along for the ride and make yourself useful. Sometimes Cole really did feel he didn't have anything worth doing now. It wasn't that he missed grubs. He just liked winning. And there wasn't much he did lately that felt like hard work. What's happened to the trawler? He asked. The last radio message was weird. The skipper thought he was on a collision course with another boat, and the others lost contact after that. The chief bolted down the small hatch. They go around in flotillas for safety, apparently. No wreckage yet, so we offered to help. Might get a few choice fillets out of it. Okay, Baird said. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Man, Baird was pleased with himself. Cole had to laugh about the barter system that seemed to be operating here. The Navy did tricks for fish, like some goddamn seal. Still, it was decent of them. Families would be worrying themselves sick about the trawler crew. You're just dying to fire the torpedoes, ain't you? Cole said. If that trawler's been hit by stranded, you bet. They need to find out who's in charge now. Baird squinted, staring out to sea at the inbound fishing boats, all bright colors like oversized bathtub toys. As they drew closer, Cole could see that one still had its catch strung up in nets on the deck. One by one the boats tied up alongside, and a crewman jumped onto the quay. Nothing so far, he said, as if Cole and Baird knew what was going on and headed for the submarine. Cole peered down from the quay as the rest of the crew started sorting their catch. They pulled a cable, and the contents of the net spilled onto the deck, some of it still crawling and flapping. There was a regular party going on there. Cole called down to the crew just to be sociable. Boat's still missing, then? Yeah. We searched for a few hours. It's pretty calm out there, so something's wrong. Sorry to hear that. It's damn stranded. They want the boats, not the catch. If it is, baby, they're gonna regret it. Baird leaned over the rail and looked at the fish being sorted. Shit. I don't think even Bernie would eat that. He tilted his head on one side to get a better look. That one reminds me of an old girlfriend. The one with the big mouth.
The one with the tentacles. You thought the Locust Queen was classy. You need help, baby. She didn't look like the other grubs, man. Baird pressed his earpiece. Control? You awake? Yeah, we want to go check out that missing trawler. It's stranded. Cole wasn't really listening now. He was much more interested in whatever was going down on one of the boats. The fishermen had started to cluster around something really big and weird on top of a pile of other fish scattered on the deck. As far as Cole was concerned, most of the things down there looked weird anyway. He sure as hell hadn't seen them on a plate in any restaurant he'd been in. But there were all kinds of freaky things in the water down in the Locust tunnels, and flooding the hollow could have flushed out a lot of them. That thing on the deck did not look natural. It was 2 meters long, like a big length of scaly pipe, with a mouth where its chin should have been. Did fish even have chins? Shit! Cole didn't like the look of it, and he'd seen enough weird shit to know when to worry. The trawler crew didn't seem bothered, but then they'd never seen grubs or the variety of shapes the things came in. Man, that looks like it came out of one of the grubs' tunnels, Cole said. Don't touch it. Hang on, I'll get Baird to take a look at it, 'cause he knows more about locusts than anyone. An old guy, who'd probably seen everything in the sea by now, hooked his fingers under the creature's gills and hauled it up. He needed both hands and help from 2 buddies to lift it. You never seen anything like this before, then? I'm not joking, man. You ain't seen the freak show the grubs had. Where the hell could he even start with explaining about things like reavers and brumacs? You couldn't make that shit up. Maybe the folks here hadn't even seen the grub menagerie on TV before they lost the link on Hammer Day. The COG didn't hand over many ops recordings to the media guys. Don't touch it. Some of that shit even explodes. They got these other things called lambent, and they glow and... The fishermen started laughing. They thought it was hilarious. Cole didn't mind a good joke, but he just couldn't get across to them that monsters were real. He'd seen them, killed them, seen his buddies killed by them. He'd lived next door to monsters for 15 years. He'd ridden one. He'd even met the monster's queen face to face. Shit, they don't get it. They never saw it, any of it. I just can't explain it to them. How they ever gonna understand us? Son, this is a shale eel, the old guy said kindly. He seemed pretty pleased with it. We rarely catch them. Real delicacy. You'd love it. Want a fillet piece when we cut it up? A goddamn eel. Was that all? Shit. He'd be crapping himself about every animal he didn't recognize now. He felt stupid, but also worried. The nightmare had been real on the mainland, but folks here couldn't begin to imagine what the grubs had been like, so they'd never understand why gears reacted badly to the simplest, dumbest things. Everything was dangerous until proven safe. Every rumble and vibration was grubs, nothing harmless. It was going to take years to change that. Thanks, Cole said, but I think I'll pass. The crew laid the monster eel back down on the deck and debated how to divide it up fairly so that everyone got a decent portion. Cole hoped he hadn't offended them by turning down their offer. Baird came back and watched the operation, frowning. Looks like a friggin' grub, he muttered. Glad it's not just me, baby. The wheelhouse door swung open, and a guy leaned out, a radio headset in one hand. Fairhaven's found debris from the harvest. Fenders, floats, no actual wreckage. So we've got a position. That killed the interest in the monster eel right away. We might not need the submarine, then, said the old guy. Baird looked seriously disappointed. Aw, shit! If they're out there, we'll find 'em, son.
He'd totally misunderstood why Baird was pissed off. "Don't you worry. You're going to need some armed backup if that's Stranded misbehaving out there," Cole said. "We do that stuff. Want a hand? If you're willing." Baird paced up the key, hand to his ear, talking to Control, and seemed satisfied. "Control decided to test the sonar anyway," he said. He got his boat ride then. "Plus a patrol boat." "Which one makes you more seasick?" Cole asked. "Depends how deep you dive." It was turning out to be an interesting day. Man, the Stranded out here were a lot wilder than the land-based variety. Vectus had its own real-life monsters to worry about. VNB Main Parade Ground, 0930 hours. About 600 Stranded from the coastal settlement showed up at VNB's main gate that morning. Hoffman looked them over, comforting himself with the thought that most of the Operation Lifeboat men had turned into decent gears, so maybe there was some hope for this rabble once they were separated from their criminal element. Apart from some nervous glances over their shoulders when the inner gates were locked behind them, Hoffman had no intention of anyone signing up, getting their clothing issue, and then slipping away. They looked pretty docile. They'd all been searched for weapons anyway. The worst they could do was bite. He opened his radio link. "Lieutenant Stroud, I need a bot. And get Phoenix and Mataki down here."
"Sergeant Phoenix is still out with the patrol boat looking for the missing trawler, sir. Ready for the ID parade."
More damn trouble from the Stranded. It made it hard to think of any of them as model citizens. "As ready as we'll ever be. Get the bot images back to Pell Ruin and see what shakes out."
"Yes, sir. By the way, remember that the councilmen from Pell Ruin are visiting at the moment. You said you'd meet with them."
"Damn, did I?"
"They're wandering around with one of the Jacinto representatives. You'll be able to spot them by their dismay when they see the line of Stranded."
"That's not a joke, is it, Lieutenant?"
"No, sir, it is not. I've had comments." The Stranded line was mostly made up of women, children, teenage boys, and elderly men. At least Prescott would be happy to see more women of childbearing age joining the Remnant, but Hoffman wasn't convinced they'd take kindly to the do-your-duty-and-get-knocked-up philosophy of the cog. Plenty of women were happy to keep popping out babies, even women he'd have thought would have objected to being treated like broodmares. But some kind of reproductive instinct kicked in that said the species was in trouble. On the other hand, lots of women objected to the baby farms. The Stranded females were probably the independent kind who'd tell Prescott where he could shove his repopulation program. "And not enough adult males here. I need to replace the gears we lost." Stranded men were probably the wrong material anyway. Humankind had lost a generation of its best, and that was going to take a long time to put right. VNB was filling up. Another accommodation block would be ready by the end of the week. People were gradually coming off the ships, which made Michelson happier, but he was going to have to put up with them in the Ravens' nests for months while extra housing was built. And that took some organizing. Royston Charles had his shopping list of urgent tasks, and he expected Hoffman to make them possible. Hoffman dedicated it to the civilians playing at councilman and gave them 3 companies of gears to make a start on it. "Okay, we need housing built. We need land cleared for farming. We need sources of raw materials identified and secured. Need. Michelson ambled across the parade ground to look over the Stranded. He'd shaved off his beard. The trawler skipper disguise from his piracy interdiction duties had been replaced by his old NCOG officer persona, crisp and... Hoffman settled on raffish. He seemed to be relishing his new task. "You'll be lucky if you find a pretty one in that line, you old predator," Hoffman said.
Admit you're past it. I'm not on the prowl, Victor. Michelson straightened his collar. But the Navy has standards. Just checking out the potential recruits. Are we competing for manpower now? Oh, we don't need anyone that big and strong in the Navy. We noticed. Seriously, are you recruiting from Stranded again? Not unless I'm desperate. The land battle's over, Victor. It's going to be a maritime world now. Hoffman managed to laugh. It was true, but that didn't make him feel any less redundant. Pirates, transport, cruises, resource investigation. We're going to have to mount missions back to the mainland to find emulsion and other raw materials. Projection of power, because eventually we'll need to recolonize the continent. Defense, because this is still a tiny population compared to what might be lurking out there in holes across Sarah. He obviously had his sales pitch ready for Prescott. And you don't mean grubs, Hoffman said. There'll still be a few grubs, but we have no idea how many of our free-range stranded friends are out there. Nor do they, I suspect. Looks like we've lost a civilian vessel today. It won't be the last. So you sail the high seas and we provide the muscle when you go ashore. I know you're right, Quentin, but damn it, it still hurts. Prescott will have to appoint you admiral. We'll always need Marines. My gears will be greatly comforted by that, especially as the Navy hasn't projected power in recent history. We're fast learners. Michelson turned to look past Hoffman. Ah, here come your charming enforcers. Anya and Bernie walked down the ragged four-deep line of stranded, followed by one of the bots that was going to be used to send mugshots to Pelruin for checking. Halfway down the queue, Bernie must have spotted something that worried her. She walked back a few paces, grabbed a man out of the crowd by his collar, and marched him across to a nearby wall to search him. He was a big guy, so she might have been making the point that she wasn't going to be intimidated by that. Anya watched intently, as if she was making mental notes on how to scare and demoralize a man correctly. Michelson suppressed a smile. You always did go for the leonine type, Victor. Female gears need to be able to handle themselves, Hoffman said, avoiding the issue. Stranded don't make concessions to ladies. You should have told me what they did to you, Bernie. Why didn't you? Damn it, we've known each other long enough. Anya handed Hoffman a piece of paper signed by Mylan Audley, Attorney General. For a moment, Hoffman thought the old shark had come back from the dead, but it was just an archive document she'd pulled from the files. Hoffman was still being surprised on a daily basis by what had been saved and not saved when Jacinto was abandoned. Prescott still sat on trial or amnesty, applied across the board, sir. Trials? We're not going to get convictions if he plays by peacetime legal rules. Hoffman decided it was simply a PR gesture on Prescott's part that nobody was intended to take seriously. Where's the evidence? Who's going to represent the parties? I'm not letting dangerous scum into this city because we can't convict and deal with them. Yes, he thought of this as a city. Until there was a civilian town out there for the Remnant to go to, then VNB was New Jacinto. Martial law's there for a reason, when peacetime rules don't work. Anya looked awkward for a moment. You'll have to argue that with him, sir. Apologies, Anya. It just cramps my guts something fierce to have to do this. I'll make sure the registration team is ready to start, she said, escaping. Bernie went to follow. Hoffman stopped her with a well-timed bark. Sergeant, wait up. I'd like you to do some personal checking. He didn't plan to spell it out in front of Michelson, friend or not. Bernie deserved some privacy. Certain elements of the Stranded are of particular interest to me. Understood, sir. She looked uneasy. But I doubt if anyone would walk in and risk a good kicking. Free food makes any wild animal take chances, Mataki. You should know that. Indeed I should, sir. Bernie doubled back and began walking down the line of Stranded again. The crowd waiting to be processed at the security post was 3 or 4 deep, and past the metal scrollwork gates where they'd come in. The gates were 2 meters high, an ornate remnant of the pre-Cog era, with a wheel-like emblem in each center panel. "Anything I can do, Victor?" Michelson asked. "All under control. I've known you a long time, my friend, and it's not—" Bernie was in the press of bodies now, looking into every face. A movement caught Hoffman's eye. In the section of crowd queuing in front of the gates, people were stepping aside and looking over their shoulders, as if a scuffle had broken out. Hoffman saw a head rise above the others, and realized a man was trying to climb the gates. Bernie turned to look at the same time. It was an odd moment to decide that he didn't want the Cog's protection. Oh, shit. The guy could have been any criminal scumbag, but Hoffman guessed that he wasn't. He knew that he couldn't sprint that distance and get to the man before Bernie did. He started to jog across the parade ground, trying to look casual, but Gears and Civvies paused to stare, and he saw the top of Bernie's head as she pushed through the crowd. People in front of the gate suddenly scattered and ducked. In that split-second's clear view, Hoffman saw Bernie swing her lancer hard into the man's legs like an axe. He fell. Hoffman didn't see anything else for a few seconds. There was yelling, plenty of yelling, until he pushed through the crowd and found Bernie kneeling on the man's back, pushing his arm up between his shoulder blades. Hoffman wasn't the only one on the spot. Every gear within 50 meters piled in, too. "There," Bernie said. He reached for her rifle one-handed and slid the chainsaw against the man's face. For a moment, Hoffman thought she was going to switch it on. "Take a look around. How do you like the odds now, tosser?" It has to be him. Suicidal asshole. Why the hell would he risk coming in here? Maybe he thought she wouldn't recognize him. Maybe he didn't realize she'd be down here. Anderson, a couple of men from Bravo 6, and a Raven crew chief crowded around, all ready to dive in, all in a bar brawl mood that had sprung from nowhere. Hoffman was sure they didn't know the details, but they'd certainly picked up on one thing. One of their own had a serious grievance with the Stranded. Hoffman knew that if they found out exactly what the man had done, then things were going to get out of hand fast, discipline or no discipline. He moved in and shoved Bernie aside, pinning the man's arms. Hoffman decided he was still fit enough to take him. If the bastard gave him an excuse to use his sidearm here and now, he'd take it. He didn't care who was watching. Jacinto folks will understand. The locals, they've got some learning to do. "It's okay, Mataki," Hoffman said. "I'll deal with this." "I don't even know his name." Bernie let go and stepped back. "But that's him." He was about 30, pretty damn solid, with curly dark hair and an expression on his face that said he really didn't believe anyone could touch him, not even here. That pissed off Hoffman massively in its own right. This was Cog turf, his turf, and he answered only to Prescott. "I don't give a damn what this animal's called," Hoffman snarled, nose to nose with the man. "But it's committed a capital crime, and it's going to pay for it. What's your name? I can't just call you asshole, because then all the other assholes like you would think I was addressing them." "You got some fucking funny double standards, man." Hoffman drew his sidearm. "Name?" "John," he said. "Massey." The parade ground was a perfect amphitheater. Hoffman was aware that he had a much bigger audience now. There were civvies, real civvies, Jacintos citizens, even visiting Pel Ruin people, who had come out from an accommodation block to get a better look. The Hoffman they'd known was formal, businesslike. Now they were seeing the man he'd been when he had to get results fast. He hadn't needed to be that Hoffman for a long time. "I assume you're a relative of the shitbag who raided Pel Ruin, then?" "Brother. He's dead, asshole. You fascists killed him. So file a complaint. In the meantime, you're detained." John Massey, if that was his name at all, also realized he had an audience. Although Hoffman didn't know why the hell he thought anyone other than his own kind would give a shit what happened to him now. "That bitch killed my buddies," he yelled. "She cut 'em up, man. She took her time doing it. So where's your fucking amnesty now? Where's your justice? Why isn't she in jail? Because it sure as shit wasn't self-defense, not coming back to slit them up weeks later." Hoffman wanted this over and done with. He didn't want to broadcast the details. Bernie had taken enough humiliation already. "Maybe they asked for it," Hoffman said, and hauled him off toward the guard room. "And you did, too." Anderson came after him. "What did the bastard do, sir? Tell me." Massey was yelling now. "I want a trial! I want a fucking trial!" Hoffman kept walking. "The bitch is a murderer!" "Sir?" Anderson didn't give up. "Come on, sir, it's Mataki." And they're imagining the worst anyway. "You'll find out when you need to, Sergeant," Hoffman said, and slammed the door. NCOG patrol boat Chancellor, 50 kilometers off the coast. Dom had forgotten just how terrifyingly big the ocean was. The haze on the water still hadn't lifted, and he couldn't even see the trawlers. They were somewhere out there on an expanding square search pattern, working from where the Harvest's floats had been found. He hadn't been in a small boat like this for a long, long time. The steady vibration from the engines and the sound of the churning water brought back faces and voices he'd almost forgotten. Bittersweet. Right on the limit of the painful memories he could handle these days. Overhead, a raven tracked east to west. And even with a bird up there, it's still a damn big ocean to cover. "I can't see the submarine," Marcus said. "That's the whole point, baby." Cole was way too close to the rail of the patrol boat for Dom's liking. "You know, I think I prefer flying. It's over faster." "Don't lean on the guardrail if you've got to chuck up," Dom warned. "I've seen experienced guys fall in. Kneel down, all fours." "Shit, this thing ain't got much deck space for a growing boy." "Okay, go lean on the gun." The machine gun was mounted forward on a sturdy housing. If Cole puked on the deck, a quick hose down was a lot easier than recovering a man overboard. "We've got to be close. The debris couldn't have drifted that far." Marcus stood in the open wheelhouse door, scanning the horizon. "Dom, remember that Leviathan thing? The one that hauled the grub boats in the underground lake? Do I have to? If there were others, flooding the tunnels wouldn't have drowned them. It might have let them escape into open water. Shit. You think something like that attacked the boat?" "I told him, man." Cole perked up, vindicated. "The fishermen trawled up this big, ugly eel, and I swore it was from the grub menagerie." Muller, the NCOG coxswain, peered from the open bridge up top. "You want to share that intel with Clement, Sergeant? If there's anything on the loose, the CO needs to know." "It was at least the length of a grub gunboat, and it had scales," Marcus said. "We didn't ask if it was an only child. We just killed it." "Yeah, very helpful. Next time Clement makes contact, I'll tell them there might be some seriously big trouble out there. Can't you radio him? He's got to come up to periscope depth to get a comms link in seawater, Muller said. His trailing wire's screwed at the moment. We don't have a single vessel that's 100% functional, remember. Dom reminded himself that this was just planning for the worst, nothing definite. Until they found identifiable parts of the boat, then the trawler could just have been drifting without radio comms after losing some floats. But everyone was unusually quiet until the voice of Clement, CO, came over the radio. Clement to Chancellor, negative so far. The deep trench starts around here. If anything's gone to the bottom, we're out of luck. Roger that, Clement, Muller said. And if you get any big sonar pings, it might be a grub monster fish that's bigger than you. Very late intel report from our sergeant here. Might be a whale, of course. Okay, if we don't recognize the acoustics, then we'll worry. Dom wondered what sailors considered a reasonable period to search for survivors before giving up. That was a strange question from a man who'd spent 10 years looking for his own wife. He realized he'd already written the crew off as dead. It was easy to do that with strangers, and impossible to do it with your own. KR 677 to Chancellor. Dom listened to the radio traffic between the Raven and the patrol boat. I'm seeing a white object 5 clicks west of your current search boundary. Might be an upturned hull, or could be a decomposing whale. I've seen foam from something breaching the surface about 20 clicks from here. I'm going in for a closer look. Shit, said Cole. That don't sound encouraging. KR 67 to Chancellor. Confirmed. It's an upturned hull. Looks damaged. Want to follow me up and get a line on it? Roger that, 67. Muller opened up Chancellor's throttle, then headed west. On our way. KR 67, how damaged? Marcus asked. Splintered and holed, from what I can see. Collision with something big, or else it's been shot up. Not much it can collide with out here. Muller called down from the bridge. Not with one of ours, definitely. Other fishing boats, unlikely. Crazed killer grub fish, who knows? Even with the Raven overhead directing them, it took a while to get a visual on the hull. Muller brought the patrol boat alongside. It bobbed at an angle in the water, as if it was weighted at one end. The smooth composite was punched with small, splintered holes. And that meant only one thing. So I'm guessing it's stranded, Muller said. Unless your Leviathan was packing a cannon. Shit. Whoever opened fire kept firing when the boat overturned. Bastards. Okay, Muller. Let the fishermen know, Marcus said. The other boats were still converging on the position, but their top speed was a fraction of a patrol boat's. Better check in case someone's trapped in an air pocket. I'll dive under there if... No! Muller came down from the bridge and surveyed the hull from the port side. We don't need extra casualties. Wait one. He grabbed the boathook and squatted down to prod the hull. Dom wondered if he was tapping to get a response. Damn, someone was going to have to get on that hull and actually listen for signs of life, whatever Muller said. But then the hull flipped over. Shit! Muller almost lost his footing. Wasn't expecting that. It was just a small, splintered section of the boat's outer skin, smeared with black streaks that could have been charring. Dom would have suspected a fuel fire if it hadn't been for the peppering of holes. He couldn't tell if the black smears on the debris were oil or burns. Well, the rest of it isn't going to be floating anywhere, Muller said. Unless those poor bastards were exceptionally lucky and went over the side with life jackets before they got hit, then they're gone. Okay, if they did get out, what are our chances of finding them? Close to 0, Muller said. The Raven carried on the search for a while, then Chancellor hung around more out of curiosity than in any hope of being useful. Clement eventually surfaced a few hundred meters away. Muller went into the wheelhouse for a few minutes, then stuck his head out the door. Clement's CO says there's a lot of debris on the slope of the ocean shelf, Sergeant, he said. But finding recognizable bits of boat down there, not a hope in hell. Any big fish? Whales. You can hear them right across the other side of the ocean if you get in the right density layer. And some distant engine noise, but no rampant leviathans. Okay. Marcus took a breath. Dom could see him wrestling with the decision, and knew what he was imagining. Some guys bobbing in the water, impossible to spot in a vast ocean, waiting for help that would never come. We can't do much down here. KR-67, want to call it off? We're okay, said the Raven pilot. We'll carry on for a while with the other boats. We've narrowed the search area anyway. Go home, guys. Chancellor headed back to VNB at maximum throttle. Cole seemed to find that less puke-inducing, and he definitely perked up as the fortress-like walls of VNB got closer. Dumb. Why the hell would Stranded bother to sink a little boat? He said. They steal shit. They need boats. Hell, they probably want the catch, too. Why trash it? Maybe the fishermen fought back, Marcus said. I want to know what brought Stranded in so close to Vectus. Not an easy journey. Easy pickings, maybe. What, they failed to spot the whole damn cog navy steaming in? Dom thought of the raid on Pelruin. Some collective craziness had seized the Stranded, and they didn't seem to care how big or dangerous their prey was now. Desperation? Maybe. Ignorance? They didn't seem to know the size of the cog forces they'd be taking on. Perhaps they were so used to being the top of the food chain out here that they'd overdosed on arrogance. The cog was tiny, a medium-sized city and a worn-down army rather than an empire now. But compared to a few pirate vessels, it was still the world's superpower. He thought it was, anyway. Dom had a moment of doubt. Maybe it's more than a few pirates. Maybe we're the ones who haven't got the math right. Friggin' sad, man, Cole said. Survive the end of the world, and the first thing us humans do is start fighting among ourselves again. Marcus grunted. We can quit any time, if we want to. Dom wondered if anyone ever did. The cog couldn't quit now, that was certain. It now had a new enemy to tackle. The almost peace had lasted 9 weeks. Chapter 15. Understand what a world had to do to survive. Chairman Richard Prescott, Memoirs, opening line. Unpublished draft. The Santiago House, Ephyra, 5 days after the hammer of dawn strike across Serra, 1 AE. The sky was charcoal gray, a kind of stormy dusk, but it was mid-morning. That was a big improvement. The airborne debris was starting to settle. "Baby, remember to keep the windows shut," Dom said. "I don't want you inhaling this shit, okay? Stay indoors. Promise me." Maria handed him a scarf, the camo pattern one he'd picked up in his commando training days. "At least put this on." "I said promise me." She didn't seem to hear him. "You ought to wear your helmet this time. I know you don't like it, but it'll keep you safe." "Maria, please, don't go out today." Dom didn't know if he'd do more harm than good by spelling it out to her. But he knew that going outside to look for something she'd never find was dangerous. Benny and Sylvie aren't out there, baby. They're gone. I know folks think they see people they've lost, but it's all imagination. I promise I'll be back as soon as I can. She didn't meet his eyes. It wasn't avoidance. She seemed to blank him out, then carry on again as if nothing had been said. You sure you won't wear your helmet? Dom gave up for the time being. He wasn't going to hear what he needed to. No, the air filters just clog up. Why do you think they're not flying Raven sorties? That stuff gets into the air intakes and engines. He wrapped the scarf around his neck and pulled the folds up over his nose. Look, I don't know how long we're going to be out there, but don't get worried. Everything's going to take longer than usual. Just stay inside. I'll try to call you when I can. He went to kiss her goodbye and had to pull the scarf down again. With any luck, she'd take her meds, sleep through most of the day, and not watch the news, which was pretty well non-existent at the moment because nobody was leaving the city. The TV helicopters couldn't fly anyway, and the broadcast system had been taken over by endless emergency announcements about staying at home, covering air vents, and filtering water. In the street outside, a thick layer of dark gray dust covered everything like a negative image of a snow scene. Cars were parked nose to tail along both sides of the road, and it was only when he walked past one of them that he saw movement through a small patch scraped clear on its filthy windshield. There were people sleeping inside. Shit, he had refugees living rough in cars on his own street. They still hadn't been able to move into reception centers. He wondered whether to stop and help, but what could he do? He couldn't offer them shelter. There was no way he could leave strangers in his house with Maria, and he had to report for duty. After arguing with himself for a few seconds, he walked on, eyes already stinging from the polluted air, and then broke into a jog all the way to the main road. It was hard going. The sidewalks were coated in the same greasy gray crap as the cars and roofs, almost slippery underfoot, even though it felt dry. Whatever the soot and debris was mixing with, it was going to be hell to clean up. Dom wasn't sure what bothered him most as he made his way to HQ, the unbreathable air, or the sense that the place was packed solid with people even though nobody was visible on the streets. It felt like everything, people, fear, anger, had been crammed into the houses and the doors slammed shut, and one push would force the chaos to spill out. The situation beyond Ephira that had caused it was just too much for him to take in. He didn't even try to imagine it. He'd see for himself soon enough. He was on the first recon today. He'd volunteered. The Dills were still in the vehicle hangar, cleaned and serviced. The transport engineers had had nothing to do for 2 days, except fix them and bolt makeshift filters over the intakes to keep out the worst of the fine particles caused by the vaporization of how many cities? Dom didn't actually know. He wondered if Marcus's dad had told him that level of detail, or if Marcus even wanted to know. Patrick and Ty were waiting for the briefing, with the 3 other recon squads, sitting on the Dill's front scoop. Poor old Ty. He had no idea what was happening to his folks in the South Islands, and Dom didn't know whether to talk about it. Comms had been patchy since E-Day. Now the hammer strikes had destroyed relays across Sarah, and if there were survivors in the remote and rural areas, it was going to be weeks or even longer before anyone found out. But there was no more Sarah out there, not as any of them had known it. Now Dom had to drive out there and see how bad things really were. And the whole idea is to check how little we left for the grubs to salvage. It was an upside-down war in every way Dom could imagine. "Seen Marcus?" Dom asked. "Not yet," Pad said. "You got to pity the guy. He must feel terrible now." Dom bristled. "Why?" "His dad. You seriously think that someone isn't going to give him shit over the Phoenix connection sooner or later? Watch him try even harder to save the world now to make up for it." "Pad, shut the fuck up, okay?" "I'm not saying we shouldn't have done it. I'm just saying that down the line people will forget why we had to." "It's not Marcus's problem. Just knock it off." Dom knew the comment stung because it was true. Marcus always behaved as if he was personally responsible for every damn gear, which was more than some of the officers managed. Now he was the same with civvies. Over the last 9 days, Dom had lost count of the times he'd gone so far out of his way to rescue them that it was verging on a death wish. It also stung because he knew Pad was right about the Phoenix name. Nobody knew yet if Adam Phoenix had saved humankind or just hurried along its extinction, so the jury was still out, in Ephyra anyway. Anyone who'd been the target of the hammer strikes would have made their mind up pretty fast. Marcus turned up 2 minutes before the briefing was due to start and just gave everyone a silent nod. He didn't even say anything to Dom. What was there to say, after all? Good morning really didn't cut it today, and there was no point commenting on the weather. Eventually, boots echoed down the corridor, and the gears snapped to attention beside their vehicles. Dom wasn't expecting to see Colonel Hoffman this morning, but then this wasn't any old mission, and he got the feeling that the man wanted to confront what had happened and see stuff for himself. Some gears said Hoffman just couldn't delegate, and interfered with every damn thing. But Dom knew him too well. They'd fought side by side, literally, and nearly died together. The Hoffman that Dom knew was simply a soldier who believed his job was on the front line, not shuffling committee papers or kissing politicians' asses. The irony was that the more gears who got killed, the more hands-on soldiering the senior commanders had to do, and their casualty rate meant that Hoffman was being forced higher in the command simply by staying alive. No, he definitely wasn't happy that way. The old bastard still looked naked and lost without a lancer. "Stand easy, Gears." Hoffman seemed exhausted and angry. Maybe things hadn't gone to plan. "Sorry if you're pining for Lieutenant Faraday already, but I'm briefing you. We've got no intel whatsoever yet, so anything you can glean on this patrol is valuable. The air's going to be filthy for weeks, so you will observe personal safety precautions. And those of you too macho to wear goddamn helmets will wear breathing masks, or I'll stick you on a charge for hazarding COG property. Is that clear?" It was a crisp chorus. "Sir, yes, sir." "Good. Now all I expect you to do is to keep to the main highways as far as you're able, take air samples, assess the degree of damage to property, report any signs of grub activity, and any... well, shit, there won't be survivors. Just stick to the compass points today. You can't cover much ground." "What if there are survivors, sir?" Dom asked. Hoffman's voice was hoarse. Maybe he'd been out in the streets. "You ever see a firestorm, Santiago?" "Probably not on this scale, sir." "Nobody ever has." Hoffman took off his cap and wiped his shaven scalp with his palm. "If you find any live casualties, chances are that you won't be able to do a damn thing for them. Okay, get going. Gears." Nobody ever has. That summed up the day. Patrick drove the Dill south, out of the vehicle compound. Roads in Ephyra itself were still passable because Gears had been out making sure they were clear, bulldozing routes where they had to as far as the ring of barricades and vehicle checkpoints. But the world was already an alien landscape draped in dark gray velvet. Yes, that was what it looked like. Not snow, but somber velvet. It's a fucking funeral. and they were still a long way from the nearest city that had taken a direct hammer strike. There was no destruction yet, no firestorm damage, just the debris from it that had been swept for kilometers on air currents.
"Control," Padrick said. "I'm going to have to find a cross-country route. I can see the highway ahead, but it's nothing but solid cars."
Dom thought of the refugees sleeping in their vehicles in the city itself. He didn't want to believe anyone might be sheltering like that out here. But there was absolutely nothing he could do about it, even if they were. If they hadn't made their way on foot to the city, then nothing could help them here. Nobody could even get an ambulance down this far.
"Okay,"
Pad said. The Dill bounced down an embankment and onto the rail tracks, a bit too close to overturning for Dom's tastes. He grabbed the nearest seat.
"This is the only way ahead. Hang on to your nuts. It's going to be a very bumpy ride."
Ty had his eyes shut, hands clasped. Marcus was glued to one of the secondary periscopes for a while, but swore and gave up after a few lurches that left him rubbing his bruised forehead. Even the Dill's huge all-terrain tires couldn't smooth out the ride along the rails. "Pad, I'm going to grab recoil pictures every half-click," Marcus said. "Stop and pull back the front hatch when you can. Don't deploy Baz. The crud in the air's going to clog his parts, too." Even Marcus had fallen into calling the bot he. It might have been out of courtesy to Padrick, though. The roads ran close enough to the rail network in places for them to get a good view of the endless frozen river of cars. Eventually, the dead traffic jams thinned out, and the charcoal velvet roads got emptier. People had given up running at that point. Maybe they'd tried to sit it out somewhere. It was like looking at tree rings to see what had happened in history. Dom realized he could read the stages and times of panic and desperation from where vehicles had been abandoned. Pad halted the Dill again, and this time Dom got up to assess the terrain with Marcus. Without the navigation aids in the Dill, Dom wouldn't have had a clue where he was now. It was so fucking quiet. No birds, no traffic, nothing. The world was dead. Shit. If Marcus said it once, he said it 20, 30 times. It seemed to be all he could manage. "Shit. You've seen enough road," Pad said quietly. "Let's just keep on to Gerenholt. It's on this line." It was hour after hour of utter misery, hammering along the rails and being shaken shitless. There was nothing to see, nothing to discuss, nothing to imagine that wasn't death and fear. There wasn't even the constant background of radio chatter to listen to, because there were only 4 units deployed, and they were probably looking at the same shit as Dom. All he could do was sit clinging to his seat, rattled like a can of beans despite the safety belts, and try not to let Ty see how shocked he was. Ty's expression was one of complete calm. But he had to be going crazy inside. As for Pad never talked about family, so maybe he'd lost touch with home anyway. Dom hoped so for his sake. We're not even there yet. We're not even near the worst shit. Oh, God, what's going to be left now? How the hell could Sarah ever rebuild? It was going to take years to clean the place, let alone anything else. He couldn't even begin to think about the grubs. They didn't seem to matter right then. Marcus sat with the back of his head resting against the bulkhead behind him, staring up at some fixed point Dom couldn't see, and every jolt and shudder bounced his skull off the metal. It had to be hurting him. But he didn't make any effort to sit forward. He looked as if he was punishing himself for something. But, of course, he'd done nothing. And maybe that was his problem. He needed to do things. Everyone knew that Sergeant Phoenix could do the impossible, pull any situation out of the fire, beat any odds. But now he could do nothing except take pictures and stare at a man-made disaster on a scale that even he didn't seem to be able to take in. And this was what his dad did for a job. It was all around him now. Chemical factories. Marcus said at last. What? Think what happens when you destroy industrial areas. The toxins that get released. All that shit in the air, in the soil, in the water. That's the idea, man. Destroy everything the grubs can use. Dom found himself veering between it's all going to work out and blind panic. Maria was waiting for him at home, and life carried on in Ephyra. Out here, though, he didn't even have words for what he saw. He tried hard to sound rational and in control. With any luck, some of the shit will run into their holes and poison the ugly fucks, too. Marcus shut his eyes at that point. Dom, like any gear, grabbed sleep when he could, but he couldn't sleep now. It wasn't just the constant shaking of the dill. He was too scared to close his eyes. He'd fall asleep, wake up, and then have to accept all over again that the nightmare out there was real. He hated those few seconds of forgetfulness every time he woke up, before the crisis of the day reminded him it was still waiting for him. The best way to deal with it was to gorge on it, overload himself with the pain until it ceased to have any meaning, and not try to avoid it. Hey, we've got an obstruction ahead. Pad slowed the dill. We're about 1 kilometer outside Gerenhout. I'm going to back up to a point where we can get off this track. You're going to roll this damn thing, Marcus muttered. He sounded like normal Marcus again. Can you get back on the road? Hang on. The engine revved. Pad kept shunting back and forth, trying to turn and hit the bank at the right angle. Whoa! Shit, Pad, take a run at it, Dom said. That's what I'm doing. The dill's engine screamed, and for a moment it felt like it was floating. Then Dom's teeth nearly punched through his lip as all 4 tires hit the ground again. Metal crunched and groaned. I think I hit a car, Pad said. Like that's hard to do here. We need a bloody centaur for this. Control, this is PA-51. You getting all this? It's useless deploying dills. You better send out tanks next time and just get them to roll over the debris. He continued along some gap, possibly the soft shoulder that would bog down cars, scraping metal on one side in a near-continuous screech. Dom had had enough of imagining what was going on and moved to open the top hatch. It took him a while to work it out, but the velvet-coated landscape was now different. The shapes of the cars were distorted, and the more he looked, the more he could see they had no tires, and their glass was gone. Shit, he said. Guys, I think the fires came this far. Look. The bitter, sooty smell that filled the air in Ephyra was now overwhelmingly smoky. Palls still rose from buildings in the distance, black plumes on a gray sky. There was no color at all in the landscape. The only color Dom could see was inside the dill. Blue lights, yellow warning signs, red emergency controls. And it just added to his sense of unreality, like watching a black-and-white movie. Real life was colored. Everything in Dom's brain told him not to believe what he was seeing. Pad, stop. Marcus, you gotta see this. Pad stopped the dill and opened all the hatches. With the hatch covers fully retracted, they could all stand up in the crew bay and stare around them. Dom watched their faces to make sure he wasn't going mad, and he knew then that he wasn't. Oh, fuck. Marcus did that very slow headshake that he reserved for his worst moments, like he couldn't find even a few basic words to express what he was feeling. His shoulders sagged. Eventually, he managed something. "It's just incinerated." Dom had to dismount and look. He knew he wasn't going to like what he found, but he had to do it. He tried to walk between the cars, but many of them looked as if they'd rammed into each other in some pileup, and then he realized that their fuel tanks would have exploded in the intense heat, and he was simply seeing how they'd been thrown against the vehicles around them. A truck was silhouetted against a lighter patch of sky, the bones of a metal frame, all that was left of its trailer. So far, Dom hadn't seen any recognizable bodies in the seats. Marcus called him on his radio. "Dom, get your ass back here." Yeah, Dom had done what he had to do. There would be kilometer after kilometer just like this, and they hadn't even reached the first city that had taken a direct hit. He made his way back to the dill. Pad cleaned the periscope glass again. "I'm going to take a pee break. Then we head back. That okay with you, Marcus? Either we use centaurs or wait for the air to clear and send in ravens. This is crazy." Marcus grunted. Pad walked down to the shoulder of the road to unzip. "You okay, Ty?" Marcus asked. They got back in the dill and waited. "It can't all be like this. The hammer can't cover every square centimeter of planet." He looked down at his gloves. "Very few of the islands were targets. Grubs can't get to them." So Marcus knew some detail, then. Dom imagined him trying to extract some information from his dad on behalf of his squad, neither of them able to manage more than a couple of words at a time. "I can change nothing in the past," Ty said. "So I must move on." Dom envied his ability to do that. Maybe, though, he was just saying it to persuade himself that he could. Then the sound of crunching boots interrupted the quiet. "Shit! Shit!" Pad jumped back into the dill like he'd come under fire. "Shit! Hey, what's wrong?" Dom's first thought was that he'd seen a fire front approaching. "What is it?" "It's all bodies." Pad was shaking. "I was having a piss by the wall, and when I looked down on the ground, I thought it was just burned wood or plastic or something. But it was all bodies. It was people." He slid into the driver's seat, but he started fumbling with the controls as if he didn't recognize them. Marcus reached out and caught his arm. "Come on, Pad. I'll drive." "I'm okay. I'll be all right in a minute." "I know. Come on." Patrick wasn't a guy who gave in to anything, but he let Marcus take the controls and sat with his head in his hands. Even on the punishing ride back, he kept that position. The dill was the last APC back to base that night. When they rolled in, the engineers were trying to clean the filth off the other dills. "Yeah, we get it," one of the guys said to Marcus as he dismounted. "It's bad out there." Pad only got as far as the dill's front scoop. He sat down again. Marcus waited, so Dom and Ty did as well. "You want a beer?" Dom said. "Come on, Pad. Let's get totally shit-faced for once." Patrick shut one eye, head slightly cocked to the side, and stared into the distance like he was sighting up. "It's so easy." "What is?" "Death. Done right." "What the fuck are you talking about, man?" "I've seen it maybe 300-400 times. Because I see it, right? I'm the only one who does. Not even the guy I hit. Close up. Magnified. That's what my job's about. I pulled the trigger, and the guy's gone. 1 minute he's having a smoke or thinking about home, and the next he doesn't even know he's dead. His brain's liquefied like that." Pad snapped his fingers. "In a fraction of a second, he's got nothing left to feel pain or fear with. Good way to go, Dom. Few of us get that privilege." Marcus just stared at him. Dom was getting worried. Nothing that Pad had said was shocking or new, but his tone was scary. Not depressed, but wistful, as if he thought that instant non-existence was something wonderful. Eventually he got up and ambled out of the hangar. "Ty," Marcus said, "you want to keep an eye on him? We can take shifts." "To prevent what?" "Ty, he's losing it. Guys do dumb things when they're like that." "Once something is seen, it cannot be unseen," Ty said. "Who are we to force him to live with what's in his head when it's not in ours?" Ty almost smiled. He never seemed to let anything get to him, and then followed Padrick. He wasn't being callous at all, just Ty. But Dom couldn't imagine standing by and letting Marcus put a gun to his own head simply because he had a right to. There was nothing to say that Pad was planning to do that, of course. He just seemed to be making the point that he thought some ways to die were better than others, and being barbecued by the side of the road wasn't one of them. Dom would have said that made sense, too. But the look on Pad's face, that weird hopefulness, scared the shit out of him. "Go home, Dom," Marcus said. "You staying here?" Marcus didn't quite shake his head. It was more a shrug. "I better go see Dad." Dom was relieved, again, that he wasn't invited to supper at the Phoenix estate. King Raven KR-42, 400 kilometers west of Ephyra, across the Tyran border, 1 week later. It was the most spectacular sunrise that Richard Prescott had ever seen. He was so mesmerized by its intensity as the Raven banked that he forgot for a moment why the sky looked so breathtakingly beautiful, a wonderful streaked palette of coral, scarlet, and magenta. It was because millions of tons of fine debris had been kicked up into the atmosphere by the hammer strikes. For a few seconds the open bay of the Raven framed only a brilliant sky unspoiled by anything else. Then it tilted down, and the landscape below was just stumps of buildings scattered across charred wasteland, unrecognizable as the industrial city it had once been. "So what did you expect, Professor?" Prescott watched Adam Phoenix. He had a fixed safety line on his belt, but he stood confidently on the sill of the bay, hanging on to one of the overhead grab rails like the gear he'd once been. Prescott expected to see shock on his face, at the very least. No man could look at that scene below and not be unsettled in some way. But Phoenix just closed his eyes for a moment. "It's certainly been effective," he said. "In terms of asset denial, anyway. There's little for the Locust to take now. But that's a two-edged sword. We're going to have to rely wholly on our protected reserves of fuel, food, and water for months. You've seen how much contamination's blown across Ephyra." Prescott gave him points for not degenerating into emotion and regret. "Adam, we knew from the start of the Hammer program that the consequences of using it would be serious." "Yes, but even I can't tell you what the full repercussions will be. Noticed how much cooler it is? That's simply sunlight being blocked by the dust in the atmosphere. The climate effects are already here. The pollution, we'll be living with the consequences of that for decades, perhaps centuries. Modern life's always a trade-off between the easy life we want and the poisons it creates." Prescott tried to work out if his own numbness was normal human shock at the scale of the horror he'd been forced to unleash, or fear that he might have made the wrong decision. No, terrible as it was, there was nothing else anyone could have done. "Better that we live to find a solution than letting the enemy slaughter us. We've been through all this. God, how many times did we argue about this over the last 3 years? But that was before anyone had thought of deploying the entire orbital network at once. Yes, that was me. That was my decision. It was simply a chain of intense fires raging across the planet. Who needed chemical weapons when he could just set fire to Sarah and release the toxins already in factories, refineries, and homes? Prescott sometimes let himself be shocked by the complexity of the world he tried to manage, and how little control he found he had over it. But then he shook it off and did what he could. Nobody could ever have all the answers.
"Why do we keep having this conversation?"
Phoenix asked. "Perhaps we're rehearsing our excuses for posterity," said Prescott. "How's your son?"
"I'm not really sure."
Phoenix stepped back from the sill and sat down, buckling himself into his seat again.
"He said it was like walking through dark gray snow. The first patrol, I mean. His squad did the first patrol after the strikes."
The Raven looped around and headed back to Ephyra. Beneath it, the landscape developed more detail as the blast radius expanded, showing how the destructive force had diminished with distance. Rain had washed a lot of the airborne pollution into the rivers. The dark snow was now more like slicks of oil, wet and shiny where the water had pooled, and Prescott began to believe that he had only to wait a few more weeks for nature to begin its own cleanup, then things would look more encouraging. No, that was wishful thinking. He'd just be able to see more of the consequences of his decision. The closer they got to Ephyra, the more black dots Prescott could see in the sky. Other Ravens mapping the blocked roads and directing engineer detachments to where they were needed. The most they could do would be to clear a route to hell. He wondered what the rest of Sarah looked like, but much of it was beyond the range of a Raven, and he would simply have to guess that whatever he'd seen in the last few 100 kilometers was a sample of the rest of the planet. "Still no locust," he said.
Phoenix shook his head. Something below had caught his eye, and when Prescott leaned to look, it was an APC picking its way along the remains of a road that had buckled in the heat. "But we can't possibly have wiped them out. They're underground. Even if we killed all those on the surface, there'll be more of them deep in the tunnels."
"The pollution runoff should kill a good few of them too, then."
"Perhaps."
Phoenix watched the APC with intense interest until the Raven left it behind.
"It'll poison the water table in places, and they must be making use of that, too."
"You always sound bewildered rather than hostile when you talk about the locust, Professor."
Phoenix paused for a second. "I am," he said. "I don't know how to deal with them now, other than destruction. But I'm not someone who has the energy to hate anything, I'm afraid. Call it sorrow."
Prescott imagined Phoenix having been one of those boys who kept scorpions and venomous spiders as pets and found them appealing. It was the scientist in him. What would he do now? He was a weapons man. If the locust were crushed, he'd have to find something else to occupy him. Well, there was Sarah. It would need the best minds left alive to heal the planet again. Phoenix could make a start on that. Back at the House of Sovereigns, Prescott passed cleaning crews hosing down the headstones next to the Tomb of the Unknowns. The neat, austere gardens looked almost back to normal, on the surface at least. Ephyra was an orderly city where citizens knew their place and purpose, and now they were doing what they did best, getting on with life and doing their civic duty. Jillian, his secretary, greeted him with a folder of reports and a cup of coffee when he reached his office. Yes, life did go on.
"Sir, the catering manager is worrying that we might run short of coffee," she said. "I mean, they're not going to be harvesting this year, are they? Shall I start putting some aside?"
"I can live with herb tea," Prescott said. He loathed it, but it didn't hurt to be seen to make small sacrifices. "If I have to." He sat down at his desk and let the chair tip backward as far as it would go on its tilt mechanism. As he leaned back, he looked at the two phones on his desk, one for routine calls, the other a dedicated line that was used only by ministers and other cog heads of state. Normally that line would be moderately busy, but it hadn't rung in nearly 2 weeks. Prescott tried to remember the last conversation conducted on it, and he thought it might have been Dashenko calling him from Pell's, overrun by locusts, close to collapse, to tell him what an evil, murdering, genocidal bastard he was, and how he would surely rot in hell before too long. Hell was a little too far in the future for Prescott at the moment. He had only to look outside the window to get his priorities in order, and hell had to wait its turn. He stared at the phone a little longer, but it still didn't ring. He knew it would never ring again. Corin-Kinnerlake Highway, 6 days later. Private Padraig Salton now sported a ripe black eye and seemed reluctant to share the story of how he acquired it. He walked beside Hoffman on a stretch of what had once been road. The bulldozers had driven through for the first time the day before, shoving aside debris so that Ephyra now had a clear route to the sea. Why the hell it needed one at the moment, Hoffman had no idea. There was no sea freight in or out because there was nowhere left to ship it from any longer. The NCOG, what little was left of it after E-Day, was crammed into ports along the Ephyran coast and at Marinot to the northeast. The route clearance was a monumental waste of frigging time and fuel. But he was here, walking that road, because he needed to. For some reason, Salton needed to do it as well. The paving and substrate was crazed with deep, narrow fissures down to 1/2 meter where the temperatures had fired it like ceramics. Shit. Margaret was probably nowhere near here. I just don't know. That's what I hate, imagining. No word from the islands yet, he said. I know, sir. Salton's buddies called him Pad, and sometimes Hoffman did too. He'd been one of the most successful snipers in the Pendulum Wars. But there were islands we never heard from after E-Day, too, and they turned out to be okay, just no comms. Hope was evil. It seduced you, then dumped you on your ass so hard and so fast that you were worse off than when you started. Hoffman ignored it. Caliso hasn't mentioned his. Well, he's got this mystic fate and eternity shit going on, but me, I think that when you're dead, and that's the way it should be, so you finally get some peace. You ever gonna tell me how you got that black eye? I'm not gonna stick you on a charge. Hoffman tried to walk the fine line between cutting his gears some slack and letting discipline collapse. In the lunatic asylum that was post-strike Ephyra, knowing how to hang on to civilized conduct was what mattered. People were shocked and grieving. The curfew didn't stop anyone having arguments over a drink at other times of the day. I got totally right-arsed in that bar last night, sir, and one thing led to another, Pad said at last. Someone mouthed off about Sergeant Phoenix's father, so I got regimental on him. I'm still 2-6 RTI. Hoffman nodded, searching for the right response. Okay, Private, we've all done it. Just don't let it become a habit. Loyalty was an astonishing thing. Hoffman accepted it like faith. It didn't have to make sense, and it almost certainly didn't, but the things it could inspire men to do were extraordinary. Coupled with the stress and nightmares, though, it made for flashpoints. And I'm a fool. Why am I here now? He walked down one road out of thousands in the blast radius in the hope of closure. If he had his wish, and Margaret's death had been instant, then there'd be nothing left of her or the car. If he found anything, and where the hell did anyone start looking, then he'd agonize over how long it took her to die. I'm sorry about your wife, sir. Thanks, Pad. I'm not unique, though. God, Anya probably told Dom Santiago that now every bastard knows what went on. It's a shitty, broken world.
Do you know where she was? Sorry to ask,
But that's why you came out on patrol, isn't it?
You don't know, then. All Dom said was that she didn't make it back to Ephyra.
Hoffman felt a pang of guilt for even thinking Anya had done anything more than warn people off asking him painful questions. The kid was incredibly loyal. There it was again, loyalty. Hoffman would take loyalty over genius any time. Not that Anya Stroud wasn't a smart girl.
Pad, I know I'm not going to find her alive. She's gone.
Hoffman surprised himself every time he said that. He hadn't even cried yet. Part of him was an old hand at grief and could stand back and watch the other Hoffman going through the same stages without trying to hurry it along.
I think I just needed to see where. Why the hell are you here, anyway? You're rostered off today. I lost it walking down a road some days ago. I need to be able to patrol again without seeing bodies under my feet.
Pad stopped dead.
Got a last reported location? I'm up for it if you are, sir. It'll be a waste of resources.
All Hoffman needed to do was put out the word to patrols that if they found anything in the months to come, anything at all, to let him know.
Pat, I'm grateful for your support, but there's not enough intel or reason to do this. I think I needed to walk this road to convince myself of that.
They walked on another 200 or 300 meters to a mound of rubble the height of a 2-story house. The highway was straight at this point. If Hoffman stood dead center, the debris pushed aside almost looked like monuments, a conquering army's triumphal route into an ancient city.
Am I letting you down by not searching, Margaret? Shit, it's too late to bust my ass for you now. I despise people who show more love at funerals than they ever did in someone's lifetime, including me.
Pad moved around the mound cautiously, checking. It was still a dangerous job. Fires had raged underground, too, burning through ruptured pipelines and sewers, and subsidence was always a threat. There were probably forests and open land where the fires were still burning deep in the soil and would smolder for years.
And they couldn't burn those bastard grubs underground?
Hoffman was about to call Pad back. There was no reason to do this, no urgency, when he lost sight of him. His earpiece crackled.
Contact, sir, Pad said. Movement. Over there. Left of... Shit, left of what? I hear you, Pad.
It was time to alert CIC.
Control, this is Hoffman. Possible grub contact. Approximately 1 click inland from Corin Coast, just off Kinner Lake Highway. Stand by.
There weren't enough landmark features to get bearings. Hoffman checked his rifle and went after Pad. The rubble was about knee-high, so it shouldn't have been hard to spot anything. But Hoffman couldn't see what had grabbed Pad's attention until something moved, and he turned in time to catch a glimpse of something gray.
It's an E-hole,
Pad whispered. He indicated a line at shoulder height.
Grub breaking cover.
Hoffman didn't see enough to make the call on what it was. Drone, boomer, whatever. Did it matter?
Bastard.
He moved in with Pad. They were about 10 meters away before they could even see the hole in the ground, a sharp-edged pit that might have been a swimming pool or even a basement before the fires scoured the place. Neither of them knew if they were chasing a single grub or if they were about to engage a whole platoon of the things. It was a dumb position to get in when there were just 2 of them, with the nearest backup being a raven that was at least 10 minutes away. They edged up to the pit and looked down. Lancers aimed. It was a big rectangular hollow with arches at chest height that looked like tunnels or very deep recesses. There was so much scattered debris that it was hard to work it out.
It's a cellar, said Pad. And that's either a tunnel or a sewer down there. But that doesn't mean it's not an E-hole, too. Shouldn't we be more worried about this? Only if a few dozen of 'em rush us.
Pad jumped down, boots crunching the black wood to dust, then squatted to peer into the sewer. He sighted up.
Whoa!
He jerked the Lancer's muzzle to one side.
Human! It's human! Shit, someone's alive! How the hell did they live through this?
A stupid, desperate thought went through Hoffman's mind. No, it couldn't possibly be Margaret. He was furious with himself for even thinking it.
Hey, come out! Pad called. Are you hurt? Cog forces here. We're on your side. Come on out.
Hoffman could hear sounds of rubble moving. Eventually, someone crawled out on all fours like an animal. It was probably a woman. He decided that from the long, mud-caked hair, but it wasn't until she knelt back on her heels that he could tell. She was completely covered in gray ash, wearing a rucksack back to front on her chest.
Are you hurt? Hoffman said. How did you get here? How did you survive the fires, let alone the strike?
She rubbed her sleeve across her mouth.
I hid.
Her accent was heavy, not Tyran at all. She'd come across the borders.
I hid in the drains. Shit, you better come with us.
Pad held out his hand to help her to her feet.
We'll get you cleaned up. You're not local, are you? What's your name, sweetheart?
It was a perfectly ordinary question. It was simply what you said to scared civvies to break the ice and get them to do what you asked. Hoffman found himself trying to imagine how this woman had survived, and only then did he begin to realize how she might see them. Enemy. Hostile. The ones who did all this. Pad pulled her upright. She paused for a moment, unsteady, then launched into him, screaming in a foreign language, fists pummeling. He held her off one-handed, rifle still gripped tight in the other, but she managed to get in a few hard blows before Hoffman jumped down and pinned her arms. Maybe she didn't speak enough Tyran to understand Pad was trying to help her.
Whoa, whoa, steady, steady.
Pad avoided a kick, but Hoffman caught it in the shin. She was completely nuts. She stank of smoke and sweat.
Lady, calm down. It's okay. We're not going to hurt you. We're Cog. We'll get you to a hospital in Afira. Get you some help. Look, you want some water? I bet you need water.
He reached for the bottle on his belt.
Come on, it's okay now. You help me? You help me now?
She spat in Pad's face. Somehow that was always more shocking than a fist. She struggled to find the words in Tyran.
You let us die. You killed everyone. I come here to find Afira, find safe place, but we have no time and you bomb us.
What the hell could any man say to that? Pad just stared back at her. She'd exhausted herself, and Hoffman now needed to hold her upright rather than restrain her. Her rage was focused squarely on Pad. Maybe she only had enough energy left to hate one Tyran bastard at a time. What am I going to do? Tell her it's all about asset denial? How it's a sensible strategy? Bullshit.
I'm sorry, Pad said. I'm really sorry.
His face was bleeding. She must have caught him with her nails and clawed him.
But you're safe now. My family is gone. Why should I care about safe?
Hoffman let go of her and tried to turn her around to face him. He could hear a raven approaching.
Ma'am, please, let us help you. I'm sorry, but we had to stop the grubs somehow. Grubs don't kill my family, she said. You killed them. You left us stranded. I stay with people I trust.
She backed away and ducked into the opening again. Pad crouched down and tried to coax her out, but she was gone. Hoffman heard her scuttling along the echoing concrete tunnel like an animal. If they went after her without some plan or support, there was no telling what they'd find. They'd have to come back later and do a proper sweep of the area, and maybe send in civilian aid workers.
Shit, Pad said. There must be more of them down there. What if they're everywhere?
Hoffman radioed into CIC. A Raven circled overhead. Control, this is Hoffman. There are survivors. I repeat, we've found survivors. They've been stranded outside the boundary. So far, one female, age and nationality undetermined, but she's refused aid or evacuation. I expect there'll be more, so advise patrols accordingly. Hoffman out.
Pad was still staring into the tunnel, like a cat watching a mouse hole.
Come on, Pad, Hoffman said.
Why did I ever think that poor bitch would see us as the good guys now?
Nothing we can do here.
Pad bent down and placed his water bottle just inside the tunnel. He waited as if he was expecting the woman to come out, then shook his head and took a ration bar from his belt pouch. He laid it next to the bottle and walked away. Hoffman wasn't sure if it was practical compassion or some kind of peace offering.
I'm going to have to make a lot of those now. Control, Hoffman said. Scrub the KR unit. We're done here.
They set off back to the pack horse. It was always the small detail, the broken fragments of tragedy on the ground, that either made you wonder why you were fighting or reminded you why you had to. And most of the time it boiled down to the most basic level, staying alive and watching your buddies' backs. The big ideological stuff was strictly bullshit for politicians and career officers who'd forgotten what they signed up for.
Not me.
I remember.
I'm still a gear, colonel or not.
Patrick Salton was probably going back to base more distressed than he'd left it. And there was nothing Hoffman could do for him, any more than he could help the stranded woman who'd spat in his face.
Damn, Private. What kind of world are we living in now? Hoffman asked.
I don't know, sir.
Collateral damage. Collateral fucking damage.
Patrick just shook his head. Hoffman had been the enemy before, but never on his own turf. Chapter 16. The COG isn't a superpower any longer, and we're not a national government. We're just City Hall with an army, a navy, and the power of life and death. Prescott's a mayor with weapons of mass destruction. That simplifies things a great deal, but it also means small issues having big consequences. Captain Quentin Michelson, discussing political reality in a shrinking world, with Colonel Victor Hoffman. Temporary detention area, main administration block, Vectis Naval Base. 9 weeks after the evacuation of Jacinto, 14 AE.
Victor, he can't expect leniency for rape. A trial would send out a very clear message.
Bernie could hear Prescott's polished, expensively educated voice in the corridor. She'd never heard a wrangle between Hoffman and the chairman firsthand before. It was like overhearing the grown-ups fighting, both terrifying and fascinating, and somehow all her fault.
Make your mind up, Chairman.
Hoffman's voice strained at its seams.
Either we have a tribunal for stranded criminals, your precious one law for all, or we do what martial law entitles us to do. You can't run both systems at once.
Our women need reassurance that we'll protect them in an uncertain world. Prescott sounded more distant, as if he was walking away, the man with something more important to do.
I'm not politically squeamish, but I want to avoid descending into governance by vague terror. Much better that everyone knows why people suddenly disappear.
Good old Prescott. Squeamish? Press that Hammer of Dawn button and stand back. But Bernie saw his point. She was on the verge of going out there and saying that it was fine, okay, whatever they wanted. She'd go through with the trial. She wasn't ashamed. And didn't everyone, normal, average everyone, think that rapists and perverts in general deserved a hole in the head? She'd get a medal,
just as Baird had told her. But how's the average citizen gonna feel about gears when they hear how I did it? The fact that she'd been a civilian when she killed the other two rapists was irrelevant. She was a gear again now, and nothing could take the regiment out of her blood. Hoffman sounded as if he was walking after Prescott. I won't have one of my gears forced to tell the world exactly what those animals did to her. And we don't want civilians to hear how she dealt with it, do we? Undermines respect. They wouldn't understand.
Vic's ashamed of me. Oh, God, he's actually ashamed of me. Prescott went quiet.
Bernie thought he'd walked off. Good point, he said at last. Deal with it, Victor. Chairman, give me a clear instruction for once, goddammit. Do whatever you feel will do least damage to morale. I'll back you completely. I bet you will. Bernie found it sobering that even a man with an army at his disposal couldn't piss people off too much in this microcosm of a world. Everything existed on a knife edge. Hoffman stormed back into his office and stood with fists clenched, shaking his head slowly.
I'm sorry, Vic, she said.
Don't you dare apologize. He grabbed her shoulders harder than he probably meant to. Damn it, woman! Why didn't you tell me right away? I'd have handled you better.
Vic, I'm okay. I don't bake a cake to celebrate the anniversary, but it doesn't stop me living either. Every good time I have is a big fuck you to that bastard in there.
I'm not having all that paraded at a trial.
I'm in two minds about it.
You don't seriously want to give that filth his day in court.
Chairman's right. He has to be seen to be punished. I don't care who knows what happened. But what I did, what will that do to the reputation of every other gear? We're the good guys, remember? Mr. Average Civvy out there won't see me as a civilian victim.
So no trial. Good.
Hoffman nodded,
looking at the door on the other side of the office. John Massey was locked in an adjoining room, waiting. How long he had to live and how he died would be decided in the next few minutes. That was sobering, too.
Are you ashamed of me, Vic? She asked. Because it's okay if you are.
No, never.
Not even slightly worried about what's in me?
It's in all of us, Bernie.
I didn't believe I could do it. And once I started, it was all too easy.
Hoffman snorted. You think Massey and his kind agonize like this? They just rob, kill, and rape. Then they get up the next morning and do it all over again.
Isn't that the decency line, then? They do it and don't lose sleep, but we do it and wrestle with our conscience? Or we only feel guilty when it's another human and not a grub? Because I still carved those bastards either way, and they felt pain as much as any grub. And I don't feel bad about causing pain. I feel bad about finding it was easier than I thought.
We should have had this talk months ago.
Hoffman locked the door.
The room was sparsely furnished, not yet filled with the paper and general mess of a long-used office. All I care about now is what happens to you and what happens to all my other gears. Prescott can take care of the rest of civilization.
You know something? I fled back to the army. That's civilization to me. I didn't want to become like the vermin I saw. That scared me a lot more than combat ever did. I don't think it's even morality talking, just dread.
Hoffman stared her straight in the eye for what felt like forever, but with no judgment, just a sad kind of regret. He'd had to do some serious shit in his time, too. She knew that. But he'd acted in the moment, not gone back to settle scores in cold blood. And she still didn't know if that made the difference or not. Come on, let's get this over with. He checked his pistol again and gripped the door handle. What do you want to do? Just say the word. Bernie never doubted Massey was the right man. She didn't doubt that a death sentence for all his gang's crimes, not just for her, for all the innocent stranded, killed, and terrorized, was the right one. There were just parts of her that were more troubled by other things these days. She felt her anger was getting threadbare. She wasn't even sure now if it was anger. What the hell do I want? Let me talk to him, she said. John Massey was handcuffed. Part of her said to take the cuffs off rather than kick the shit out of a bound man, which suddenly struck her as bizarre. She was a lean woman, not frail, never, not yet, pushing 60, and he was half her age, built like a brick shithouse. The regiment embedded a sense of manly, square-jawed fair play, even in its women. What a joke. Hoffman stood to one side, looking ready to put himself between her and Massey. For a moment Bernie thought of Marcus, that sad disapproval, or whatever it was, on his face when she showed signs of going feral, and realized just how much his opinion bothered her. I know he's right. Once I kick off the revenge killings, it becomes the way we do things, and then we fall apart as a society. But Massey needed to pay for everything he'd ever done. That was what held society together, facing the consequences of your actions. Even now he had that same arrogant leer on his face. She could smell him, too. It wasn't body odor, it was just him. And it had been a long time before she'd been able to get that smell out of her nostrils. "So why come here?" she asked. "Your buddies must have told you I was back. You didn't think I'd recognize you?" Massey still looked confident, if not relaxed. "And I just walked in here, didn't I? How many others have you let in that you didn't recognize, who didn't leave witnesses? We're inside your walls, bitch. You'll all pay for my brother." He winked slowly. "Maybe I came in to finish you off, just so the cog knows it's not untouchable. So why'd you crap yourself and make a run for it? Live to fight another day?" "Okay, I'll shoot every last damn one of you then, just to be certain," Hoffman said. "Because I can do that." "But you won't, you dumb old bastard, because you haven't. The cog's gone soft. That's why the grubs forced you out. We'll be here long after you've gone. We're fit to survive. You're not." Hoffman drew his sidearm and handed it to Bernie, all matter of fact. She had her own pistol, but there was a hell of a lot said silently when he did that. "You're gonna gloat, bitch?" Massey asked. "I'm not afraid of you. I taught you that you're nothing and that we can do whatever we like with you. You're never gonna forget that." Bernie had a sudden urge to pull the trigger. It passed as soon as it came. She actually wanted to laugh and wasn't sure why. Stress makes you do all kinds of weird things at the wrong time, but this was a sense of revelation. It's a contest. He keeps setting the rules for me. Okay, that stops now. She handed the pistol back to Hoffman. He put it to Massey's temple without a second's hesitation. "I'll finish the job," he said. "You want to wait outside or not, Bernie? You don't have to be involved." Massey smirked. "See? No guts." Hoffman grabbed Massey's hair in his free hand and jerked his head back. The old bugger was more frightening when he was ice cold, and he certainly was now. Massey still wasn't pleading for his life, though. Did she want that? Yes, she did. He had to be brought down and then obliterated, so that others could see that men like him could be broken. He managed to look Hoffman in the eye. "You'll have nightmares about me after you pull that trigger, old man. I'll still own you." "You're too young to remember Anvil Gate," Hoffman said quietly. "You think this is the first time I've done a dirty job?" "You don't tell me everything, Vic, do you?" Bernie closed her fingers over the pistol's bulky barrel, then pressed Hoffman's hand down slowly. It was a dangerous thing to do to a man with a chambered round and the safety off. She might have been a millisecond from getting her hand blown apart, or worse. But she had control now. She knew it.
"No, he doesn't get to jerk anyone else's chain," she said. "Here's what I'm going to do. He's mine. I'll do what I want with him. I'll think of something."
Hoffman just looked at her, questioning. Massey's hair still gripped tight in his fist.
"Yes, I'm sure," she said.
But Massey wasn't. She saw it for just the moment she needed to. That look in his eyes that said he didn't know what was happening now, what would happen next, or how bad things might get, because this wasn't in his rule book at all. That was fear. That was what he did to others. And that was what she wanted to inflict on him. The rest was academic. Hoffman let go of Massey and shoved him aside. Massey found his voice after a few seconds.
"You think you can threaten me, bitch? You think you can scare me?" "I already have," Bernie said. "Let's see what happens next. You know how unpredictable women are."
Hoffman opened the door to let her out, then locked the room behind them. "Whatever you want, Bernie," he said. "I'll go along with it. But I really wish you'd let me cap the bastard and put it all behind you."
"You were willing," she said. "And that's enough for me."
Hoffman had had enough nightmares. She wasn't going to add one more. If there was any dirty work to be done, she would do her own. VNB Married Quarters. Familiarization Tour, 3 days later.
"So remind me, Boomer lady, how many words ain't we allowed to say now?"
Cole and Bernie stood at attention in the second rank of the Gears Guard, watching the small crowd gather in the square, a tree-lined square like the ones Jacinto used to have, to hear the chairman say something meaningful to the visiting civilians from Pelruin. Cole wondered if he would ever get used to any duty that just involved standing around looking good.
"Refugees," Bernie said. "If you say the R word, I have to wash your mouth out with carbolic soap. We can call ourselves Jacintos' Remnant, or Survivors. But he really wants us to get used to being citizens of New Jacinto. Man, I hate that coy shit. We're refugees. We ran, baby. We found refuge. So what?" He thinks it makes the worthy citizens of Pelruin see us as charity cases, rather than the masters who've come back to see how well they've looked after the place for us. "If I ever talk about running for office, Bernie," Cole said, "shoot me, because I can't be doing with all that semantic shit. Come on, look earnest and wholesome, Coltrane."
Bernie shifted her weight slightly. She had all kinds of aches and pains these days, but she didn't seem to be planning on taking things any easier.
"The civvies are watching. Our beloved chairman is about to address us."
The best rooms in town, in VNB anyway, were the married quarters on the western side of the base. Prescott was so keen to make the Pelruin folk feel united with the Jacinto folk that he'd invited more of them down to see the work being done. The buildings were the same style as the grand old apartment blocks in Jacinto, but if Prescott thought he was going to build a nice replica of the old place here on Vectis, he had a lot of sweat ahead. Cole found it weird to watch the guy shift from stirring battle speeches to Gears about exterminating grubs to being Mr. Nice and practically kissing babies. It wasn't like the man needed votes. Nobody had voted for years. Folks were only just starting to talk about that election stuff again, so maybe he was getting his campaign started early. "I'm sure you never imagined this day would come," Prescott said, hands clasped behind his back. "But Vectis, New Jacinto, is now the capital of the coalition of ordered governments. From here, humanity will rebuild. From here, we will recover our strength and numbers, reclaim the mainland, and restore civilization. Your contribution keeping this outpost going for so many years, and your willingness to welcome the survivors of Jacinto has made the difference between extinction and a future for humankind."
"Willingness," Bernie muttered, "but not in their backyard."
Gavriel and Behrens were in the crowd. They gave Cole a discreet wave. Well, they'd been willing. They'd kept the flag flying. Cole hoped they got whatever reward made people like that happy. They were probably just grateful to be told they could finally hand back the keys.
"So when we gonna stop calling stranded, stranded?" Cole whispered. "They're all different. I feel I ought to reflect that in my semantics. Are you taking the piss? I'm serious, baby. I need to know if we're talking about gangsters, or bums, or homeless, or unlucky, or messed up in the head, or too afraid to go home, or what."
Cole liked Bernie too much to let her go on being bent out of shape every time that damned stupid S-word came up.
"Or missing for 10 years. Or just taking a long time returning to base."
Bernie didn't look at him. She couldn't. Eyes front, that was the drill.
"Low blow," she said. "Shit, wasn't meant to be, Boomer Lady. I know, sweetheart. And I know you're right, too."
Baird was going to be a tougher nut to crack. He hadn't been around the buoy a few times like Bernie. Cole decided he'd just have to learn the way she did, by hitting his head hard against the real world for a lot more years. Cole turned back to the speech again.
Damn, was the chairman still boring the asses off those Pelruan people? He was. The man had stamina. Cole had to admire that.
"We still have a great deal of work to do in bringing our people ashore," Prescott went on. "We may ask a lot of you in the days to come, but your lives will improve, too. The first improvement you'll see is to the security situation. You'll no longer be subjected to attacks by stranded. The criminal elements will be eliminated, and the rest have been offered a choice to accept the rule of COG law or to leave."
Man, he'd been doing so well up to then.
Cole saw the fidgeting begin, and some folks looked down at their boots, because some of the audience really didn't want to hear that stranded could have a place at the table if they learned which fork to use. Cole also wondered just what Prescott meant by eliminated. He had to admit he was starting to squirm a little more every time the lawlessness thing got dragged out into conversation. Fighting grubs was something you didn't have to debate about. They wanted every human dead. They didn't have much else except that on their minds, and it was clearly a gear's job to stop them. No gray areas there, baby. But Prescott needed a police force now, not an army. The chairman finished his pep talk, then the small crowd broke up. Cole and Bernie hung around, under orders to look reassuring and helpful with the other gears until the civvies moved on. Prescott still didn't want them having free run of the place, so maybe he hadn't gone totally soft yet after all.
"Bernie, you fought humans, right?" Cole said.
She laughed.
"Yeah, hate 'em. I want 'em off my planet. I mean the Pendulum Wars. I never fought another human before. I killed grubs. You think I can cap a human if I ever need to?" "Course you can, sweetheart."
She patted his back like he was a kid.
"Once some bastard fires at you, experience takes over. You won't care what the enemy looks like, and your forebrain won't be making the decisions."
She looked at her lancer.
"I'm not sure how I'm going to cope with using a chainsaw on a human, but we used to use the old blade bayonets, and they're pretty nasty in a different sort of way."
Cole tried to imagine having this conversation with a local civilian. It would have been like trying to explain why he freaked out at the sight of that weird eel. People around him acted like two species now. Those who got it when it came to the war with the grubs, and those who didn't.
"Thanks, Boomer Lady. Coltrane, you've never doubted yourself, ever. No reason to start doubting now."
He almost asked her why she was worried about using the chainsaw on a human when she'd obviously done some pretty creative knife work on some guys, but he accepted that folks had limits that didn't always make sense. 3 kids from the Pell Ruin party came over to stare at them. Cole had seen them around for a few days now. Bernie seemed to be her old self again, since she'd caught her rapist, like she'd put all that shit to rest, even without cutting his nuts off, and she squatted down to talk to the children like she hadn't a care in the world. Damn, she was a pushover when it came to little kids.
"Hi, you having fun?" she said. "I'm Bernie. This is Coltrane. He plays thrash ball. What's your name?"
2 of the kids just backed away and ran off. The little boy stood his ground.
"Samuel," he said, looking up at Cole. "Are you going to shoot us?"
"We only shoot monsters,"
Cole said. The kid's impression of gears just didn't seem healthy.
"But only if they're real ugly ones."
Bernie frowned, but kept it all quiet and soothing.
"What makes you think we'll shoot you, sweetheart? We're here to look after everyone. My mom says you will. Really? I think she's got that bit wrong. She says you're all jumpy and you beat people up."
Cole tried to imagine what the boy's mom had actually said. Kids got the wrong end of the stick about detail, but they usually got the sentiment right, and that worried him. He squatted down next to Bernie. He often forgot how big he must have looked from a kid's height, and tried to reassure the boy that gears didn't bite. Then a woman rushed up and grabbed Samuel like she was snatching him out of the path of a car.
"Let's go, honey," she said. "Don't pester the gears. He's no trouble at all."
Bernie stood up with her let's you and me have a talk face on.
"He thinks we shoot civilians, though. I was explaining that we don't do that." "Okay, Sergeant."
The woman was backing away a step at a time.
"I don't know what hellhole you people come from, but I don't want any of you near my kids. You're looking for a fight all the time. You're angry at everything and everybody. You're dangerous. Ma'am, She stabbed a finger at Bernie. "I saw you assault a civilian. You hit an unarmed man with your rifle. Just stay away from us, okay?"
Bernie didn't even try to explain, and just watched them go. The shock was written across her face.
"Shit," she said after a long pause. "I terrify small children, and mothers think I'm a danger to society. Is that what I've become, Cole?"
"Bernie, she's a flake, okay? Forget it."
"Yeah. I gave Massey a smack with the Lancer to get him down off the gate. If I think that's normal, have I lost it?"
"Baby, listen to Doc Heyman. She said the whole damn city's stressed as hell, not just us."
He thought of the eel that almost made him crap himself. Just a damn ugly fish.
"But these folks been living in a nice little cocoon, so they're naturally gonna think we're all psychos."
Bernie rubbed the back of her hand across her mouth. Shit, that had really upset her. She was scared of turning into an asshole like Massey and his thugs. Cole was almost starting to look back on Jacinto as a happy memory, a place where everyone understood that gears had the kind of job that pushed them over the edge sometimes. It wasn't like anyone was out of control, just messed up by a long war. Nothing more than that.
"The day I was discharged from 26 RTI was like losing my family," Bernie said at last. 22 years. My old man said he didn't know who I was when I got home."
"Shit, baby, I never knew you had an old man."
"Farmer."
That was all she said. It explained some things, but unexplained a lot of others. She glanced back over her shoulder at the civvies.
"Stupid cow. She'll come crying to us when she's got stranded swarming all over her."
"Talking of which, what you gonna do with your pet asshole?"
"They don't do well in captivity, do they?"
"You can't hang on to 'em forever." Whatever the chairman thinks, we ain't got the spare food and manpower to keep folks locked up doing nothing for years.
Yeah, I realize that.
Not saying folks shouldn't have justice, but it gets kind of complicated the longer you take over it.
If he was a grub, what will we do with him?
Slice and dice, baby. You wouldn't have blinked.
The shitbag was right, then. We do have double standards, and we are soft.
See why I asked you about shooting human enemies?
Bernie shrugged.
Then Massey's business associates will want to avenge him, and so it escalates.
Yeah. Grudges never rust.
At least that made her laugh. Anyone who could laugh was still in one piece.
Come on, we've got stevedore duty, she said. Plenty of ships still to be unloaded. Honest, sweaty work.
Cole looked back over his shoulder a couple of times as they walked away, then caught sight of two of the Pelruan women watching with mistrust all over their faces.
So some of the locals thought gears weren't properly civilized like decent folk, and the gears in turn thought the stranded were a step outside the human race. Man, there was a league table of society set up already. Nobody could ever accuse humans of being slow to find someone new to look down on.
Small ship's jetty, VNB, next morning.
I don't give a damn if it's unsporting, Michelson said. First sign of trouble, open fire.
The small inflatable boat puttered slowly toward the jetty, trailing a square of grubby white sheet on a long radio aerial. Dom could see one man at the tiller, 20-25, rifle slung across his back. Marcus aimed down at the small RIB. The jetty was well above the waterline, patrol boat level.
Yes, Captain. I detect doubt in your voice, Sergeant Phoenix. When we have a quiet moment, allow me to stand you a drink and tell you some unsettling stories about my experience of piracy tactics.
Marcus grunted.
You got it.
Dom wouldn't have put anything past the stranded now, rubber boat or not. He made a show of sighting up on them, too. The man cut the outboard motor and let the boat drift onto the jetty wall, grabbing the bottom rung of the metal ladder to hold his position. Michelson looked down at him from the top.
"So you want to talk," he said. "I'm Captain Quentin Michelson. You look familiar. Haven't I sunk you somewhere before?"
The stranded guy didn't look amused.
"Call me Ed. You're holding a member of our management, and we'd like to talk terms. What makes you think we'd want to? We hear he's not dead, and you haven't shot me up yet. Assuming we're interested, what terms could you possibly offer us? If you hand him over, we'll stay clear of Vectus."
Ed cocked his head and seemed to be keeping an eye on Marcus.
"And you stay clear of our territories."
Dom expected Michelson to give Ed the full cog speech on whose territories all the islands were, but he just ignored the comment.
"Why should I negotiate with criminals who attack unarmed fishing vessels? We haven't touched your boats, man. Not for a while, anyway. Very public-spirited. Perhaps another subsidiary of your stranded enterprise sank the harvest then. I tell you, we haven't been near your fishermen."
Ed sounded wary. He was probably expecting Marcus to open fire. Dom was fascinated at his willingness to come right into the naval base, trusting the cog not to ambush him.
"You lost one? You know damn well we did. I ain't wasting my breath trying to convince you. If I were to hand this gentleman back to you, instead of standing him in front of a firing squad as he deserves," Michelson said, "then I would want that done by your management team in person. I'll ask. I'm just the messenger boy. And to show goodwill, I'd like the handover to be at your main location. We're not that stupid, or trusting. Then they can meet us here. Discuss how things are going to be from now on." "I think," Ed said, that they'll want a neutral location, at a time of their choosing. You know how it is."
Michelson just folded his arms.
"You'd better be able to put something substantial on the table and enforce it. Come back to me if and when you've got something to offer."
Ed pushed off from the ladder and started the outboard. He left a lot faster than he'd come in, leaving a wide wake. Dom waited for Michelson to tell everyone what he was really planning.
"Sounds like a nice, simple deal."
Marcus lowered his rifle. "What's the real one?"
"I imagine Ed is trying to work that out, too," Michelson said. "But this isn't international diplomacy, Sergeant. We don't have treaties with organized crime, and they are very organized. Let me show you something."
He gestured to them to follow him, and strode back toward the deep-water berths. It was a constant route march to move around VNB. Dom felt he spent most of his day walking around the place, and wondered if it would have been so hard to free up some vehicles and fuel to save time. "But I can walk anywhere without expecting the pavement to rip open and grubs to spew out of the hole. That's got to be worth some boot leather." He caught up with Marcus. "I always wondered what the Navy did all those years when it wasn't ferrying supplies. I'm starting to find out. And Hoffman knows he's doing this? As long as Prescott knows."
"Yeah," Marcus said. "He always tells us everything. Never pulls the need-to-know shit on us. I think Michelson's making for Clement. Shit. Armor off."
Clement was a tight fit. A fully armored gear wouldn't even get down the hatch. They left their plates, weapons, and boots on the jetty. Marcus insisted on a guard for it all, even here, and squeezed into a whole new world that smelled of fuel and stale coffee. It wasn't designed for really big men. Marcus kept scraping his shoulders on bulkhead instruments along the narrow passages, clusters of dials and tiny hand wheels packed so tightly together that they looked almost comical. Dom tried to imagine locating the right control in a pitch-black boat after a lighting failure. That alone scared him enough to kill any thoughts of serving at sea. He'd take grubs any day, thanks.
"Welcome to the control center," Michelson said.
The passage opened out onto a slightly less confusing space that spanned the beam of the boat.
"Commander Garcia here is one of our last Pendulum War submariners, and this is our only boat, so we take very good care of both. Even so, we haven't been able to maintain all the boat's systems."
Garcia was a lot younger than the grizzled old sea dog Dom expected to see, maybe 40 or so, hunched over a small chart table.
"Not much older than me. Shit. How much combat experience has he got, then? Can't be much."
When Garcia unhunched, he didn't manage to expand much in the space available.
"We like Corporal Baird," Garcia said. "Very able engineer. Can we keep him? Trade you a few packs of coffee."
"Tempting," Marcus said, "but I have to decline." Michelson tapped one of the gauges on the bulkhead, frowning.
"Okay, here's the plan I've put to Hoffman. We could afford to ignore a lot of piracy when the cog had a mainland presence. It wasn't our problem so long as it didn't affect us. Now we can't. Vectis Shipping's going to be the single richest target they'll have, and we'll depend on safe seas until we can reclaim the continent. So now's the time to give them a serious smacking and not just dick around picking off the occasional boat when we run into it."
"What did you have in mind?" Marcus asked.
"Find their bases, cream their vessels, and eliminate their members. Sends out a message to the non-criminal stranded, too. And pirates are harder to pin down than you think," Garcia said. "We don't have the reach or the kit these days, but at least we can listen better now, thanks to Baird."
Garcia fiddled with a control panel that Dom couldn't even begin to recognize, and a very broken-up radio signal filled the small space. Dom had to concentrate hard to make out anything. But then the sounds started to fall into place, and he realized he was eavesdropping on intercepted radio chatter between pirate vessels. It was patchy, but it was better than nothing. "We know roughly where some of them are and who they are," Garcia said. "Some of these guys have been around for years, like the gang Massey's linked to. So now we know that they want him back. He's finally going to be some use to decent society for once in his life. As bait." "I'm still not getting this," Marcus said. "You lure a few gang bosses to a handover. You blow them up, and you knock out a chunk of their command," Dom said. "It puts them off balance for a while, and there'll always be another asshole to take the job. But there won't be replacement vessels," Michelson said. "And knowing there's an operational submarine around that can take them out will make them think twice about even going fishing." Marcus looked dubious. It was pretty clear that Michelson had penciled in Delta to do some of the work. Dom wondered if Marcus was having a moral moment about all this. But even if he wouldn't admit it, there was a lot of his father in him, especially the urge to do things right. Right could be very hard to define. Lawful didn't cover it. Dom recalled Hoffman's barbed comments about Adam Phoenix getting edgy over what to do with the civilian scientists in the raid on Asfo Point. "I'm not used to fighting that kind of war," Marcus said. "And it sounds like overkill. Torpedoes can sink a destroyer. We don't have many of those, so we won't be wasting them until we can replace them," Michael said. "But don't underestimate the deterrent value of a submarine. Don't you have to leave someone alive to tell the tale for a deterrent to work? That, or surface in the right places occasionally." "I accept it's a step beyond entrapment," Garcia said. "But the pirates got used to that. They won't be expecting this." Marcus nodded. Dom couldn't tell if it was grudging approval. "Sneaky. Submarine. Are you missing something here about the word submerged? I meant double-crossing them over a deal. If they were gray, scaly, and lived underground, would you do it?" Marcus shrugged. "Sure as shit, sir." "Well, there you go," Garcia said. "We've asked Hoffman for your squad for the surface element of the mission. So if you want to feel upfront and honest when you kill them, you can." Marcus just looked at the chart on the table, nodded a few times, and then gazed around the control room as if he was memorizing the detail. Maybe he was wondering how anyone coped here if the lights failed. It was the kind of thing anyone trained to strip a weapon blindfolded would consider. "If Hoffman tasks us," Marcus said, "then we do our jobs." Back on the quay, Dom and Marcus put their armor on and stared at each other in silence for a moment. "Okay, I'll say it." Dom sometimes got frustrated with him for not leaving that kind of high-level moral wrangling to his commanders. "The day you start worrying if we're being fair to fucking pirates is the day I haul you off to Doc Heyman for a brain scan. Fair?" Marcus started walking back to the barracks. Getting him to stand still and talk had always been hard. He always seemed to be on the run from conversations. "They're assholes. They prey on people who've got nothing. I just feel uneasy, that's all. Would you feel better if we declared formal war on them first? Probably. Talk to Bernie, get yourself mad, then declare your own war. I have. I'm fine with it." Marcus never talked about his time in prison. The slab was a cesspit for the worst of the worst, and Dom had no doubt what those who were let loose when the Locust overran the area ended up doing. They didn't all go into the army, or even stay in uniform. Maybe Marcus was trying not to let what he'd seen shape what he did as a gear, a man with rules and standards. It was hard to tell. He didn't say another word until they were almost at the barracks gate. "I don't give a shit about them as human beings," Marcus said. "I just wonder what kind of society we'll rebuild every time we bend our own rules." Dom decided to drop the subject. It was all what-ifs and exceptions, theoretical shit that might have been a great debate over a beer, but didn't help him deal with the here and now, his job, his task. And that was to protect the people he cared about and the civilians who couldn't protect themselves. That was the deal. He served the cog and defended the way of life he knew. The pirate gangs had declared war on all that the moment they hit their first target. He was happy to play by their rules now. Chapter 17. We're willing to meet you. Neutral water, time and coordinates to follow. No more than 2 vessels each. Nothing bigger than a patrol boat. No tricks. And we want to see that our colleague is alive and unharmed before we do or say anything. Radio message from Cormac Alum, chairman of the Lesser Islands Free Trade Area, to Captain Michelson, NCOG. CNV Falconer, approaching handover location, early morning, southwest of Vectis, nearly 10 weeks after the escape from Jacinto, 14 AE. Anya now understood the insistence on the time and place, and also why few stranded ever made it to Vectis. Just to reach this mid-ocean point was a long, rough journey by sea, even at patrol boat speeds. Tackling the distance by sail alone would have put anyone off. And now she saw another hazard for herself. "Fog," she said. "Mist," Frank Muller corrected. He stood with one hand on the helm and the other on the radar console, pressing buttons. "It's not fog until the visibility is half this, ma'am. This time of year it's almost guaranteed around here. It's 2 currents meeting." Anya stood in the open wheelhouse door, scanning the mist bank through binoculars. There were 3 vessels in there, bouncing back small profiles on radar. But that didn't seem to tell Muller everything he wanted to know. The intermittent radio chatter they'd picked up had stopped 8 hours ago. "So much for 2 vessels," Muller said. "I'm glad they're not going soft on us." Anya shrugged. "Well, we didn't tell them one of ours was a submarine, so we're even." Marcus was leaning on Falconer's starboard machine gun, as if he couldn't find a comfortable firing position. The shoulder braces hadn't been designed for someone in heavy armor. Michelson stood to one side of him, watching. "I didn't expect them to stick to the rules," Michelson said, checking his watch. "I hope you'll feel better about us blowing them to Kingdom Come now, Sergeant Phoenix." It was hard to get a sense of scale with nothing on the water to use for comparison. Anya found that if she lowered the glasses and changed her focus slowly, the cloud layers transformed themselves into distant mountains, and the sea below became a lake, an empty plain, a desert, or even more cloud. It could look like anything you wanted it to be. "And I could make a hell of a lot of mistakes out here if I don't learn fast." "Lesser Islands Free Trade Area," Anya said. "Have you come across them before, sir?" "Not by name, but gangs often pool resources and intelligence, so they'll probably have links to my old customers, friendly or otherwise. Some of them operate entirely from ships." "A few torpedoes would shut them down for good," Anya said. "As if anyone would do such a thing." Michelson winked at her. "I just wish I knew where they got their fuel. They certainly get around." Marcus peered down the sights of the machine gun, apparently ignoring the conversation beside him. Anya didn't need telepathy to work out that he thought this wasn't a safe place for her. It was just as well that Michelson was rather malleable when it came to women asking favors of him. "I've been stuck behind a desk for nearly 18 years. I'm retraining, Marcus. Give me a break." The empty vastness was unnerving, but somehow it also made Anya feel safer. There was nothing lurking within derelict buildings, nothing hiding in the dark, nothing that would erupt from the ground. Beneath Falconer, the sea was probably just as dangerous in its own way as the locust-infested mainland had been, but she didn't feel that constant uneasiness in the same way she had in Jacinto. She was simply aware of safety precautions to be followed. And who would try to take on Falconer? The boat wasn't a raven's nest, but she looked twice the size of Chancellor and better armed. Several deck-mounted guns and a grenade launcher just on Anya's quick inspection. So with Clement skulking around somewhere, Anya felt as safe here as anywhere. Sergeant Anderson walked around from the foredeck and stood watching Marcus, brow corrugated with intense concentration, taking everything in. "Enjoying yourself, Rory?" Anya asked. "Learning plenty, ma'am." He took out a small notebook and scribbled from time to time. "I'm okay with the guns. We need training to carry out boardings, though. It's like building clearance with nowhere to run," Marcus said, gaze still fixed on the water. "For us or them." Anderson took no notice. "Ma'am, we're going to have to do things we never did on land. It's a whole new game for us now." "Yes, we'll need to cross-train gears," Michelson said. His binoculars hung from a leather strap around his neck. He seemed in his element now, as if this was his war. "It's going to be about maritime operations now." Marcus grunted. "Somebody better tell Cole. He might want to transfer." Keeping a constant ear on the radio net, Anya bit back a reflex to plunge in and start directing the operation. Either Clement must have been close to the surface, or Baird had repaired her towed antenna, because she heard Garcia report in. "Clement to Falconer. I'm not picking up any engine noise at the moment, just sporadic sounds I can't identify. If they've got working radar, they must have detected yours by now." "I thought submarines could hear pretty well everything over huge distances," Anya said. Michelson looked amused. "They can hear plenty, but sometimes they can't pinpoint something until they hit it. Omniscience isn't in their armory. But don't tell anyone." Anya was a little disappointed. But if she believed a submarine could do anything, then pirates probably believed it too. That was all that mattered in the deterrence game. Whatever the pirate vessels were doing, it didn't make sense yet. Anya put it down to missing a few reality checks over the years, in much the same way as the stranded out here didn't seem to grasp the size of the cog forces they were provoking. Perhaps Massey's comrades were too used to targets with the bare minimum of technology, if any, or maybe they thought that NCOG was in an even worse state of repair than it was. Everyone has a blind spot. Everyone on top of their food chain gets lazy until something goes wrong. The urge to check everyone's position was hard to resist. Old ops room habits died hard. She needed to keep that three-dimensional plot in her head, visualizing every asset and man, every position and movement. It wasn't that she didn't trust Falconer's radar. She simply felt lost without information streaming into her ear. Her perception of the war had almost always been a stream of sound converted in her mind's eye to an image of the battlefield, rarely the real thing encountered this closely. Vessels 1, 2, and 3 there, Falconer here, and where's the submarine? Clement had broken contact now, so she could only imagine the submarine drifting below in a watery twilight. But it was in her head, plotted and visualized, even if her location turned out to be wildly wrong. She was beginning to realize that the Navy wasn't just limping along with obsolete and failing equipment. Its crews were below the safety minimum, and they hadn't had much serious practice for 15 years, if ever. The most competent cog asset was still the average gear. But the armaments work, and the ships float. That's all that matters, right? She pulled her concentration back to the boat when Anderson and Michelson moved along the deck. Marcus looked over his shoulder at her, a fraction away from actually smiling. "You look happier," he said. "Suits you." These were the conversations that hurt. They were just the throwaway things that other lovers said without thinking. But they were so rare between her and Marcus, that she had to treat them like fragile peace negotiations. One wrong word, and the shutters would come down again. 17 years. And we're still at the stage where I never know if the relationship's on or not. And when it is, I'm wondering when he'll stay the whole night. I must be insane. She tried to look casual. As our gallant captain would say, nothing like the prospect of firing a broadside to put roses in a girl's cheeks. Marcus never reached the smile. What little he'd managed faded slowly. Yeah, he'd say that. Anya balanced on the knife edge of a response, but found she wasn't ready to risk it. She'd settle for the broadside. Firefight seemed less fraught with danger. She was almost relieved when Muller's voice diverted her. "Range 3 kilometers. We should have a visual on them soon." "And they're well within firing range once I see them," Marcus muttered. "Corporal Baird," Michelson said, "bring Massey to the wheelhouse, please." Dom and Cole edged along the waist of the boat toward her. "Are we actually going through the motions of transferring Massey?" Dom asked. He was wearing minimum armor, clutching a life jacket in one hand. "I'll take the Marlin. I can do that." "Plan is to just parade him on the foredeck while we confirm we have targets that Michelson wants, and then—" Then what? It was the unanswered question. It was also still unasked. Exactly what would happen to him? This was too far into the murky territory of cog intelligence, as she remembered it, and she wasn't sure if she was cut out to be part of that. Either way, Massey didn't know the plan. Baird was still guarding him in one of the store's compartments. Bernie was on deck, wandering around, as if she didn't trust the sea if she couldn't keep an eye on it. "Confirmed. Modified gunboats," Muller said. "I can see the lead vessel now. 25 meters, 30 tops, machine gun mounted. Nobody visible. The other two are 20 meters or thereabouts, and I can't see any armament. Shall I call them up, sir?" Michelson came out. "Anya, you might want to get in the wheelhouse now." She took it as an order to keep her head down. The wheelhouse felt rather unnautical, more like the cab of a grind-lift rig, with instruments arranged like an oversized dashboard. Baird had brought Massey up to the wheelhouse, and now the man was sitting on the bench seat behind the helm position with Baird, trying to look out at the boats. Then he saw Anya and stared at her. She stared back. Muller's voice, repeating Falconer's call sign and waiting for a response from the pirate vessels, faded into the background. Anya had never been this close to a rapist and a murderer, as far as she knew. She found herself searching his face for something that would show her how very different he was from the people she knew and trusted. But there was nothing. He was just another man, aggressive, arrogant, and repellent, but that described a lot of men who didn't do the kinds of things that he did. "No response, sir," Muller said. Anya could see the hulls now, just sitting in the water less than 200 meters away. Falconer slowed. "Look out! Is anything moving?" "Can't see any life, sir." For a moment Anya's gut tightened, and she wondered if the ambush was about to be turned back on the Navy. Michelson looked around unfazed. "Mr. Massey," he said, "any idea what your colleagues might be playing at? Busy taking tea below, perhaps?" "No idea, asshole." Massey didn't seem worried. "But you're safe as long as I'm aboard." "How comforting." Michelson flicked switches on the comms panel and picked up a mic. "This is Warship Falconer. Warship Falconer to Lesser Islands FTA vessels. Are you receiving?" There was no response. The crewman on lookout gestured over the side, and his voice crackled on the radio. "Sir, there's drifting debris. Wood. Fuel slick. Paper, metal drums."
Not sure if it's a vessel that's broken up or just old garbage doing the world tour. Michelson definitely wasn't acting now. Collision? Possibly. Massey went to stand up, but Baird shoved him back in his seat. "You assholes expect me to believe all this shit?" he snarled. "Let me look. Let me see what's out there." "Good idea," Michelson said. "Muller, take us in closer. Corporal Baird, walk Massey out on the foredeck. Perhaps they'll feel better if they eyeball him." Anya watched the foredeck as Baird frog-marched Massey onto the deck. Bernie stood off to the port side with Dom, checking her ammo clips and giving Massey an occasional glance. But there was no sign of life on the boats, no movement. Nothing at all. Massey seemed to be getting rattled, though. He stood on the deck with his back to the wheelhouse, head turning right and left, as if he was searching for something. However pirates did their business, this didn't appear to be going the way he expected. "Hey, Cormac!" he yelled, as if he could be heard at that distance. "Cormac! Man, what the hell you playing at? It's me! Get me off this frigging ship, will you?" "Baird, ask him if he recognizes the vessels," Michelson asked. There was a pause while Massey checked. After some discussion, Baird came back on the radio. "He got technical on me. He says he knows the two smaller boats, but not the bigger one. Maybe it's a new acquisition." Massey couldn't hear Michelson anyway, but the captain dropped his voice when responding on the radio. "Okay, let's assume the worst here. Falconer to Clement, where are you?" The submarine commander came back on the comms net, and Anya started to understand why the submarine was so unnerving, whatever its limitations. She had no idea where it was at any given moment. It was like having grubs tunneling beneath her. It was another monster lurking under the bed. "Clement to Falconer. We just pinged something, and we thought it was a cetacean, but the acoustics weren't right." Garcia paused. "Is Sergeant Phoenix there? Ask him about the locust leviathans." Marcus cut in. "No idea what they sound like underwater, Commander." Anya took another look at the vessels through her binoculars. The machine guns on the main boat were still secured. "If they're planning to open fire, they're going to have to step outside to do that." Michelson nodded. "And we didn't intend to board, so we've lost the advantage of stealth. Massey's our insurance. If they want him alive, that is." "You think they don't?" "Perhaps he's expendable and they've got other plans," he said. "They wouldn't abandon vessels like these for no good reason. Too valuable. And we need to know what that reason is for our own security, if nothing else." Anya kept an eye on the largest boat's wheelhouse. As the distance between the vessels gradually closed, the lookout's voice came over the radio again. "Small arms damage to the main boat, sir. Inboard. Just above the wheelhouse door." Michelson raised his binoculars to check. "Might not be recent, but given the debris, let's assume it is." Anya tried to focus on the damage, but something else caught her eye as she adjusted her binoculars. There was suddenly movement on the lead boat. She saw a man come to the wheel, waving slowly and deliberately. "I see him," Michelson said. "Stand by, all guns." The radio crackled again. "Falconer, nice of you to join us. You've got something we've been looking for." "This is Captain Michelson. Am I speaking to Cormac Alum?" "No. Mr. Alum can't come to the bridge. This is Darrell Jacques, and let's just say we've carried out a company takeover. We'd really like to have Massey, please." Anya interpreted that as a mutiny. Michelson gestured to Muller, then picked up his radio mic again. "Baird, see if the name Darrell Jacques rings a bell with Massey, will you?" Anya watched Baird dip his head slightly as he spoke to Massey.
and suddenly it was clear that Massey knew the name, and not in a good way. Baird still had hold of his arm, but Massey pulled back as if to make a run for it, just reflex because there was nowhere to run. Anya heard a few words of the argument as Baird jerked him back. Bernie watched, no expression visible at all.
"You can't do that, man! He's gonna friggin' kill me!"
Massey didn't look as if he was putting on an act.
"No! Fuck you! You can't do that to me!"
Baird got on the radio.
"In case you missed that," he said, "Jacques is from a rival gang. He's got plans for Massey for stiffing his guys over something. It sounds painful."
Michelson scratched the side of his nose. "How convoluted? Well, I came here to remove the threat of piracy, so I don't care which camp they're in. And we can only use Massey for this sting once. So let's hand him over and see what else we can get out of this." So that was why Massey didn't recognize the main boat. It wasn't one of his. It was a hijack. That explained the damage to the wheelhouse. The whole mission was starting to veer off course, but Michelson didn't turn a hair. Anya had him pegged as a gambler.
"Either they tailed Massey's people, sir, or they intercepted the messages about coordinates," Anya said.
"Good point." Michelson flicked the mic switch again. "Mr. Jacques, you'll excuse my directness, but what's in it for us?"
"Maybe we can do a deal."
"Explain."
"We'll deal with the likes of Massey's people in exchange for being allowed to carry on our normal business, taking care of the islands. We're not pirates. The worst you can call us is vigilantes, and I'm not sure that's such a bad thing anyway."
"Will I notice the difference?"
"We see our job as getting supplies where they're needed, making a fair living from it, and looking after our communities. We're in the same profession, right?"
Michelson paused for a moment and seemed to be thinking it over. Anya had no idea what he was going to do next. Perhaps he didn't either. "Let's both show some goodwill and step out onto our respective decks," he said. "You'll understand why I'm reluctant to send my crew across to you on trust."
"Same here," said Jacques. "Let's do that."
Michelson broke the link with Jacques and switched to the crew frequency. "All hands. I think we can modify Plan A," he said. "As soon as Massey is handed over and the boats are clear, let them go, unless things start to come unraveled. Clement, this is our chance to track them back to their home port. I think your deterrent value is best kept for when we have an audience to appreciate it."
"Clement to Falconer. Understood."
Garcia sounded disappointed.
"And we're still picking up odd acoustics. Is Phoenix sure about that Leviathan?"
"No, I'm not," Marcus said. "But if I see it, I'll be sure to let you know."
"Don't waste a torpedo chasing phantoms, Garcia,"
Michelson said, and stepped out onto the deck.
Massey wouldn't shut up. He was still spitting abuse and demanding his rights when Baird slammed him down on the deck to stop him struggling. "You can't do this to me, asshole! You'll regret it! I got rights! And friends!" "Do you come with an off switch?" Baird said. "Tell me where it is, or I'll have to make one the hard way."
Dom looked down at him.
"If he wants to swim for it, let him. Maybe Jacques is his best buddy and this is some dumbass act."
Baird had his knee on Massey's back.
"Hey, how close are we going to get to that boat? You think Michelson knows what he's doing?"
Dom didn't think Massey was acting at all. He was crapping himself. He didn't seem too scared of the cog, but he obviously knew what his own kind did to settle disputes. If that was worse than anything Bernie had in mind, then Dom wasn't sure he wanted to know the details.
"He's run counter-piracy operations before," Dom said, "and we've got 3 guns trained on them. We're as safe as they are."
Michelson strode out onto the deck. The pirate gunboat started up its motor and chugged slowly forward, edging clear of the mist that was now starting to lift as the sun rose higher. A short, thick-set guy with close-cropped white hair came out of the wheelhouse and took up position at the bow. So far, so good. Nobody had opened fire. Dom grabbed a pair of field glasses from the nearest crewman and checked out the gunboat for himself. There were at least 3 men in the wheelhouse, and half a dozen more came out to stand and look conspicuous. Dom checked out the 2 smaller boats as best he could, but they were still dead in the water, with nobody visible. There was now less than 100 meters separating the lead gunboat from Falconer. It slowed and stopped 20 meters away.
"So you're based on Vectis, yeah?"
Jacques called.
"News travels,"
Michelson said.
"We pick up stuff here and there. Now, we owe Johnny Boy some justice that's long overdue. So how about you bring him over?"
"How about telling me how you plan to keep his colleagues in line?"
"Well, here's a token of our intent."
Jacques turned around and gestured to one of his men.
"Bring him out."
Dom glanced at Bernie to see how she was taking all this. She had her lancer resting on its sling, cradled in both arms, with an expression on her face that gave no clue to the personal stake she had in this. He wondered how long it had taken her to come to terms with it. Maybe she hadn't and was just good at acting normal. Her occasional lapses told him it was the latter. Life goes on. It has to. 2 of Jacques' men hauled a battered figure up to the gunboat's bows. He slumped between them. Dom could see they'd made a mess of him. It was hard to tell if he'd been shot as well. He was still alive, though.
"Captain," Jacques said, "let me introduce Cormac Alum."
Massey squirmed. Baird hauled him to his feet.
"Take a look,"
Baird said.
"Is that your boss?"
Massey blinked a few times, then his face contorted.
"Shit! Cormac! Cormac, what did they do to you, man?"
Alum raised his head a little, probably as far as he could. Jacques did a big theatrical shrug.
"Like I said, Captain, we'll deal with these shits."
Then he pulled a handgun from his belt, turned to Alum, and put a round through his head. The crack sounded extra loud in the quiet, damp air.
"Job done."
The 2 men threw the body overboard. Dom flinched. For the first time in weeks, it didn't bring back memories that he couldn't fend off. He simply noted that it wasn't a straight link to Maria. It was just a bad bastard shooting another one of his kind. It was always shocking to see execution in cold blood, but it wasn't the first time, and Dom was pretty sure it wouldn't be the last. Massey didn't even manage to swear. He just took in a long, ragged breath as if he was going to scream, but nothing emerged. He'd be lucky to get the same quick end that Alum had.
15 down, Jacques said. A few hundred to go. Leave it to us.
Michelson looked unmoved. "And what else would we be leaving to you? Or would we just be allowing one gang to oust another?"
"Like I said, we're not scum."
Jacques put his handgun back in his belt.
"We take a cut to survive, and we make sure nobody profiteers or hogs supplies. We don't want to touch cog vessels."
"How about the fishing fleet? We lost a trawler."
"Definitely not us. But don't underestimate the number of criminals with boats."
Dom didn't see how Michelson could strike any deal with Stranded without Prescott's say-so. But Falconer was a long way from Vectis, and he needed to get something going right now.
"How about an interim agreement?" Michelson said.
"I give you Massey, you prove you're not going to give me problems, and I'll stay away from you unless I hear you get into bad ways." Jacques considered it, head cocked on one side. Dom didn't believe for one moment that either man meant it, but he'd seen stranger alliances in the war. "Done," Jacques said. "Although I'd be interested to know how you plan to monitor that." "Oh, I'll hear," Michelson said. He turned to Dom. "You wanted to do the cross-decking, you said." "Yes, sir." Dom wasn't sure if any of the sailors was up to doing a risky job like that. He was still waiting for something to go badly wrong. "And what are we going to do about the 2 smaller boats? I could bring one back with us." "Good question. I was hoping to liberate at least one." He turned back to Jacques. "As a gesture of goodwill, we'd like to keep one of the boats." Jacques thought it over for a few moments and nodded. "They've got a lot of holes now, but feel free." Baird shoved Massey ahead of him toward Falconer's stern, and Bernie went to follow. Dom put his hand out to stop her. "We can do this, Bernie. You make sure Cole doesn't puke so hard he falls overboard." She gave him that look, as if he hadn't done his homework and she expected better of him. "Okay," she said. "They probably wouldn't let me stay and watch them beat the shit out of him anyway." "It's their justice," Dom said. "He gets what's coming to him, and you get to keep a clean conscience. I think that's a good result all around." "I wouldn't have lost any sleep over that." Bernie took a few steps back. "But Marcus has a point about hanging on to the few rules we still have." Anderson was manning Marcus's gun when Dom squeezed past him. He jerked his thumb aft to indicate Marcus was already heading for the Marlin to lower it over the stern. "He doesn't delegate well," Anderson said. "He still expects an ambush." "So do I," said Dom. "Life's like that." Baird had a hell of a job getting Massey over the side and into the inflatable. Dom had a moment's hesitation. Should the cog have been doing this? But if it didn't, what else was it going to do with Massey? Execute him under cog law or let him go? Someone had to do something. "You know what they're going to do with me?" Massey demanded. He landed on the Marlin's seat with a thud, rocking the whole boat. "You know what those assholes do? You know how long they take to kill you? What they do to you?" "Shut up," Baird said. "Mataki would have taken longer." "You can't do this. You're supposed to be the decent guys. Civilization, remember?" Marcus stood aside to let Dom take the helm. He kept looking down at the water as if he was expecting something to emerge. All that talk of the Leviathan had made Dom edgy too, and he kept trying to tell himself that the thing they'd seen had to be a freshwater creature, and this was saline, so it couldn't have come this far. Could it? But there were unpleasant and dangerous things much closer to home to worry about. "Can't help noticing you never denied you did it, Massey," Marcus said at last. Massey didn't say anything else. Dom took the Marlin wide of the garbage drifting on the slow current. The scattered books, cans, and clothing made it look like a houseboat had been blown up. As they closed on the lead vehicle, the flotsam became a thin mat of assorted debris. Dom assumed he was now in someone's sights. Someone was usually in his, after all. When he glanced over the side at the debris, his stomach lurched. A body was floating face down in the water, life jacket in place, but minus most of its head. "Anyone you know, Massey?" Massey swiveled on the seat. It took him a few seconds to react. "No. Shit. Who is it?" Massey just shook his head. "How can I tell? He hasn't got a frigging head." Dom brought the Marlin up against the stern and tied a quick-release line. The name on the transom was Trader 5. The boat looked like it might have been a sport boat in a previous life before it was cannoned up. Marcus waited, one hand on the stern ladder, the other on his rifle. "Up you go," Baird said to Massey, shoving him ahead. "Just in case this isn't as cozy as it looks." Massey caught the rungs while Marcus held the boat alongside. 3 faces appeared over the stern. Dom was ready for a double-cross, and knew only too well how vulnerable a Marlin was to gunfire. But, pirates or not, they just hauled Massey aboard and made no attempt to do anything else. Dom didn't even have to set foot on Trader. The last thing he saw of Massey was him struggling as he went over the stern rail. "You'll regret this, you assholes!" he yelled. Dom wasn't sure which assholes Massey was referring to, but there wasn't much he could do about revenge now. "You think Michelson knows what he's doing?" Dom asked. Marcus shrugged. "Garcia can't have had much warfare experience. Long time since the Navy deployed a submarine in anger. But Michelson's been doing this for years. Hey, do I get to drive the boat? Captain Charisma wants that one, right?" Dom listened in on the radio as Michelson talked with Garcia. "Just shadow them," Michelson was saying. "I want to know where they operate from. No point wasting a lead. I want the nerve center, not the odd vessel." Baird was listening in. "Is Michelson too much of a gentleman to actually blow the shit out of them when he's done a deal?" Dom wondered if Jacques had a point about being vigilantes. It wasn't as if the cog could do anything to reclaim or even protect the islands scattered across Serra, and the cog's enforcement could be pretty brutal too. It all came down to legalities. When Garcia responded, he seemed a lot less concerned about the definition of pirates than the underwater sound that he still couldn't identify. "There's something down here, sir," Garcia said. "I'm not going to use active sonar and advertise our position until I work out what it is." It bothered Dom, too. But he forgot about it when he came alongside one of the drifting boats and helped Baird board it. It was badly shot up, and there'd obviously been a firefight before Massey's chums had been overwhelmed. There were still bodies on board. "Shit," Baird said. "Doesn't any asshole clean up after himself these days?" He manhandled the bodies overboard. As they hit the water, Dom wondered for a moment if the guys had families who'd now never know what happened to them. But that was their occupational hazard, and there wasn't much he could do about it. Marcus didn't say a word. He just kept looking over the side until Baird got the boat started, and both vessels headed back toward Falconer. CNV Falconer. Jacques hadn't been joking about Massey. He really was making him pay for something. Sound carried, and Bernie felt she had to stay and listen. She'd chosen to remain on deck, because if she went below to get away from the sounds of Massey screaming his head off, then she had to ask herself if she'd been wrong to take her vengeance on his 2 buddies. If I'd caught him when I did the others, I'd be doing the same thing as Jacques. Can't turn squeamish now. She didn't know what they were actually doing to Massey, or what he'd done to get their attention, but she could only imagine his fate within the limits of her own ingenuity. Michelson was waiting for Trader to finish putting a tow line on the other salvaged boat and head back to base. Bernie wasn't sure what he was trying to achieve other than making sure Jacques left the area and Clement followed her home. It was only postponing the problem. You couldn't do deals with these people. But Michelson probably hadn't. He didn't seem to see any agreement with Stranded as binding. Cole wandered up to her and leaned on the rail. His skin tone looked distinctly gray. She didn't think the boat was moving around that much, just gently rolling on the swell as the wind picked up. The mist was gone. It had the makings of a nice day. "I'm all puked out, Boomer lady," he said. "I ain't gonna be much use in this new sea-going world that Michelson keeps talking about. I don't think we're going to run out of things to do ashore somehow." Bernie patted his back and took a firm grip on his belt. She hadn't a hope in hell of stopping a man of his size from falling if he tipped over the rail, but she did it anyway. "We used to have drugs for seasickness. Maybe we can find some."
You got a cast-iron gut." She tilted her head in the direction of Trader.
Massey, you mean?
"That as well.
I'm not gloating.
I'm just making sure I've still got the courage of my convictions. And then you leave it all behind you, right? Promise me."
Yeah. I think I purged my anger a long time ago. But some things get to be habit.
Cole frowned and shook his head every time Massey shrieked. The sounds were muffled. The man was begging now. So his gang didn't own the sea around here after all. She wondered if they were doing this in Falconer's earshot to make the point that Jacques now ran the show and wasn't afraid to go to extremes to enforce it.
"You gonna come inside, Bernie?"
She wanted to, but she couldn't.
"In a while. You go get some fluids down you. You'll be dehydrated."
She went back to leaning on the rail, and Massey fell silent for a while. A couple of men from Trader boarded the second patrol boat they'd captured from Allen's gang. After a few minutes, Trader got under way and headed west at a leisurely pace, trailing a wide wake of churning white foam. The patrol boat followed 100 meters behind. And somewhere below, Clement was tracking them. If Massey was still screaming for mercy, she wouldn't hear him now. It was over. The sense of finality surprised her. Beneath her boots, the deck shivered as Falconer's engines picked up speed, and the patrol boat turned back to Vectis. The other gunboat bobbed in the wash as Falconer swung around. Bernie walked to the stern to watch Trader vanish, and found Baird eyeing the salvaged gunboat with a frown, binoculars hanging from his neck.
"They wouldn't let me drive it home," he said. "Let 'em do their sailor thing, Blondie."
He pressed his earpiece.
"Garcia's not happy about something. Really?"
Bernie listened in to the voice traffic.
"You reckon there's a Leviathan loose, whatever that is?"
"Dunno."
He pointed.
"Look. Clement's got a radio mast up, just breaking the surface."
Bernie strained to look, but the entire ocean was spotted with foam and reflections. It was impossible to see whatever Baird was looking at. On the radio, Garcia was debating whether to ping the area with sonar and risk being detected.
"Can't he tell what he's hearing?"
she asked Baird.
"The sea's a noisy place. Picking out the sounds takes a skilled operator or really fancy computer analysis, and I don't think he's got either. Fat lot of good he is, then. It's not like he's up against a fleet of subs. But if we had a Raven here, some have sonar buoys."
"Clement's got sonar."
"Yeah, but it's about stealth. If he pings, he's giving away his presence and exact position. The Raven's just dunking a buoy."
They both stopped to listen to Michelson's voice.
"Clement, whatever the object is it going to compromise us? If it's a biologic, Leviathan or not, it's a collision risk, but... Oh, shit! Say again, Clement? Torpedo! Brace! Brace! Brace!"
Bernie froze. She didn't look at Baird. A few seconds later, an explosion launched a plume of water into the air nearly a kilometer away. Was that Clement? She had no idea where the submarine was.
"Shit! She's been hit!"
Baird fumbled for the binoculars.
"What the fuck did that? If it's a Leviathan packing torpedoes, then we're in deep shit."
Bernie's gut nodded.
"Grubs don't have that stuff. What can you see? Come on, is there debris? Wait, no, Trader's gone. That was Trader."
Michelson's voice cut in.
"Clement, what have you done? I said follow her, not sink her. That was not us. I say again, we did not fire. That was not Clement."
No, Garcia was still there. That was his voice on the radio, remarkably calm under the circumstances.
"We heard the torpedo launch. Not ours. Time to worry. Have you got a fix on it? Nothing's pinged us. We have an approximate bearing from the torpedo." By now, sailors and gears had rushed out onto the deck to look. Bernie and Baird hung onto their front row seats. If Garcia hadn't accidentally fired a torpedo, and how the hell could someone do that anyway, then Bernie couldn't imagine what else was out there. Unless some stranded had a submarine, and that was impossible. She'd have heard. It was just too big a deal for them to hide. They'd have used it before, wouldn't they? Even Cole and Anya came out to watch. Marcus seemed to be checking where the life rafts were, which worried Bernie more than anything. She shut her eyes to concentrate on the radio, and the next thing she heard was the crew on the small gunboat. They were in one piece. "You bastards! You gave your word!" "We have not fired on you," Michelson said. "We have no idea what's happened, but it wasn't us. We keep our word, I assure you." Almost. Weren't you going to follow them home to fry them later? "Deal's null and void, Coalition," said the voice. "We can't do business with you. Gloves off now." The small boat shot off at high speed. Bernie waited for it to vanish in an eruption of water, too, but whatever had sunk Trader didn't follow up. Maybe it had his hands full, now evading Clement. "We're picking up faint propulsion sounds," Garcia said. "It's not biologic. Locusts bolt all kinds of devices onto living creatures." There was a pause. "Including ballast tanks?" "What?" said Michelson. "Hydrophone's just picked up something blowing its tanks. It's another sub. Stand by. You're clear to engage. We need to know what we're firing at first, Captain." Bernie didn't have a clue what submarines were capable of doing, or even if they could tell where a sound was coming from. Baird muttered something about needing hull sonar for Falconer. It was the first time Bernie had felt that this patrol boat, which seemed as solid as a fort to her, could be blown out of the water at any moment, and the only warning she'd get would be a streak of bubbles in the water seconds before a bloody torpedo ripped the hull apart. The guns mounted on deck were no use against that. She added it to the list of reasons why she didn't like the sea. "Michelson, shouldn't you be heading away from here at maximum speed or something?" It felt like a long time before anyone spoke again, but it was less than a minute. "Something's surfacing," Garcia said. "We've got a fix on it. About 30 degrees off your port quarter, range 800 meters. Standing by to fire torpedoes." Baird was glued to his binoculars. "I see it. Look for the foam." Dom squeezed into the gap next to Bernie. "If it fires on us," he said, "we're really going to regret standing around watching." "At least we don't get trapped below," she said. "Have we got enough life rafts and RIBs for the whole crew?" And then a completely unknown voice broke into the comms net. It had a slight accent. "Clement, this is Zephyr," said the voice. "We're surfacing. We're not hostile. Stand down." Bernie saw a sudden pool of foam and followed it until a dull black sail rose out of the sea. It sprouted masts almost immediately, and when the submarine settled on the surface, she didn't look like Clement. Her bows were smooth. She looked smaller, like a stubby cigar. "Holy shit," Dom said. "They're breeding." As they watched, another sail broke the surface in a cascade of foam, then a distinctive black sonar dome appeared. It was Clement. By the time the submarine was fully surfaced, Bernie could see crew already at the top of the fin, scanning the scene just like Falconer's crew. "Zephyr," Michelson said. "Who are you, and why did you sink that damn ship?" "Commander Mirantrescu, Republic of Goresnaya, Union of Independent Republics," said the unknown voice. "It's been a long time. May we talk, Falconer?" Michelson usually had a smart line for every occasion, but even he took a while to respond to that bombshell. The UIR hadn't existed since before E-Day.
The cog had been at war with it for nearly 80 years before those short weeks of peace. Gorisnaya. Shit. They were one of the tiny lunatic republics that refused to accept the ceasefire. Nobody took account of them. They had very little left to fight with. Unbelievable didn't quite cover it, though. They still had a submarine, and they still thought they existed. "No hard feelings," Michelson said at last. "But I suggest you explain what you're doing before this becomes a very short conversation." "You might want to let pirates go free," Tresque said. "But we take a harder line. And we've been tracking Jacques for days. We may be a small presence compared to you, but we're still worth plundering. As I said, may we talk? I have as many questions for you and your chairman as you have for me." Marcus finally reacted. It's a frigging Indy. 15 years after the armistice, and he shows up now? Bernie saw a crewman come out to the starboard bridge wing to take a photograph. Dom stared. "This is a joke, right? Baby, I'm going to take my seasick pills and lie down somewhere dark till this morning goes away," Cole said. Falconer's deck had fallen silent, mostly. The only sound Bernie could hear now was Baird, and he was chuckling to himself. "I'm glad you find it so fucking funny," Marcus said, "because we just made a new bunch of enemies." "Shit. We were gonna finish off Jacques and his gang anyway." Baird handed the binoculars to Marcus. "At least we got another submarine and a gunboat out of the trip. You think Tresque is gonna hand it over? Why else would he surface and not just run?" Bernie had once found Baird an irritating know-it-all. But now she understood that he really did have a good brain in that head, capable of shrewd assessment. Tresque wanted something beyond settling scores with pirates. And Bernie was keen to find out where the rump of the UIR had been hiding. Falconer headed back to Vectis, trailed by the small gunboat, and Clement kept a close tail on Zephyr. It was a strange flotilla by anyone's standards. Bernie spent an hour or two hunched over the chart table, trying to work out where Tresque might have come from, and then a thought struck her, a surprising one simply because it had taken so long to dawn on her. John Massey had been given his quick release, and she felt neither guilty nor cheated. Now she could move on. Chapter 18. Until we can get radar ground stations in place, we'll rely on ships. Reassure the people in Pelruin that we can maintain a radar picket that should give us almost complete coverage of the coastline to a range of 60 kilometers. Tell them not to worry. The Navy's here. Captain Quentin Michelson to Louis Gavriel. Chairman's Office, Vectis Naval Base, 10 weeks after Jacinto evacuation, 14 AE. "Where do you want me to start?" Hoffman asked. "It's a long goddamn list today." From the window of Prescott's office he could see the Indy submarine, real and black and troubling. The appearance of a boat from history was something of a sensation. A growing crowd of seamen and gears had shown up to stare at it. "Let's start with Michelson's private war," Prescott said. "We give him free rein to maintain maritime security. I don't mind how many pirates he sinks, but I'd like more intelligence on who's out there, the island communities we don't know about. We didn't destroy Jacinto to resume another war. We did it to save what little was left of humankind. We need people, numbers. He says that was the idea. Clement didn't attack Daryl Jacques. Perception is everything. In due course, we might have some damage limitation to do." For a man who'd taken the decision to incinerate most of Sarah, Prescott could have weirdly prissy moments. Hoffman gritted his teeth. The chairman seemed to have forgotten that the last city-sized remnant of humanity was clinging to life here, however idyllic the country seemed. Most of it was still living on board ships or in crowded dockyard accommodations. Hoffman decided he couldn't get too worked up about a few gangs until the more pressing problems had been solved. It wasn't a grub leviathan, that was all that mattered. A few time-forgotten Indies, he could handle them just fine. "So is the Indie submarine a surprise to us all, or just me?" Hoffman didn't expect to get an answer, but he asked again anyway, battening down his natural urge to bang Prescott's head on that damned desk. "If there's any more classified material around, it would be a good idea to declassify it now, because we don't know what's relevant and what isn't." Prescott did a slow headshake, apparently racking his memory. "I can't think of anything." Hoffman decided he no longer had an obligation to be straight with Prescott. It wasn't sulky retaliation, just the last exhausted stage of trying to maintain a one-sided relationship. There was no point asking about the freakish life forms, the sires, and other bizarre discoveries that Delta had made back on the mainland. He bet that he wasn't alone in his frustration either, because Marcus Phoenix was almost certainly feeling the same way about his father's connection with the Locust. That was in the past now. If I sat down with Marcus over a beer, would he discuss it with me? Hoffman realized he was thinking of him as Marcus again, not Phoenix. It was a barometer of the state of their relationship. "So we're moving from a land forces doctrine to a maritime one," Prescott said. "How do you feel about that?" "I know you're going to enjoy playing me off against Michelson, and you won't even realize you're doing it, you bastard. So give him my job, if you like. He's a good man, and I'm friggin' tired." "Feelings don't matter, Chairman." Hoffman was still watching Zephyr moored alongside Clement, and marveled at the endurance of damn pointless ideas. What kind of fool would bust a gut maintaining a submarine for all those years, wasting precious resources and sweat on something that was useless without a fleet to work with it? Maybe a fool who just hoped that one day he'd find that fleet. "We're recolonizing our own land. We'll need to secure fuel and mineral supplies back on the mainland, and then we'll need to reclaim it, grubs or no grubs. It's a maritime operation." "You don't feel threatened by it, then?" "No. Just conscious that gears will have to adjust to being seagoing soldiers." "Perhaps threatened wasn't an appropriate word," Prescott said. "I meant that change is unsettling for us all. I'm all for a change that lets my gears sleep and get their sanity back." "You're more diplomatic than Dr. Heyman." Prescott looked Hoffman up and down as if he was checking for leaks. "She says traumatic stress is endemic, and we're such a small population that it's already become a culture of abnormal psychology. Sometimes she says we're all frigging lunatics instead, of course. Now that we'll have to mix with relatively normal people, we have to take account of that. We're all fucked up. You don't need a medical degree to work that out." "I know Pelruan folk think we're all dangerous psychos," said Hoffman. "But I like us that way. It's what we are. And it's not exactly abnormal to be strung out when you've had grubs chewing your collective ass for 15 years. It'd be abnormal to be relaxed." "Yes, but it concerns me to hear evacuees in gears looking down on the local population as having had it easy here." "Well, they have. Even so, we have to build bridges. We need them, Victor, as support, as people. We need cohesion. One happy family. We can't afford to rebuild Sarah from a divided society. Schisms only get bigger. We'll learn from history." "Of course we will. The new political will." My ass. And now the Indies were back, in small, bite-sized pieces, so Prescott could test his will right away. Gorisnaya was only a tiny, fractious corner of the old alliance, a bunch of guerrillas rather than a major player like Pell's, but it had the potential to be trouble. In a world that had shrunk to a small city, people like that punched above their weight. Hoffman wanted to see their credit rating before he'd accept them on the lifeboat. Prescott checked his watch again. "Commander Trescue's late. He's a whole war late, Chairman." Hoffman resisted attempts to fill the small-talk gap. There was nothing to do but wait for Michelson and Tresque. Prescott had set up his offices in a former sail loft in the oldest part of the base, a relic from a navy that predated the cog by centuries. The room was light and airy, at odds with the utilitarian furniture, chartboards, and filing cabinets that had been taken out of storage. If Hoffman wanted to leave anything in the past, he'd get little chance today. Not even the UIR would let him forget it. Prescott got up and shunted papers and maps around a meeting table that looked like a canteen trestle. Probably was. "And Sergeant Mataki's issue is resolved, I take it? I haven't had a chance to speak to her yet, but I believe so. Don't you think it's time she retired? I'm very uncomfortable about a woman of that age doing such a physically grueling job. Islanders are hardy people, Chairman, and I can't afford to lose specialist skills like hers." "No, this is my turf, Prescott. You stay away from my gears, and most of all, you stay away from her." "And it's not a job. It's a way of life, a tribe. Nobody wants to rob her of that comfort after all she's been through." "Just trying to be a gentleman," Prescott said. "For God's sake, hurry up, Quentin." It took 10 long, silent minutes for Michelson to arrive. Tresque was about 40, with a close-trimmed beard and buzz-cut hair. Michelson took Hoffman to one side while Prescott showed Tresque the naval base panorama from the loft. "Don't mention the war," Michelson whispered, winking. "He's got some rather useful assets." "So you've gone through his pockets and stolen his wallet already?" "Wait and see." If Tresque recalled Hoffman's name, then he showed no sign of it. Most gears over 35 were Pendulum Wars veterans anyway, so there was nothing remarkable about any cog officer that Tresque might meet. They'd all been enemies, and neither side had much to boast about. But Hoffman had to remind himself that it was Anvil Gate that Tresque might link to his name, not the fact that he was one of the commanders responsible for the Hammer of Dawn assault. Nobody outside the cog military knew or cared about Hoffman and Salomon anyway. It had always been Prescott's baby in public. Tresque seemed to be managing not to punch Prescott in the face, so perhaps it was an issue that time and a lot more deaths had closed for the time being. If Tresque did finally swing for the chairman, at least Prescott had a great comeback. He'd incinerated a large area of Tyrus, too. "So, you finally used the Hammer of Dawn against Jacinto," Tresque said, glancing into the cup that Prescott offered him. Now there was a man used to a contaminated water supply. "We got word from the stranded network that the Locusts have been very few and far between lately." Well, at least the hammer raised its head early in the conversation. Boyle lanced, then. "So where's Zephyr been all these years?" Hoffman asked. "Not that we could keep track of all our own damn ships, of course." "We've moved her from place to place, Colonel. Gorasnaya's ports were overrun several times, but the grubs couldn't sweep the whole continent every day." "Are you going to tell us where you're based now?" "Not on the mainland," Tresque said. "But that's all I'm saying until we work something out." "What do you want from us?" Prescott asked. "We're always relieved to find more human beings alive, of course. But you made it clear you had an offer for us, and why now?" Tresque reached for the large-scale map on the table. He ran one fingertip down a meridian and intercepted with his other forefinger along a latitude line. The point was in the sea, around 70 kilometers north of the Lesser Islands chain.
"We still have an offshore emulsion rig near a Gorasnayan protectorate," Trescu said.
The UIR had never admitted to having colonies or invading poorer countries that had something they wanted. They always protected the lesser nations they walked into. All the old arguments came flooding back to Hoffman.
"It's still producing. More than our small community can make use of."
No wonder Michelson had pounced on Trescu like a mugger. He couldn't run a working fleet without a lot of fuel, and even the windfall from Marinot would run out. Yet again, Hoffman felt the future change on a single throwaway line in a meeting.
"How small?"
Prescott asked.
4,000 people maximum."
Trescu smiled.
"You see my point already.
Your fuel in exchange for sanctuary here.
I really do think of it as the strength of pooled assets, Chairman Prescott. You get fuel without having to drill for it on the mainland, plus our modest fleet, troops, and population. We get the protection of being part of a larger community. I'm sorry for ruining your operation with Jacques, but what he sees as vigilantism is what we see as hijacking our fuel supplies and food."
Prescott persisted.
"You still haven't answered my question. Why now? You've had years to contact us. We wouldn't have been much better off in Jacinto, but out here, things can be very different. When you put to sea, a submarine can hear a lot, Chairman Prescott, especially when targets don't even try to be stealthy. How do you think we knew where you were? Your fleet made a lot of noise shuttling back and forth to the mainland, and we keep good tabs on piracy."
Hoffman avoided meeting Michelson's eye. He seemed desperate to make this deal work, but Hoffman wanted to be sure it was what it seemed to be. If Trescu wanted in, then he was going to have to answer a lot more questions.
"You have people and assets that you can't move, in places you can't reach easily and defend, is that it?" Prescott said. "Yes. There's a limit to how long a small group can survive on its own."
Trescu took out a pencil and held it over the map.
"I'll show you where when I know your intentions."
Prescott sat staring at the map, stroking his upper lip with the knuckle of his forefinger. Hoffman could guess what was coming next. No enclaves. It was the bedrock of his policy.
"If you come here," Prescott said, "then you join the coalition, and then you get full protection and benefits. I have to insist on unity."
Trescu chewed his lip for a moment, eyebrows raised, which looked more like amusement than indecision. His pencil hovered over Gorasnaya on the map. Hoffman wondered how the good folks of Pelruin would take another influx of strangers.
"Ah, my father is no longer alive to call me a traitor," Trescu said. "He wouldn't have understood Sarah as it is now, anyway."
Prescott extended his hand for shaking. Trescu took it. One war had ended, at least. Armadillo PA-207, en route for Pelruin 2 days later.
"I thought they had 2 squads permanently billeted at Pelruin already," Cole said. "Sending us in too is a bit overkill for a little town of nice fisher folk and that. Not that I don't like the place."
The Dill rumbled along with its hatches open, another sign that Cole's world had changed a lot. Back on the mainland, open hatches would have earned a faceful of hammer-burst fire, not a fresh breeze that smelled of trees and green stuff. Baird even seemed to be driving more carefully, not tearing the ass out of the Dill's clutch for a change. So maybe the relaxing feel of the place was settling him down, too.
"Prescott's worried about the natives getting restless over the Indies," Marcus said. "They know us, If anyone's a safe bet on the ground today, it's us." "You mean we're the friendly face of the cog?" Dom laughed. Cole hadn't heard him laugh in weeks, so maybe the guy was on the mend. "Shit, things are worse than we thought." Cole felt sorry for Louis Gavriel. The poor guy had done his bit for the cog, done his bit for Pelruin, too. And now he was getting shit from the locals because he was the cog official in town, and they didn't like what was happening. That was just unfair. Pelruin had to suck it up like everyone else. Not that there was anything to suck up, other than knowing that a load of strangers had moved in at the far end of the damn island. It wasn't like having the water supply cut or rations being halved. It was just that dumb, scared panic that human beings were good at, and that turned to something nasty if it wasn't smacked down and dealt with. It would be funny, Dom said, if the Indies turned into the loyal cog citizens and Pelruin went rogue. Marcus grunted, scanning the fields around them like he was expecting trouble from the cows. "No, it'd be a pain in the ass." "I told you there'd be some Indies around who still didn't know the war was over," Baird said. "They know it's over, baby." Cole could see the sea now, which meant they'd be in Pelruin in 10 minutes. "They just didn't want the fun to stop. Imagine keeping one submarine going. They got a tanker, a frigate, and some patrol boats, too, Muller says." "So when are the other people arriving?" Dom asked. "In other words, how long have we got before some civvies start spitting on us for being the bastards who launched the hammer strike on them? Aren't they all technically stranded?" Baird asked. Dom shrugged. "I suppose so. You saw active service in the Pendulum Wars. I didn't. Does that make you feel weird about having Indies around?" "Not half as weird as knowing what the former Indie states looked like after we fried them." "We fried cog states, too," Baird said. "Hey, Marcus, did Gorosnaya take a direct hammer strike?" Marcus turned his head and gave Baird the real acid blue stare this time, even though Baird's line of sight was blocked by the Dill's periscope. "You think I was given the complete fucking list?" Sometimes Cole could work out what was really on Marcus's mind. The guy didn't get mad often, but occasionally he got snappy, and it was always over stuff that went deep and personal. This was all about his dad. Baird was just asking, Cole knew, but the hammer was Old Man Phoenix's baby, and that twanged a raw nerve in Marcus. Cole tried to imagine how he'd feel now if he'd found all kinds of shit recorded by his dead dad in the Locust computers, but with no damn explanation. And in front of his squad. Shit, Marcus knew everyone was asking the same questions as him, too scared to talk about it because they knew he didn't know either. That had to be driving him crazy. "Baird, you just want to play with another submarine." Cole went for a diversion. "Admit it. Too many old movies. You're all up scope and crash dive. Just saying that if human beings run out of enemies, they have to invent new ones, or get the old ones out of the attic. Hey, if our Indies sailor boy brings a load of fuel with him, I think folks will settle down real fast." Hilarious irony. We all got along when the grubs were around. If we've really wiped out those assholes, we'll need to breed some more so we don't have to kill each other. "Welcome to Dr. Baird's School of Social Psychology," Dom said. "But he's right. And I hate it when that happens." Pelruin looked pretty normal when they rolled in. Folks were going about their business, and there was no mumbling discontent going on that Cole could detect. Gears had a sixth sense for trouble brewing. Rossi's squad was rostered to do the day patrol, and there was Rossi himself, standing around talking with a bunch of locals outside the town hall, helmet under one arm. Baird stopped the Dill a few meters away. Civvies around here tended to get nervous when APCs rolled right up behind them in narrow streets. Rossi broke off from the chat and walked over to the Dill. "Oh, look. They've sent Hoffman's big boys to check up on us. "We're just here to make the place look prettier, baby," Cole said. "Well, we might not be pretty, but at least none of the houses burned down on our watch." Marcus looked around. "Nobody rioting, I see." "Only because they're confused," Rossi said. "They don't know what to riot about first. The fact that we've moved in, or that we've invited complete strangers to join us for cocktails in our new resort." "Prescott should have told them in person," Dom said. "Yeah, that would have made all the difference. What are you here for, anyway?" "Reassurance," said Marcus. "Ours or theirs?" Marcus dismounted. "Baird, park up on the shore where they can see you. Everyone else, it's walkabout time." Cole was okay with that. He had a choice of being the coal train or a gear for these folks, and if he played up his thrashball star side for them, shit, he was still a name in Pelruin, then maybe he'd get through to them a little better than just being a big guy with a rifle. The squad split up and ambled through the streets, working on being nice. When Cole passed the town's main store, a couple of guys in trawlermen's overalls came out, and Cole recognized the older one from the boat that had put in at Vectis when the harvest was lost. "So is it true?" the man asked. "The Indies are back?" "Only a few. They sink pirates, though. That's got to be worth something." "Are we going to be safe to fish now? We've been stuck in the harbor for days." They had a point. "Maybe we need to talk to Captain Michelson about getting you some protection, and then you can fish again. That would help a lot." Cole decided to tread on the thin ice. "You mind answering a question for me?" "Go ahead, Mr. Cole." "Do folks think we're bringing nothing but trouble here?" The older guy looked embarrassed. "The folks from Gorasnaya won't be a problem, if that's worrying you." Cole meant it. The cog needed extra help, and a few more boats and extra fuel made a lot of difference. "Hell, they might even look after your trawlers." "But they need somewhere, sir. They really do. My family had to leave their own country. It ain't fun, I'm telling you. And we tend to be real grateful for the chance to earn our keep when we get to somewhere that lets us stay." Cole could have reminded them that they didn't have a say in this at all, but he still believed most human beings had a decent streak that he could find if he pressed the right button. These fishermen offered to share that butt-ugly eel thing with him. They were basically nice people, just scared shitless, and he couldn't blame them. There was so much happening to them after years of relative quiet. Stranded pirates were a known quantity, but Indie submarines were right out of nowhere, and they hadn't even got used to the idea of having Jacinto folk move in next door. "Your family still alive, Mr. Cole?" "No, they got killed. All of them." "Forgive me, Mama. I ain't using you to persuade 'em to be nice to refugees. Just happens to be true. But you'd want 'em to welcome folks in need, wouldn't you?" "Makes you see the world different." Cole began walking away. "I'm going to ask the captain about some protection for your boats, I promise." Fishery protection. That was what they called it. Cole remembered the phrase just as he got to the waterfront and saw the dill. Baird and Gavriel were standing alongside it. Baird had his finger pressed to his ear, talking on the radio, while Gavriel stood with arms folded, occasionally turning to look out to sea. Baird waved Cole over. "There's a pall of smoke." Baird seemed to be talking to CIC or Marcus. "You don't say? You think they burnt their toast? I said pall. No, I'm not looking at it. One of the farmers called it in. I thought there was a Raven patrol checking that shit daily." Cole listened in on his earpiece. "Control to Delta. KR-80 is going to check it out. Stand by to hear from Gettner." "Roger that, Control." "Baird, it's Marcus. I'm on my way to you. Vigilante action?" "I'll check. Wait one." Baird turned to Gavriel. You're sure nobody decided to settle a few scores, now most of the stranded have moved in with the cog? It's not our doing, Gavriel said. We let the dogs run loose in case the stranded tried to disappear inland, but Dylan Jaunty is the only one might torch their camp, and he's the farmer who called this in. Now that Cole had seen stranded waging their own civil war at sea, his first thought was that it was gang-on-gang violence. It would be damn hard to keep an eye on everyone who came and went on Vectis. The coastline here had to be at least 250 kilometers, and that was an impossible border for anyone to patrol. Serves me right for telling them they had nothing to worry about. Tempting fate. Dom showed up, walking fast but definitely not running. That always made civvies nervous. Townspeople still paused to look, though. Getner will be pissed off she didn't get to set the place on fire herself, Dom said. They all clustered around the dill, listening for comms traffic. She took that damage to her bird personally. Marcus caught up with them, and all they could do now was wait for Getner to take a look at the place. Have we got any stranded still pending on amnesty while the locals check 'em out? Baird asked. If any fail the vetting, we'll have nowhere left to dump 'em. No, but if we did, we'd find somewhere. Marcus spread out a map on the dill's front scoop and squatted down to look at it. Michelson's talking about a radar picket to pick up inbound vessels, but that's not going to be airtight. Cole leaned over Marcus's shoulder. Yeah, if some gang had slipped through for some retribution, then that really was a lot of coastline to patrol. Getner was back on the radio in less than 10 minutes. Control, Delta. This is KR-80. I'm over the site and I'm just seeing burning huts and a few junkers on fire. There's nothing else down there. Going in for a closer look. Getner, we'll follow up and do a search, Marcus said. Roger that, Delta. Okay, confirmed. No boats, no bodies, no live ones, nothing. Nearest I've seen to clean. Cleared out, unless they're all piled up in the huts for some reason. I'll take a look and see if they've just moved inland. That many people leave some kind of visible track, usually. Wouldn't they take the junkers? Dom asked. Marcus climbed into the dill. Not if they left by sea. Let's make sure they're gone. I don't know how these people share information, but if they know what happened to their buddies, then they've got one more grudge with us. Baird took the dill down the narrow track that led from the inland cliff and stopped a few hundred meters away from the settlement. Cole thought that was extra cautious, but they'd been caught out once too often in the last week. Getner was right. It looked tidy. That was a damn odd thing to say about a burning shantytown, but it was true. The flames had already died down, and the place simply smoked and smoldered, stinking of burned plastic and unburned fuel. The houses here had just been flimsy huts and shacks, quick to catch fire and crumble into ash. Cole realized why it looked so clean when he passed the first charred wooden frame of a house. Fires didn't always burn every last scrap, and all kinds of lightweight stuff got scattered around in the drafts, sad little bits and pieces that said something about the folks who'd lived there. But there was nothing like that here. The shacks looked like they'd been picked clean of everything the stranded could carry. Marcus ducked his head down to look inside one of the buildings that still had a roof. Don't go in, man, Baird called. The roof might collapse on you. Just looking. Marcus walked across to another house where there was no sign of walls, just a big sheet of corrugated metal on the ground. Probably the roof, all that was left. He lifted the edge of the sheet and peered underneath. Nothing. No bodies. It was sometimes hard to tell charred bodies from other stuff, but Gears had learned to do that pretty well over the years. Looks like they did it themselves, Cole said, scuffing through a pile of ash. The sky was still clouded with smoke. It was so much like the places he'd had to pick his way through back on the mainland that his gut still said grubs, but he knew it wasn't that. That still didn't stop the reaction. "Looks too orderly. Not enough burn stuff here." Marcus nodded. These guys just wanted to destroy everything they couldn't take with them. Marcus had said it, so it was true, and Cole felt it was safe to breathe again. "Trouble is, I can never see anything for what it is anymore," he said. "I see a damn ugly fish, and I think it's grubs. I see a pall of smoke, and I think it's grubs." He tapped his skull. "The war ain't over up here." Baird snapped his goggles into place. "Peace hasn't broken out, in case you hadn't noticed." There was something else that bothered Cole now. Most of the stranded from this camp had taken amnesty. Most of those who hadn't, the ones who seemed to have made a run for it, were the menfolk. That meant an awful lot of families had broken up, or else there were plenty of women and kids who were expecting to see their old man back again sometime. Either way, that didn't sound like a happy foundation to become a loyal citizen of the Cog. Nothing got sorted out cleanly anymore. Baird was right. Peace hadn't started yet. They were all in limbo. Nobody could come up with an instant cure for all the problems the war had left behind. "Wasting all that fuel just to stop us using their shitty wooden plastic," Baird said, pausing to examine a melted lump in the ash. "Asset denial. Like we're goddamn grubs or something." Marcus squatted to touch the remains of a length of water pipe, like he expected it to still be hot. Some of the metal in the ruins was. He picked it up and hefted it in his hand. "Imagine that," he said. VNB, 1800 hours, 4 weeks later. It was always the dumbass little things that started Dom off. Today it was walking through the locker rooms and catching someone singing his head off in the shower. Nothing out of the ordinary, but it was a song that Maria loved. Even off-key and mangled by a gear, the lyrics hurt like hell. He found himself heading blindly out of the barracks just to get away from that song, looking for a quiet spot where he could think in peace. But privacy was getting harder to find every day. The base was full. Every spare building had been turned over to accommodation, and it was going to stay that way until new housing was built. He walked to the dockyard walls, up narrow brick steps to the old sentry points where men had once stood guard with muskets. It was a hell of a view of the sea. Nobody would look twice if an off-duty gear went up there and stayed for a while. People who'd spent way too much time underground needed to see open, infinite space. Dom folded his arms on the granite blocks, rested his forehead on them, and just let the sound of the waves below erase everything. How long was it now? Nearly 15 weeks since he'd found and lost Maria forever in a matter of minutes. He bounced between wanting to go on living because something good had to be around the next corner, and a sense of loss so bottomless that he thought he'd never be able to breathe again. His up days were getting better and more frequent. His down days still left him worse than empty. She wasn't around for 10 years. What sort of Maria did I recreate in my imagination in that time? He took out his pack of photographs. On some days he hadn't been able to look at Maria's eyes. That was how he gauged his progress. It wasn't even pulling the trigger that haunted him now. It was everything he didn't know. 10 years. He knew now that she'd been one of the stranded. He couldn't kid himself that she'd been killed soon after she went missing, or taken by the grubs right away, because nobody could have survived that long in grub hands. He knew how stranded lived, the miserable lives they had, the scum in their own communities who preyed on them. Now he couldn't stop himself filling in the blanks, hoping Maria had been with people like Dizzy, but terrified of even thinking that she might have stumbled into the likes of Massey. It was a terrible thing to add to imagining what the grubs had done to her, to make her into that shell he found. He hadn't even realized it until the last few weeks, when his mind was squarely on Stranded. My wife was a Stranded. She survived 10 years because someone looked out for her. She wasn't like Bernie. She wasn't trained to survive. She couldn't have done it alone. Somebody else must have cared about her. It was obvious now, but he hadn't thought it through before. Somehow, even though it was yet another unanswered question, it lifted him like nothing else had. One of the underclass he tolerated, didn't love, didn't respect, just tolerated, must have helped Maria. Maybe a whole group of them did. Now every Stranded he met who wasn't an obvious bastard would look very different to him. It was turning out to be a pretty sunset again. Dom watched a patrol boat heading out, a black speck on choppy amber water. It might have been a radar picket ship, or it might have been joining the trawler fleet as fishery protection. But whatever it was, this felt routine and normal. Life went on if you wanted it to. I do. I know I do. Boots scuffed the steps beneath him. It had to be Marcus, or at least Cole or Bernie. He knew they still kept an eye on him, which was comforting. But his moments of wanting to die had melted down to not caring if he lived, and then to accepting he was staying around, and so he had to make things work. He turned around, ready to tell Marcus or Cole or Bernie that he was fine. But it was Hoffman. The colonel looked a lot smaller out of armor. He was still the squat wall of muscle he'd always been, but in fatigues he looked built to a more human scale. He took off his cap and leaned on the wall. "I like it with more purple bits, myself," he said, squinting into the setting sun. "Few more clouds for contrast. It's nice and peaceful. Well, make the most of it." Hoffman checked his watch. "They're testing the sirens again in a few minutes." Dom waited to find out what had really brought Hoffman up here. The guy was his old CO, still with a mental list of gears who were his, chief of staff or not. "It's working out, isn't it, sir?" "I do believe it is. How about you?" "Yeah, this place feels solid. Port Farrell never did." "I meant how are you working out?" "Doing better, thanks." Hoffman was building up to something. Dom could see his jaw clenching. "You know how I lost my wife, don't you? She couldn't get back to Ophira before the hammer strike." Dom had heard other things, that the checkpoints had been told to turn her back to the city because she'd stormed off, but he didn't want to unpick the private misery behind that. "You know what it's like to pull the trigger." "Is that what you were going to say, sir?" "No. I was going to say that Prescott managed to tip off his secretary to get her sister back to Ophira, but I played by the rules and never warned my own wife. And I lost her. I did it wrong at every stage, and she's dead because of me." Hoffman gave Dom that I-can-see-your-soul look. "I don't know what her final moments were like, and I wasn't there to make them easier. But you were there for Maria. Nobody can ask any more of a man, Dom." Hoffman glanced at his watch again. Dom was still trying to think of some response when the air shook and he thought someone had rammed nails into his eardrums. The emergency sirens wailed all around the base, a rising and falling scream of a noise that instantly churned human guts on a primal level. Even if you'd never heard that sound in your life, it made you want to run for cover, and the sentry post was positioned right over one of the sirens.
Hoffman just put his hands over his ears and waited, still looking out to sea. Dom tried to block out the noise, but his sinuses vibrated. He was sure of it. The silence that fell was sudden. Dom's ears still throbbed. "I think we can hear that okay, sir," he said. "Combine that with the radar picket and everyone feels reassured. Time I was going. The sergeant's mess is officially open tonight, and I'm expected." Hoffman turned to make his way down the steps again. "Thanks for listening, Santiago. It never got to me in Jacinto. Now it's like someone took off a tourniquet and the feelings come back. Every time I look at a line of dills here, I can see those burned-out cars." Dom stayed at the sentry post for a while after Hoffman left, knowing damn well who had actually done the listening, even if Dom hadn't been the one talking. Hoffman was okay. Everyone had done crazy, out-of-character things in this war, and the war before that. But it didn't mean they weren't fundamentally decent. It was definitely time for that drink. An invite to the sergeant's mess was something tribal and special, not about getting shit-faced at all. It was hospitality. It was also a symbol of normal life making a comeback. Anderson and Rossi had gone to a lot of trouble to fit out the place, and not showing up when invited was bad form. He'd have to go. The mess was a cramped space even before a lot of bodies tried to squeeze into it. Dom worked out from the plumbing and drains in the stone floor that it had been an ice store in the days before refrigeration, although how they got the ice there was anyone's guess. A stack of ammo crates served as the bar. A couple of grub cleavers hung on the wall behind it. There was beer, or what passed for it, and something piss-yellow and evil-smelling, dispensed from a steel drum by Dizzy. One of the engineer corporals stared into its depths before tipping back his tin mug. "Shit, that's nasty." He drained it on the second gulp, eyes screwed tight shut, and held it out for a refill. "We can rig some better distillation kit for you, Diz. Let's discuss design." "That's my finest vintage," Dizzy said. "You just gotta let it rest some and get some bottle age, that's all." "Mitaki did the catering, guys," Rossi yelled above the noise. "Those little things on cocktail sticks are not meatballs, okay?" Everyone was laughing their asses off. People needed to find something to celebrate, and being alive in a clean, dry, warm room, a stiflingly warm room now, with a drink and all your buddies around you, was as good a reason as any. Dom couldn't see Marcus, but Hoffman and Anya were there, and Bernie held Baird in a playful headlock while Cole guffawed and made no attempt to rescue him. "Who's a clever boy?" Bernie pinched his cheeks one-handed. Dom had never seen Baird tolerate her like that before. "Who made the guns work? Did you get the big guns working, did you? Clever boy. Granny's proud of her clever boy." "What gun?" Dom asked. Cole wiped his cheeks with the back of his hand. "The cannon, baby. The naval-based defensive guns." He shook his head and started laughing again. "He's been helping the artillery guys. Shit, there's nothing Baird can't fix." Humiliated or not, Baird looked pleased with himself. Dom felt guilty for ever thinking of him as a cocky, selfish bastard who didn't belong in Delta Squad. It was that kind of evening. He decided to stick to one beer in case sentimentality got the better of him again. Eventually the door edged open, and Marcus stood on the threshold of the mess like he was preparing to charge a grub position. Dom was sure he would have closed the door and walked away if someone hadn't seen him and hauled him in by his sleeve. "I'm still on duty, Dom," Marcus said, holding up his hand to fend off a mug of beer. "Just being polite. It's your mess, Sergeant Phoenix." "So it is." He had his earpiece in place. Dom couldn't remember seeing him without it lately, on duty or not. It was too easy to keep the comms net open the whole time, just in case, and Dom couldn't work out if Marcus did it for distraction or because he still felt personally responsible for fixing the world's problems. You know that shit makes you go blind. All quiet out there? Couple of drunks stranded had a fight, that's all. They're not stranded now. Okay, then 2 drunk assholes had a fight. Marcus was doing a discreet scan of the mess, and Dom knew damn well that he was checking where Anya was. Yeah, she's over there with Hoffman, buddy. Do something about it. Then Marcus's gaze settled across the room, target acquired for a moment, before he looked Dom in the eye again. It tipped the balance. I swear I'll never stick my nose into your private life again, Dom said. But shit or get off the pot, okay? I saw your face when you thought she was dead, and I know what too late feels like. Marcus didn't even shrug. He looked paralyzed for a moment, then put his finger slowly to his ear. Dom thought he was just avoiding the issue again, until the chatter and raucous laughter around them was drowned in a noise that began like some huge animal gulping air. The gulp turned into a bellow that rose to a scream and fell again. The base alarms had gone off. They waited, but the siren showed no signs of stopping. "Is nobody gonna kill that goddamn siren?" Hoffman yelled. Dom could just about hear him. "How many times do they have to test it?" But Marcus still had his finger pressed to his earpiece. His attention was somewhere else. "Hey, not a drill, people," he shouted. "Listen up, we got an incident. A raid on Jaunty's farm." The mess fell silent for a moment. "What kind of raid?" Dom asked. "The farmhouse and barns are on fire. One of the Ravens called it in. First 6 duty roster squads, get moving." The mess emptied, and they pounded down the passage to collect weapons and armor. As Dom jogged toward the dill, he could hear the whine of Raven engines as pilots did their pre-flight checks. Cole listened in to the voice traffic. "I'm not convinced that siren is a good idea." Marcus pushed past Baird and climbed into the dill's driving seat. "Scares the civvies too much." "You thinking what I'm thinking?" Dom said. "Stranded, settling scores?" "Yeah." "Does that mean more landed?" "Maybe they never left." Marcus headed off through the base and waited in the holding area near the main gate for the rest of the vehicles. There was a storehouse near the gates that had been converted to temporary accommodation, and when Marcus opened the dill's hatches, Dom could hear a bullhorn echoing. He got out to look. Someone was driving around the civilian quarters, repeating a message that there was no danger and that there would be further instructions if the situation changed. Yeah, the siren system needed a rethink. Dom could guess immediately which civilians were from Jacinto and which were locals who'd relocated. Jacinto people opened their windows to listen to the announcement, then closed them and got on with whatever they were doing. The locals were coming out into the roads, stopping any gears they could see and asking what the hell was going on. They were terrified. Dom could hear their panicky questions. They were convinced they were going to die. His guess was confirmed when a window flew open and a woman leaned out. "Get a grip, for goodness sake!" she called out. The Pelruan civilians looked up to the window. "Whatever it is, it's got to get past every gear in the cog. What's wrong with you people?" The locals stared up at the window long after the woman had slammed it shut. Dom decided not to get involved and climbed back into the dill. "Our civvies believe in us," he said. "It's kind of cute." Cole grinned. "That's 'cause we're so damn good, baby." Marcus switched the comms over to the dill's radio and listened to control while they waited. Anya was back in CIC. 3 dills and a very old fire truck rolled up behind them. It was just like old times. The gates opened, and Marcus drove out in the direction of the farm. "You know this guy?"
Cole asked. Yeah, met him the other day. Poor bastard lives alone. There's no traffic to speak of on Vectis, and it was a fast run out to Jonty's farm. Dom could see the reddish glow in the distance long before they reached the place. Where were the nearest neighbors? There was no fire service and no ambulance. It was now down to Gears and any locals who managed to get there to tackle the blaze and sweep the area. If the locals knew about it, of course. When the Dill turned the corner into the long, tire-rutted lane up to the house, the buildings were well alight. The barn was a ball of flame, and the roof of the farmhouse was gone. Given the distance between the two, it had to be arson. Marcus jumped out to direct the squads. Dom, Cole, Baird with me, he said. Everyone else, find the assholes who did this. The fire crew ran hoses and pumps from the farmyard supply, then concentrated on the house. There was no sign of the farmer. If he'd been in the house when it went up, then they weren't going to find any remains until the blaze died down and the debris cooled. He's got dogs, Marcus said. 3 big black dogs. Where are they? The blaze lit up a large area around the farmhouse, but it was still hard to pick out shapes in the hard contrast between shadow and the fierce yellow light. The ground was a mix of short grass and poured concrete. Dom was poking around the hedges at the back of the farmhouse when he heard Cole call out. "Got 'em!" he yelled. "Shit! I'm losing my faith in human beings. I swear I am." Dom went running in the direction of his voice, toward the north side of the yard. Marcus and Baird were already there, staring down at something in the beam of Cole's flashlight. Dom could guess what it was before he got there. "Assholes," Baird muttered. "But at least we get to shoot to kill now." Dylan Jonty was dead, laid out flat on his back in a pool of black blood that looked like lube oil in the light from the fire. His 3 dogs were laid out beside him. Dom could see that someone had intended them to be found and the message to be clear. Marcus squatted down. Shot and throat cut. The dogs, too. Shit. I'd take a guess that our displaced stranded just moved inland, Dom said. But if more have come ashore, then we've got a different problem. Any bets as to how they're going to take this in Pelruin? Baird asked. We'll worry about that later, Marcus said. It looks like we're going to have to guard every isolated farm now. It wasn't just about protecting citizens. It was about the threat to the food supply. Thoughts started racing through Dom's mind about who was going to sort out the farm if there were animals to take care of. If the stranded were looking to cause disruption, they'd found some soft but effective targets. At least we're not dealing with grubs, Baird said. The fight's going to be a lot more equal. Cole looked at the bodies and shook his head. Great start to New Jacinto, he said. Excuse me, gentlemen. I'm going asshole hunting. Dom paused for a moment to watch the arcs of water playing on the burning farmhouse. He wondered if grubs ever did anything like this to their own kind. It didn't matter now. Humans did. And this was the new war. One that few Gears had fought before. Somehow it was the dogs that troubled Dom most. This concludes Gears of War, Jacinto's Remnant. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.